excitement about the future.
So we'll talk about the abundance in a second, but just at a very practical matter, how are your companies going to be making money? Because when you in the SpaceX IPO prospectus, it looked as though the overwhelming amount of the revenue would be coming from AI, from Grok, really. It won't be transporting things to space as SpaceX is now doing. What will your companies be doing in 10 years? And how will they make money?
Well, you can really think of the economy as digital and physical intelligence. Um, so, what we have right now, advancing very rapidly, is digital intelligence. Obviously, with AI, that is, uh, it seems that, well, almost with every passing week, uh, there are more AI breakthroughs that it can do something amazing that it couldn't do before. But it's still somewhat confined to the digital realm. It doesn't have end effectors. You need the end effectors in form of humanoid robotics. You need basically lots of bots. In a nutshell, you need lots of bots, um, and then you can go from um, intelligence manifesting itself only digitally to shaping atoms. Um, and you say, what is an economy? An economy is um, the production of goods and provision of services. And if you have vast numbers of robots with vast amounts of digital intelligence, you have a sort of a quasi-infinite economy. So this is really the future is going to be very, very different from the past. There's no um, there's no analogy or metaphor that I think illustrates the magnitude of change that we're going to experience here.
I understand that, and I'm also trying to kind of figure out what that world will look like. But
I
in
think it'll
some
be
way you have
good. It's going to be pretty incredible.
yeah. We'll also do. There are some
Yeah,
risks too.
there's
We'll come to
risks.
those.
I
We'll come
agree.
to those. But
Yes.
just on how then you make money, because in the end
Oh,
people are buying your shares because they expect
make
you to
money.
make money. Do you sell
I'll
the
make another
robots?
prediction. Money won't matter in 2036.
You're watching my interview with Elon Musk. If you want to get early access to other interviews, subscribe to The Economist by clicking the link above. Now, back to the interview. I'm not sure that the people who bought your shares think that money won't matter in
Well,
2036.
what do you want money for? You want money for goods and
Yeah.
services, right? You want money for, let's say, food, housing, transport, entertainment. Um, well, if that is so abundant that there's more, that the robots and AI are providing more goods and services than any human could possibly consume, what do you need money for in that case?
But you're creating these robots. Are
I
you
guess
then
between now and
selling?
then you'll need money, sure.
Are you selling these robots? Are you selling humanoid robots, or are you producing goods and services with the humanoid robots that you control? Like, are you
Well,
the Levi Strauss? Are you selling?
I think I would probably be. It would be an exercise in vanity for me to think that I would be controlling a super genius AI that is vastly smarter than me. I think what we can and should try to do is to make sure that the AI has good values, that it cares about humanity, and that it wants us to be happy and prosper. Um, I think it probably will be. Um, my what my biological neural net tells me is that the most important thing for AI safety is to be maximally truth-seeking and curious. If that's the case, I think it will foster humanity.
So let's unpack that. You're sure that humans will no longer be in control in 10 years' time?
I think it is unlikely, in the same way that if the difference in the intelligence between AI and humans is vastly greater than the difference in intelligence between AI and chimpanzees, it's hard to imagine that the chimpanzees would be in charge.
I'm really
And we
struck
are
by this.
essentially an evolved form of chimpanzee. So it wasn't that long ago that we were swinging through the trees, eating bananas in the jungle. And we still eat bananas, by the
We
way.
do.
We do. And it's still,
And
bananas.
sometimes swing through trees as well. But
Yes, sometimes swing through trees is kind of fun. It's sort of reminiscent of the past. For all time's sake, swinging through the trees once in a while. Probably, there should be more swinging through trees. I bet it's way more fun than people think.
I'm with you on that. I'm definitely with you on swinging through trees. I love swinging through trees, but I'm really struck listening to you say this now, because I've been listening to a bunch of things that you've said over the years.
Yeah.
And 10 years ago, you were on a podcast, I think it was with Neil deGrasse Tyson, and you said that the thing that terrified you most was rapid recursive self-improvement in AIs.
Yes.
And that you said, and it really struck with me, you said that we will just be the pet Labradors at the best.
Well,
now you see.
Labradors are pretty happy creatures. That's my experience.
But in 2023, you asked for a slowdown in AI because you were worried about it.
Well, I signed on to, as one of many, like 500 people. I was just, one of many signatories on that thing.
But I think even last year you said, I know, where was it, Ted Cruz's podcast, you said there was a 10 to 20% chance of killer robots wiping out humanity.
Yes.
So you sounded worried then. Now you seem very relaxed about it. Have you changed your view?
I still think there's risk associated with AI and robots. It's not zero. I guess I've come to my sort of philosophical conclusion is to look on the bright side. I can't see any way to really stop this incredible momentum of AI and robots. And at times I sort of think, well, perhaps even if there was a stop button, we probably shouldn't press it because the most likely outcome is incredible abundance for all.
That's what I thought, actually. It struck me that now you seem to have decided it's inevitable. Let's hope for the best and go for the ride.
Yeah, I mean, yes, pretty much. Let's enjoy the ride. Is I think my philosophy at this point. Because I mean, honestly, there seems to be just an inexorable progress here in AI and in robots. That even if I wanted to stop it, I couldn't.
Do you think there's still a 10 to 20% chance that killer robots mean the end of humanity? That's a high P dream, as they say.
Well, in the long run, we're all dead, of course. So I mean, according to the standard model of physics, the end of the universe is a long, boring, sort of thin, gray soup of gradual cooling. I mean, it's sort of the heat death of the universe, it's called. So now, if the heat death of the universe is in fact the outcome for our reality, then it really is all about the journey. Because the destination is terrible.
Yeah, but 10 years is not very... yeah, I get that, but that could be a long way ahead.
Very long way.
And you're basically saying,
very long way.
If it's 10 to 20% in 10 years, would you go into one of your rockets if you thought there was a 10 to 20% chance of it blowing up and killing you?
Yes, but let's say you can't do anything about it. I guess the only thing we can try to do is minimize the probability of the bad outcome. But trying to stop the intelligence in robots, I mean, for the longest time, I declined to participate in AI, or which created OpenAI as essentially a counterweight to Google, because at the time they had more or less a monopoly on AI. And then Anthropic spun out of OpenAI. And if anything, it seems like what my actions have really accelerated AI. I wasn't really aiming to accelerate AI, but in creating OpenAI and then having Anthropic spin out of that, and now currently Anthropic's the leader in AI. I mean, these actions have actually resulted in knock-on effects that accelerated AI, which wasn't really my intention. So it just seems like all roads lead to acceleration of AI. So then I'm like, okay, well, you can just sort of be sad about it or join the club, I suppose.
Well, you've certainly joined the club.
Yeah.
You've definitely joined the club. But
you can't beat them, join them,
Well, you've clearly done that and very successfully. But what about trying to minimize the risks. And, a number of the other leaders of model makers have been pushing for different ways to try and minimize the risks. Just last week, Demis Hassabis came out with a proposal for a private-public regulator. I
Yeah.
think you said it was a good starting point for discussions, I think. Do you think you guys should
Yeah.
be working more actively to get something in place to control the risks, or do you think that's impossible too?
My recommendation to Demis, because I talked to him for a few hours before he published his piece, was that the most immediate thing that we could do is to have the leading AI companies at least just meet. We'll have some sort of call once every few weeks and just discuss any.
With the leaders?
There's a good chance that they are the leaders at some point. You can think of like the constraints on AI are essentially electricity and AI chips. And then for physical AI, the robots. China's also got some very good robot companies. In fact, they have these like robot sporting events. I don't know if you've seen some of them.
Yes, I have. I saw them last time I was in Beijing. I saw the
Yeah.
robots.
Well, and then they have the sort of like a boxing match or a fighting match with the robots, which is quite entertaining. And I saw some video of a robot that got his head knocked off, kept fighting, even with his head knocked off. It looked pretty funny, but I mean, in fact, I think the robot battles are going to be quite entertaining to watch.
But just to
So China's very strong on robots, very strong on digital AI, and if you look at electricity production, you can say like AI is a function of whatever the limiting factor is, if it's chips or electricity. China has far more electricity than the United States. In fact, China has more electricity than the United States, Europe, and India combined already, and is heading to, and my guess is China gets to 4 times the electricity production of the US, which is roughly proportionate to the population.
what should the U.S. government do about this? I mean, if you presumably it is a little alarming if you have an authoritarian regime far ahead in the most powerful technology. And clearly, what the U.S. government's been trying to do is, with the export controls and so forth, keep China back. Do you think they should ban the use of K3, Kimi K3, for example?
Well, the U.S. government can't. They can pass some law that prevents U.S. companies from using Chinese models, but they can't stop the rest of the world from using them. So it's not like the U.S. government has authority over China or the rest of the world.
Do you think they should stop U.S. companies from using them? There's talk of that right now, right?
I don't think that helps. That won't stop China from being the leader in AI. Really, it's for digital intelligence. It comes down to how much AI compute do you have? How many chips do you have, and how much power do you have? How much electricity do you have? So the constraint right now, I think, is actually slightly more on power and cooling than it is on AI chips, because the power demands of the AI chips are very, very high. We'll talk about water demands, but really the water usage of AI is negligible, or almost nothing. But the electrical demand is very high.
That's why you're thinking of orbital data centers, presumably.
Yes,
that's
the constraint for any AI chips not being turned on in China is electricity and like power and cooling, and the electrical equipment and everything. The rate at which AI chips are being made exceeds the rate at which new electricity is coming online.
in China.
Outside of China.
Outside China, I see. Yeah.
And since China, the U.S. has banned the export of the latest AI chips to China, China is somewhat chip starved.
But they are becoming much more efficient at using the chips that they have, and that one of the
Yes,
striking things of Kimi K3, right, is that how efficiently they.
and China is also, I think, closer than most people realize to solving the lithography problem, which would enable them to make AI chips at very large volumes. So I think there's, I mean, this shouldn't evolve into just a China conversation, but So the current constraint is electricity outside of China. In China, the constraint is chips. Uh, once the once we address the power constraint with AI data centers in space, then the constraint will once again be chips outside of China.
That suggests to me that you need China and the US, if you're going to have some overall safety constraints, that they will need to work together. If you are going to try and you suggested, the five
Well,
model
I
makers
think
here working.
probably it should include um, the Chinese companies that are doing frontier AI models too.
And do you think governments need to be involved?
My recommendation would be that if some of the leading companies in AI say that a new model is very dangerous, then they should inform the government. And if a new model is very dangerous, and that the company producing that model is not taking steps to address the danger, then they should alert the government to take action um, to limit the uh, release of that model. And that could be action by the Chinese government or action by the U.S. government. It's really just the U.S. government and the Chinese government that have the power to take action here.
But I guess people would be worried about relying on a group of model builders to decide whether to do this. I mean, if you look at what the US government has done with Mythos, they stepped in because they were worried about the cybersecurity risks, and they stepped in using threat of export controls to prevent the widespread release of this model. I find it hard to see how governments will not want to keep that power, that they ultimately decide whether a model gets released.
I think they should have that power, but it wasn't as though someone in the government figured out that Mythos had some scary cybersecurity risks. It was Amazon. Amazon highlighted this, and Amazon called the White House.
So you'd have a system where the model makers would check each other's work. If there was something that worried them, you'd tell the government.
Yeah.
The government would then think. Okay.
If there's something that was worrisome and that company was not doing anything to address that risk, then that would be the moment for government to step in and take action, which is literally what
How
occurred with
soon does
Mythos.
all this have to happen?
Well, I think it'd be good to do that. I think immediately, really.
Yeah, that's what people keep telling me. We have to get this some kind of system in the next 6 months because of the pace at which the models are improving.
Yeah, 6 months is a long time.
So you think shorter than that?
Well, I mean, there's so many AI breakthrough announcements, sometimes multiple per day. I mean, how many were there last week?
A lot.
I lost track.
Yeah, a lot.
Um,
So you basically, whether it's Demis's proposal or others, you need to get together and get this set up kind of now, it sounds like you're telling me.
Yeah, I would recommend that we at least have some sort of informal weekly or bi-weekly call, and that there's maybe a week or 2 weeks of early access by competitors. And this is why I think the incentives work, is because if competing companies, I think, are likely to understand if something is a security risk, and they're not going to be shy about highlighting that their competitors' models should be delayed in release. I think the incentive structure does work quite well there, and this is sort of how it works with the Motion Picture Association. It's an industry group that decides how movies should be rated, whether it's appropriate for young children or not, and that seems to have worked quite well. So, and then you really just ask the government to intervene if a company is doing something very dangerous and refuses to take action to reduce the danger.
Do you think this is a tricky one, but you guys don't much like each other, and you don't much trust each other. You're insulting each other on social media constantly. So do you think you can do that with people that you dislike, that where there seems to be such kind of personal vitriol between some of these leaders?
Yes. Well, I'm not a fan of Sam Altman because
You're watching my interview with Elon Musk. If you want to get early access to other interviews, subscribe to The Economist by clicking the link above. Now, back to the interview.
If you started a nonprofit that was meant to be an open source AI company and owned by the world, and it somehow got turned into an $800 billion for-profit company with closed source, I think you'd be like, well, wait a second, that's the exact opposite of what I donated the money for. That's my issue. I think it's a legitimate one. And then Dario, I think, also is not a fan of Sam Altman because he felt, in fact, the reason the Anthropic team left OpenAI is because they didn't trust Sam Altman. Otherwise, Anthropic wouldn't exist. They would still be at OpenAI. I think Dario is a very principled person. He cares about things a lot. Cares about the future of the world, and I think everyone I've met at Anthropic so far has been. I'm like no one set off my evil detector. They always seem like they're well intentioned. The road to hell is, I think, mostly paved with bad intentions. There are a few well-intentioned paving stones in there, so we don't want to be complacent. But at the end of the day, if we have to talk, we'll talk. I mean, set aside our personal differences for the good of the world.
Good of the world. Well, that's a very good thing for the rest of us to hear.
Yeah.
Can we turn to one other risk that people worry about, particularly, I think, ordinary Americans, where AI has become incredibly unpopular. 75% of people are worried about it, and I think they worry about their jobs. And if you look at, Dario has said famously, what 50% of entry-level white-collar jobs will be gone within a few years. You're building humanoid robots.
Yes, he also said, Dario did dig his own grave here regarding Mythos, because he said, Mythos is like super scary, terrifying, and also, by the way, we're going to release it. And then he's like, what do you mean? So I think I think probably in the future we'll choose his words differently.
But what's
because
your
obviously, if you terrify everyone and then say, "Oh, we're releasing this terrifying thing," people will obviously be alarmed about that. You've literally told them to be scared, and then you release the scary thing, and so they will be scared. That is natural.
So I certainly don't want you to alarm people, but I do think there is a really important debate about how quickly and to what degree AIs displace people from jobs, because it is, as you say, if in 10 years there's more intelligence, artificial intelligence than any human intelligence.
Yes.
And if you are, and if you're ahead of everyone, at least in this country, on powering humanoid robots, that's also going to be kind of factory work. So are you closer to Dario, let's say, in your sense of the pace at which jobs are going to be displaced?
I do think it's going to be a bumpy road, because AI will be able to do any job better than any person can do that job. And that will be true very quickly of jobs that are digital, or really anything that involves a person at a computer or on a phone. AI could do all of that. We'll be able to do all of that very soon. For software engineering, we already have a situation where AI is better than at least 90% of humans at writing software. 90% of professional software engineers at writing software. And it really is getting to the point where it'll be better than 99%, and then it'll get to the point where there's just no way to compete. It'll get to what I call stockfish level. So stockfish.
Okay,
So Stockfish is the chess program that Stockfish is so good at chess that it will easily beat Magnus Carlsen or anyone at chess even running on a small computer. I suspect that you could probably run Stockfish on your phone and beat Magnus Carlsen. That's how good it is at chess. And that's how good AI will be at writing software.
And beyond software?
And that applies to everything.
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 But what about for physical jobs, for assembly jobs, you will also need the capability in humanoid robots, which so far isn't there yet, is it?
Right. So that's why I said digital AI and then physically manifested AI in the form of robots, where the robot is more or less an end effector. It would have some amount of local intelligence, but be managed by a large AI model. Um, and I and I've said many times, I think work is going to be optional. So so I think maybe a good comparison would be gardening. Like you don't have to garden. You don't like you don't have to grow vegetables in your garden. You can go to the store, and they're going to be pristine vegetables, or you could grow vegetables in your garden, and they will actually be yeah, less perfect. Your tomatoes are not going to be as plump and juicy as the ones at the store. They'll look a little artisanal. Um, but if you go to a friend's house and they make dinner and it's with vegetables from their garden, it's a nice touch.
So that's what
This
humans
is
do.
what work is going to be like.
And I get that. I mean,
Yeah,
in that world, I would be hopeless because I can't garden to save my life. But I get the idea. People still like playing chess with each other, even though
they do.
every computer's better. But let's just think about the politics of this,
Yeah.
because it sounds you're describing a world where within 10 years, pretty much every job can be done better by an intelligence,
Y-
and
Yes.
you're seeing huge returns to this intelligence. To people like you, you're the wealthiest man in the world. What people who lose their jobs, who are displaced, who may go off and garden, but how are they going to live? And what kind of? I mean, it sounds to
It's
me
going
like
to
you're.
be universal high income.
But how are you going to get there? Let's talk about the politics of
Sure.
this, because right now, if we look at the political pressures in most countries, people are very, very worried about this, very against it. I mean, it seems to me that there's a risk that you're heading more for revolution than for an easy route to this nirvana you're playing out.
I mean, it will be a bumpy road. I'm not suggesting it will be a sort of that everything will be smooth sailing here. Um, so, I mean, there are many jobs that used to exist that don't exist because of computers. I mean, the word computer used to refer to a person doing computations. Like that used to be a job description of a person. And you can see pictures online um, of buildings that have entire skyscrapers just filled with people doing calculations to do things like calculate the interest on your bank balance. Um, this is how things were done
Not
for
so
a long time until computers came around. And even in the beginning, computers were very expensive and hard to use. So the thing that's different here is that the pace of change is radically accelerated. So, but still, some people were upset that their job of calculating bank interest would no longer be available. Um, but now I think you'll be hard pressed to find people who want to do that job. So I think I have a suggestion for, science fiction books people might want to read to get a sense of what the future will be like. And the best envisioning of an AI future that I've read are the books by Ian Banks, the culture books.
I'm just reading Accession. So
Yes.
thanks to you, I've started reading these. But I actually don't find that future a terribly appealing one because I don't think humans have agency in that future.
They have agency
Minimal compared to
in
the
their
minds.
small way.
But the irony, I mean, Ian Banks, as you know, was a socialist. Ian Banks had a
Um,
very different political philosophy.
I'm not sure I would entirely agree with that.
Let's agree that that could be where we end up. I'm concerned
Yeah.
about the road, and we live in democracies, and people are very worried about this. So I guess two questions. Firstly, do you have to have massive redistribution from people like you to the people who are losing their jobs? Do you need to pay more tax? Do you have much higher taxes on capital so that you fund some kind of universal income? Otherwise, what do people live off?
I think the Treasury should just simply issue people checks. Or,
But where's the revenue coming from? I mean, I'm enough of an economist. If you just issue
it doesn't
checks, you're going to
matter.
have inflation.
This is like a lot of what we're trying to think about is these things were relevant in the past, they will not be relevant in the future. So, like inflation is simply the ratio of money to to goods and services. So if the goods and services output increases dramatically, if it increases, 1,000%, you can you can literally print, or these days change the database. It's not really print money. It's you create money in a database, provided the creation of that money is less than the rate at which goods and services increase. You actually have deflation. So I'll make a prediction, which is that deflation will be the issue, not inflation. Because as the output of goods and services increases, if the output of goods and services increases faster than the money supply, you will have deflation.
I'm perfectly willing to believe that. You may
It's
well
just
be
a
right. Yeah,
statement
no,
of
you
fact. I
absolutely,
mean,
you may well be right. But I'm really hung up on how we get from the current polarized, angry, fearful policy we have now to
Yeah.
this nirvana. And I think you can paint a picture where people are so scared by this, they essentially try to stop it. Maybe they
Sure.
can't, but you get nationalized. There's a kind of, far left government. There's exorbitant tax increases. The kind of economy crumbles because people are so worried about a future, which does sound quite scary as you describe it. So how do you
Yes.
handle the politics now?
It's exhilarating and terrifying.
But if you were in the, yeah,
I agree.
exactly.
Honestly, and if you ask me on any given day, in fact, even intraday, I've gone from exhilaration to terror regarding AI.
And
So
this-
I
is it-
want to be
where
clear.
are
I'm
you
not
right
like
now?
I'm not sort of some, I'm not trying to be sort of candide here and just be some, oh, everything's wonderful, some Panglossian view of the world where everything's going to be great, no risk.
I think we agree on that. I guess I'm trying to be more sort of, small bore and practical and think about what can be done now to limit those risks. And you gave a very strong
Yes.
argument for what you and your fellow model makers could do. What should
I think it
governments
probably
do?
would be good for us to coordinate and just highlight issues that we see in each other's models to mitigate
But-
downside risk.
Or what should the government, should you be paying more tax to fund more transfer programs?
Well, first of all, I do pay a lot of tax.
You-
So, in fact, I set a record for the most amount of taxes ever paid by by a human.
That's also because you're the world's richest man.
Well, even before that. So, my guess is that I will pay many trillions in tax, and I'm fine with that. So, yeah, that's just the way it's going to be. But I don't think in a future where money's relevant, I think
Yeah.
taxation also
And-
becomes somewhat irrelevant.
And what about giving people a sense that they have a share in the upside?
Sure.
Giving people shares in SpaceX, and Tesla. Do you think that's and there's a lot of talk about this right now.
Well, one of the reasons I took SpaceX public is so that the public could participate in, they could own a piece of SpaceX. Whereas as a private company, we're very limited in the number of shareholders we're allowed to have before going public. So as a public company, with millions of shareholders, as a private company, we're limited to just a few thousand shareholders. So
Do you think there should be distribution of shares, like the Alaska Wealth Fund is there for, could you imagine a world? And some people talk about the Trump accounts being a kind of vehicle for this, that a share of your equity goes to ordinary Americans.
Right. Well, in the taxes that I pay, I mean, I'll so for my stock options, I pay 40% income tax on a national basis, and then because I spend, I don't know, about 30% of my time in California, thereabouts, I pay another sort of roughly a third of the California state taxes, which are now around 15%. So I pay about 45% in taxes, just so people know this. I don't know. It's quite, so roughly half. Then when I die, there'll be another sort of 45%, roughly half that will be taxed. So at the end of the day, I'll have a quarter of whatever I have. But I think the other thing it gives me is that for some period of time, I would have control of the direction of the companies. So it's not that's pretty much what it gets me until I guess the AI is so smart that it's in charge, and at that point, controlling companies won't really matter.
Well, let's talk about that because I think one of the other things that worries people about the direction we're heading in, and I'm going to caricature it, but people think that the direction of the world is being shaped by a very small number of incredibly powerful people, and
Yeah.
you are right at the top of that list.
So
Not,
what else is? But is this different from from the
I
past?
agree with you. I think it was like that
When
it,
wasn't that the
no,
case?
it was ever thus, but
It was ever thus,
it
exactly.
is as you've described very vividly, it's an
Yeah.
incredibly rapid change. And so let's start with control of your company, which you definitely have now.
For
After the
SpaceX, yeah.
IPO, you have what 80% odd of voting shares, and as
Yeah.
I understand it, you can only be removed by a vote of shares which you yourself control. So tell me if I'm wrong, but I think
Yeah, well,
you can
there's
go
a few companies
crazy.
in that bucket. By the way, the AI companies, like Google's in that bucket. Alphabet is controlled by Larry and Sergey. Um,
But I think yours is more extreme. The
no,
inability
it's the
to
same level. They have voting control of that company. Mark Zuckerberg has control of the Meta, um, and Mark is trying very hard on the AI front, and I think probably will also have a leading AI. I think he released one last week. Um, So I think he'll be one of the, you know, Meta will be one of the AI companies.
But is it sensible for one person to have so much control over a company?
Well, it, I really just need to make sure that I can focus on long term. By long term, I just mean in the like 5 to 10 years. Um, so one of the challenges with being a public company is that it is are the sort of the pressure to have great results every single quarter, but and to not really invest in things that may only pay off in 5 to 10 years. And in the case of SpaceX, I want to extend consciousness beyond Earth, and have a growing civilization on the moon, Mars, and elsewhere in the solar system. The return, I think ultimately this would have a very high return on investment, but in the short term, we'll be spending all this money on a moon base and a Mars base, and then people are like, I'm gonna get all this pressure for like, well, you missed your earnings this quarter because you spent too much on Mars. I'm like, yes. By the way, that was in the S1 prospectus, and it's literally listed as a thing we will do. So we did, but they still get grumpy about these things, because
So
they're like, well, you had whatever, you said your gross margin would be this, and it's actually slightly worse, and now we're going to punish you, and the short sellers all descend upon you, and you get a lot of pressure in
you're
the
going to
public
get a lot of
market.
that. But
Yeah, so I just need some way to sort of, say like, listen, guys, we're going to focus on 5 to 10 year or longer time horizon investments. This will depress our short-term earnings, but if you take a long-term view, and there are investors, we have many investors that do take a long-term view. In fact, I'm a big fan of the retail investors. In fact, I find our retail investors, on balance, they're very insightful, and have very long-term views. Um, but part of this comes, you say, what's the incentive structure? For portfolio managers, it's sort of understandable why they put so much pressure on quarterly earnings, because um, their compensation and and whether they get promoted or not is dependent on how their portfolio does, and they only have a few years to make these decisions, and then they're evaluated based on those decisions over the course of sometimes only a year or less, and so since they're under pressure to have immediate returns, they then put companies under pressure to have immediate returns. So once you understand the incentive structure, the behavior naturally follows.
what about though key man risk? I mean, what
Well, I don't know.
happens? And heaven
I probably
forbid,
have
but
to go
what
to
happens
Warren
if you
Buffett
get
or
run
something
over
for
by the
that,
proverbial bus tomorrow? You know, it is you. You have total control over these companies. Do you have a
Well,
plan for how they would progress without you?
I think they would actually do very well for several years, um, and there's a clear roadmap or space map, I should say, for SpaceX, um, and there's a roadmap actually for Tesla, literally. Um, so I think there's, if you look at Apple after Steve Jobs, Steve Jobs had he had a strategic vision and a bunch of products that he had ideas for, and Apple has done very well. Um, but when you don't have a creative genius like Steve Jobs, you don't what you miss what Apple's missing are the incredible breakthrough products.
Yeah.
So they make amazing phones, great computers, but Apple hasn't come up with a sort of Steve Jobs level breakthrough product.
So by analogy, that's what you bring to all of your
Yeah.
companies. You mentioned Mars. Most people think of you as the man who wants to, create a colony on Mars, so we have multi-planetary civilization.
I've been saying that for such a long time.
You have, but now you seem more focused on AI and what AI will do in the next 10 years. And you sound much more excited about using the moon as a base from which to, pop out orbital AI satellites. Have you shifted your attention away from Mars, or are you as interested in colonizing Mars as you ever were?
I'm interested in the set of actions that propagate consciousness into the future to the maximum degree possible, so that the future-like kind of consciousness is as big as we could, like that. There's an exciting future where we're a spacefaring civilization out there among the stars, and the great things that are envisioned in the non-dystopian sci-fi books and movies become real one day. I sort of want the Star Trek, Star Wars future. Star Wars was the first movie I ever saw in a theater, by the way.
Really?
Yes, probably maybe it had a profound effect on me, I suppose. I remember I was it blew my mind, honestly. I think I was 6 years old, and I was like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Has your life been about making that happen?
Yeah, I didn't think it would be, but when I was young. But my life feels somewhat surreal. I can't believe these things are actually happening.
Oops.
I think the world
It makes
feels
me
somewhat surreal.
believe in simulation theory, where it's like, well, the things I'm doing are so preposterous that it's hard to believe they're real. I mean, we've got Starship, which is the largest, most powerful flying object ever made. And we intend to launch that more than once per hour.
I know, I read that. And we can, people can quibble about how quickly it happens, but I think
Yeah.
based on your track record, we should assume it will happen at some point.
It will happen.
I'm just sort of struck that when I am as blown away by this world as you are, and I watch it from a much more naive level, but for me, the whole evolution of AI and the capabilities of these models is in and of itself so mind-blowing.
It's pretty much happening as I thought it would.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
And not just me. Many people predicted this. I think Ray Kurzweil's predictions have been remarkably accurate.
Yeah, the singularity
Yeah.
approaching. Let's go back more immediately to the here and now. We've talked about concentration of control in your companies. You've made a very good case for why you should have it. You also have, through Starlink, incredible geopolitical power. I mean, I'm one of your customers.
Thank you.
Excellent product.
Great.
But without them, the Ukrainians would have been in serious, serious trouble. And when
Yes, the Ukrainian government has publicly thanked Starlink many times for being instrumental in defending Ukraine.
And you recently decided to prevent the Russians in the occupied territories from having access to Starlink.
Well, no, we do. We were never at any point selling Starlink to Russians.
But they were grabbing it, right? They were using it, and you've now
Yes.
stopped them from doing that.
Well, they essentially got Starlink units that they ordered through Ukraine, and then smuggled them into into eastern Ukraine where the Russians are, and were then using them in some cases for attacks. Now, in order to address this, what we worked with the Ukrainian government to create a whitelist of approved Starlink terminals. Now, this has some downsides because a whole bunch of people who were just innocent users of Starlink and just trying to access the internet for work or for education now don't have Starlink.
These are geopolitical decisions of consequence. How do you feel about having that power? You could determine the outcome of wars. How does that feel? And is it right that you should have that power?
Well, I'm not sure we're determining the ultimate outcome of the, say the war in Ukraine. I think I do hope that there's some sort of peace agreement reached soon because for like 2 or 3 years now, the border has barely moved, and every day there are lots of people dying at the front line, and I think there's a lot of wishful thinking here of people saying, well, Russia should completely withdraw, etc. But this is not realistic. I really think there needs to be some, a peace with that is that. We have to be pragmatic about this. What I think would be terrible is if there's another 3 years of people dying senselessly at the front lines, and you have to say like, well, how do you explain to the children of the men that are dying at the front lines? Russia, on the Russian side too, by the way, they're being conscripted and sent out. I am quite offended by sort of fancy diplomats who have, 7-course dinners in luxurious places while people are dying at the front lines, and who pontificate about how Russia should withdraw, but Russia's not going to withdraw. So there really needs to be an accepted peace along those lines.
And do you think it's your responsibility to play a role in tipping the scales towards what you see as the right way to peace?
I've been advocating peace for a long time. I posted a few years ago that there really needs to be some concession here to Russia. This is not me being pro-Russia. I'm just being pragmatic. Or people will die for years with nothing achieved, and that is exactly what happened.
I don't know. I mean, the Ukrainians are doing pretty well right now at, with their incredible drone capacity hitting inside Russia, and the kind of general consensus is that the balance of the war is shifting. But my point is not so much
Ukraine
about what
is not going to retake those territories. It is not going to happen.
My interest is really on whether you think, given that you have through Starlink, you have an incredible power, whether it's appropriate that you should wield it. That's quite rare, that an individual actor has such power by turning on and off a capability to shape conflict.
Well, is there something you think I should do differently?
I mean, I think you were right to support Ukraine. I think that, as it won't surprise you, I think that the Russian aggression was, for many, many reasons, an appalling aggression. And I think that was an important thing that you did.
Yeah, I mean, I did a very deep dive into the background of that conflict to understand exactly what was going on. I'm reminded of the old adage that there are no angels in war.
It's a similar tone, I think, about domestic politics, where you've played a big role domestically, politically here. You spent a lot of money on Donald Trump's re-election. After the election, you got very actively involved. Through DOGE, you tried to cut a lot of spending, reshape the government. How do you feel that it wasn't hugely successful in the sense that, there wasn't nearly as much spending cut as you tried? How do you, as you look back on that, do you regret getting so involved in politics? Do you think it was a good thing to do?
I think I got a little too involved in politics, got carried away, frankly. The goal with this sort of DOGE stuff was to try to do something about the deficit, which is massive, where the interest payments exceed the amount of money spent on the Department of War. Like, basically, if you add up all the money spent on what is now the Department of War and the and intelligence in the U.S., that is smaller than the interest payments on the debt. so that we need to sort of take a close look at spending, and make sure that money is being spent in sensible ways and that it is not wasted or spent on fraudulent activities. Um, and I got a lot of flack from this for this, obviously. Um, but the people don't understand just how simple it was for the Doge team to approve payments. Um, if we literally we just asked to have the contact information of the recipient, or some evidence that, say, money was going to um, its intended purpose. Um, but over and over that we're told, oh, we need to wire money for some sort of important cause in Africa, and we're like, okay, but the wiring instructions are to Deloitte and Touche in D.C., in Washington D.C., not to Africa. So we would like to send the money to Africa. Can you please connect us with the recipients so we can send them the money directly? And then we get silence.
We don't need to relitigate Doge. I have no doubt that there's a lot of waste in the US government. I think probably
Much worse than anyone could possibly imagine.
But the way, I think it is a fair criticism that the way you shut down a whole bunch of programs probably, in fact, certainly caused unnecessary suffering. I mean,
No.
No?
No.
Okay. You don't
No,
buy that at all?
it caused a lot of complaining.
You're watching my interview with Elon Musk. If you want to get early access to other interviews, subscribe to The Economist by clicking the link above. Now, back to the interview. You don't buy the idea that anybody, to put it really crudely and simply, any kid in Africa died because of the suddenness with which...
Zero.
I just don't think that's right. I just don't think... I've had people
Okay.
reporting in Africa who...
How many NGOs are there that could step in? Because bear in mind, it happened quickly. So and there are literally tens of thousands of NGOs.
Not everyone functions as fast as you do. If funding is cut off for antiretrovirals overnight, and it just stops, then people will die when they don't have access to them, and it just
Only if they cannot get funding for that. But the Gates Foundation has $50 billion. What about that? What about any one of a number of organizations? What about
well, in lots of
Mackenzie
these countries,
Bezos's
USAID...
Mackenzie, whatever her last name is, used to be Bezos, gave $50 billion. What about that?
But let's be practical. In many of these countries, USAID was the biggest funder. But I don't want to have an
USAID
argument
was a political
about this.
organization.
It may also have been that, but it was the biggest funder of healthcare systems. So I'm very
Biggest
sure that there
funder
was
of regime change.
and there may well be benefits from having changed
Also,
the system.
USAID funding was not stopped; it was moved to the State Department.
Stop. There were huge numbers of things shut down in Africa that were
No, there were
health
claims
related.
of this. These claims are false. They're nonsense, and absolute nonsense. But obviously, just for when funding is stopped for fraudulent organizations or for something, do you think they're going to say? Do you think they're going to say, well, please keep funding the fraud? Or do you think they're going to come up with a sad story that sounds sympathetic in order to get the funding restored?
The drip is
Obviously,
real
it
fast.
would be the latter, and that's exactly what they did.
Stuff should take effect
But
within a day or two.
zero died because
Well,
of
that's
Doge.
what I would take issue with.
.0.
Because I think I actually have a lot of sympathy for the change of the aid regime that the U.S. under the Trump administration has precipitated. However,
Yeah.
I think the pace and the suddenness with which it happened will almost certainly have caused unnecessary suffering and deaths. And I think both of those can
No,
be true.
I think that's totally false.
Okay. Well,
And
let's
obviously false because there are the amount of funding we're talking about is far less than what can be done than what can be supported by a private by a foundation like the Gates Foundation or Mackenzie Bezos's foundation. She's given away tens of billions of dollars. The Gates Foundation has tens of billions of dollars.
So-
They are capable of acting very quickly. And if they didn't, I would say they're equally responsible,
I see. Okay.
obviously.
All right. Fair point.
Zero people
I
died
hear,
because of
I
Doge.
hear you loud and clear.
Zero,
Hear you loud and clear.
obviously.
Domestically, you stepped away from Doge. It was hard to do what you were trying to do. You just explained it. But this administration has gone in directions that I suspect you were not expecting. 2.5 years ago. You
Well,
know, the war in Iran.
I'm not going to agree with everything any administration does.
Are you disappointed by this administration?
No, I think this administration, on balance, is excellent. No administration is perfect, but it's vastly better than the alternative.
Can we talk about Europe? A place that you are very, very focused on.
I'm not that focused on Europe.
I think, judging by your posts, you're pretty concerned about Europe. You support.
I mean, once in a while I post something.
It's reasonably frequently. It's not once in a while, but because I'm genuinely interested in this. As someone who lives in Europe, lives in London,
Yeah.
you paint a picture. Well, first of all, you support not just the populist right, but the far right. In fact, very fringe parties in some countries.
No, I support the normal people.
Okay.
What you call the far right, falsely.
You think is the normal person. Okay.
Yes. Literally, you could go back 10 or 15 years, and these policies were completely normal. In fact, one of the
I'm not sure what
tricks that I think
Rupert Lowe
is funny.
projecting is-
One thing that's quite funny is to like take a speech from Obama and Hillary, and then go to someone and say, who's sort of on the sort of what I call the lunatic left, and say, what do you think of the speech by Trump? I'm like, oh wow, he's the worst person ever. Actually, that was a speech by Obama, or actually, that was a speech by Hillary.
I
Literally.
agree. No, I agree that the center of gravity in this country has shifted. Certainly, the Democratic Party shifted to the left. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people like Rupert Lowe.
Not
I'm
fringe
talking
right,
about
please.
people.
It's
on,
actually just normal people. It's just normal people. It's just normal people. And and here are the principles. And tell me which of these sound terrible. That we should have secure borders. That we should have safe cities. That we should have sensible spending. Which of those three are far right
Those
fringe?
three-
And I would like to just admonish you
Dude.
and the media for the absurd characterization of the far right. It is false and misleading and nonsense. Please keep this part in.
We'll keep all of this in. But let
Don't
me
cut this part
let me push back on that. Let me push back on that
because it is
you have
nonsense.
Elon, you have what is it? Close to 250 million followers on X.
Yeah, because I'm
You say things like,
a popular guy.
quote, civil war in Britain is inevitable. Just a
On
question
the current
of when.
trend, yes.
When were you last in the UK?
A few years ago.
Exactly. So I live there. I'm there the whole time. That is nonsense.
You live out a cloistered existence.
No, I don't actually. And the numbers also disprove what you say.
What
It-
numbers?
All the numbers about crime. London is a much safer city than any city in the United States. Violent crime in the UK is not where you think it is. In fact, it's coming down. You have painted, and because you have so many followers, so many Americans believe it, a kind of view that Europe and the UK are kind of, overrun with terrifying Muslim immigrants. There's rape on every corner. There's a sort of civilizational destruction.
said any of those
It's
things.
just not. Well, you said civil war in Britain is inevitable, and
Yes,
then
if current trends continue, it is.
why?
Well, if you have a large and rapidly growing group of people whose beliefs are antithetical to Western beliefs, at some point there will be a reckoning. They will try to implement their views, and those who oppose it will oppose it, and that's what you call civil war. And obviously, this is the trend. And you absolutely do live in a cloistered existence. And if you'd like, we can go on a tour of Britain,
Sure.
And we can
I'd
go
be
on a
very
walking
happy
tour.
to come on a tour of Britain.
and you'll see
You
for
come
yourself.
see my country that I live in all the time, and you haven't been
Yes,
to a few
I've
years
been
ago.
there literally 100 times.
But when was the last time?
Literally a few years ago.
You know why this exercises me? Because you have really shaped opinion about the UK, and so many Americans I come across, and I have conversations with, and and I just had one the other day, along the order of, oh, London's such a dangerous place. How can you know? There are sort of grooming gangs everywhere. There's violence everywhere. This is a picture that people get from things that you post or that are posted on X. And for example, you're posting for, what was it, 48 hours of Citizen Vigilante. That film, which
Yes.
paints a dystopian. I've watched it.
Yes.
It was not fun. I watched it yesterday. It's not a very good movie, but it also paints a dystopian picture of Europe, and it glorifies vigilante violence. It glorifies the murdering of a Muslim immigrant family. I honestly think that it is irresponsible for you to put that up on X.
I think that it's a movie, and it's worth watching.
you're clearly suggesting Europe is dystopian place, and
Yes, I mean, why aren't you uh, doing more to fight censorship in Europe? Why aren't you?
I
Seem to be doing nothing to
that's
fight
not true.
censorship in
That's not
Europe.
true. I think that
They put
there
people
are issues
in
with free
prison in the
speech
UK for social media posts. Do you think that's appropriate?
no, and we've written editorials against it. But I
Okay,
don't
great.
think.
Then
And my
that's
point
the
is
sort
that
of
the
thing
UK,
that I think is bad.
and I think if you, and I agree with you, but I don't think you have to glorify vigilante violence and kind of, you know, post the things that you are doing and paint an entirely inaccurate picture of Europe that you
I don't think it is.
We should do a tour of the UK,
Yes, and one
and
of
because
Brussels
the
too.
UK has actually been very good at integrating immigrants. The UK is very effective at doing that. There are problems. I'm the first to admit that there are problems.
Yes, there
You
are
know,
major problems.
There are problems, but it is not. It really is not what you are describing to or suggesting to your 240 million followers.
I think it
and I
is.
think there's a problem.
No, I think I'm spot on.
We'll have
And that's
to.
why you have freedom of speech, or at least
Well,
you
freedom of
don't
speech
anymore
allows
in the
people to say
UK.
things that are wrong, but your point is not that you're not just saying I have every right to say what I want. You're saying, you know, I am right about Europe, and I really don't think you are.
I think I am.
I think you will find that most people in Europe, or many people in Europe, don't think you're right about it. But let's come to that.
Yes,
But
because the media keeps ignoring reality,
I don't think that's true. I don't know. I really,
and
I
they're programmed
really.
by the TV and conventional media.
And why are you? This is, I guess, even to me, sort of the bigger picture question. Why do you focus on this? Why are you interested in it? Because on the one hand, we started this conversation, and you described to me this extraordinarily transformative, amazing, sort of, yeah, civilizational changing stuff that's happening in the next 10 years.
Yes.
And yet you're also, you know, an ongoing participant in the worst kind of tribalism, you know, cesspit of social media. Like, how does that fit? Are you, you know, on the one, they're two very different views of the world.
Yeah, I don't think they're inconsistent.
But why do you do the latter one, the tribalism? I mean, people say that you're a racist. People say that you're, you know, there's all kinds of things said about you, which I'm sure you would disagree with. But I just don't understand, what is the motivation for doing
Yes,
that?
I
Are
mean,
you
my
fomenting
partner is she's half Indian, and and I have 4 children with her. You know, one of them was named after a famous Indian physicist. So I would say I'm not racist, and also you know, if you look at the people that are employed at my companies, you know, we have senior executives of all races. There's I don't think there's any racism there.
Are you anti-Muslim?
I am. I'm against having if people are coming to a country with antithetical views. I am against that. I'm against that. You know, I'm against. I'm against rape and murder. I'm against the imposition of rules and laws that are contrary to what we've come to accept in the West. And I think it's a crying shame that the sort of traditional media, like you, don't recognize this.
First of all, I think that you hugely exaggerate the challenges that Europe faces. Secondly, in areas I completely agree with you. I think that, you know, the constraints on freedom of speech in the UK in certain areas are problematic. What
Yeah,
worries
put
me
people in
is that the
prison for
people
longer
you are
terms.
supporting are really quite vile people in some areas. Like some members of the AFD, Alice Weidel, whom I've met, is a perfectly thoughtful person, but in her party are some real neo-Nazis, are some really, really awful people. And your blanket support of this kind of party with 240 million followers means that you have a power in Europe that I think perhaps you don't realize the scale of impact you have. But you can.
Well, good. I hope I am having a big
But
impact.
why? Why should you? Why should you be able to shape European politics? You don't even live there.
I think of it as the sort of the West collectively.
But do you see why this makes people think that this man who has all this power, he's the world's richest man, he thinks he has a right to influence our politics? It makes people, it's why, we started this conversation saying superlatives, it's why people loathe you. I mean, some people do loathe you.
Yes, some people do.
But
I
do you
don't care.
understand why? Do you think what you're doing
Well,
is helpful for Western
May- may-
democracy?
maybe some people do loathe me. And that's probably true. I don't care. Um, the but the fact that, as you pointed out, 250 million people follow me is that I think a lot more people actually like me than don't, and I think a lot more people hate you and the media more than you realize. Do you realize the media is despised? Do you realize that journalists, how the view of journalists is is, uh, is like it's like a favorable view of journalists is like
Yeah,
15%.
I do know that. In the United
Which means
States,
that
that-
so the shoe is on the other foot. They hate you. They hate you far more than they hate me.
I think there is certainly a loss of trust in journalism. I think in part there have been mistakes by journalists and journalism. I totally acknowledge that. But I also think that the kind of polarized environment, particularly on social media, fostered by the kinds of things you are pushing on X, actually helps this, makes it worse.
I don't think so. I think you're the problem, the media. And speaking of loathing, you're loathed far more than I am, and you don't seem to even realize that.
I think very few people know who I am relative to you, so I don't think I play in the same game.
The media collectively. So, I mean, you're hated. Do you even know that? You probably don't.
I like to think that I'm aware of my own personal shortcomings and the Economist's shortcomings and our worldview shortcomings.
Yeah.
But what we stand for, as you know, is liberal values, traditional, classical liberal values, where we worry about concentrations of power, and we believe in the individual and the dignity of the individual, and individual freedom.
Right.
And
I agree with that.
firmly believe that. And I have long thought that you were a classical liberal. But when I read what
That's where
you
classical liberal
post,
is.
classical liberal, J.S. Mill, limited government, individual freedom.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But when I read what you post on your feed, I sometimes wonder whether you really do believe in that.
I literally said, look, I believe in safe cities, secure borders, and sensible spending with respect to government.
Does the
That
US,
doesn't make me right-wing at all, in the least.
Does the US or do European countries score better on those?
The U.S. is better.
No.
Yes.
Safe cities, much more dangerous in the US, in the UK. Sensible spending, bigger deficit here, out of control, you failed to reduce it. Secure borders, now under the Trump administration, I agree with you, before not. But on 2 out of 3, unequivocally, Europe is in a better place. Yet you seem to paint a picture of Europe being a hellhole.
I don't think Europe's a hellhole.
Okay, we can agree on something.
When did I ever say that?
Well, the picture you paint of
No,
Europe on X
you're
is
making up things.
No, I'm not.
You're
You,
just
you
literally
say
making it
you
up.
say civil war in Britain is inevitable, and then you basically proselytize for this citizen vigilante film, which really does paint Europe as a hellhole. It just starts with ominous music, and it says Europe.
Well, there was out of control rape and murder.
It's more dangerous in this country than it is in Europe.
Where there is danger in this country is because we fail to incarcerate repeat violent offenders. And that's, the classic sort of Soros DA or judges that fail to incarcerate repeat violent offenders. And if somebody gets arrested 50 times, literally, for violent crimes, and eventually they're going to kill somebody. So you either incarcerate them or people will die.
I think the prevalence of guns has quite a lot to do with it too. I mean, this is a much more dangerous country. Murder rates are much higher, in large part because there are so many guns.
Well, let me give you an interesting number. There are more people that die in Europe from heat deaths than people that die from gun deaths in America. Why aren't you writing an article about air conditioning?
Well, we've done several on air conditioning, and we had on our cover last week a whole long piece about you know, why
Pro
they
air
want to.
conditioning?
Yeah, we're very pro air conditioning.
Okay, good. Well, good.
Very pro.
Good for
You
you.
should read us. Absolutely.
So,
I'm,
credit where it's
I
due.
think
Credit's where it's due.
I think you have a view of The Economist that is not entirely accurate. So I will. You come look at England, start reading The Economist, and I will, you know, stand corrected on my criticism of you in this area.
There are many parts of Britain and Europe which are not safe. You can't just walk around.
But there are far more in this country. Far more.
No, I don't think so.
All right, let's go and get my fact checkers to check that.
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
Let's move on
Yeah.
from this because I think I've got a sense of why you're doing what you're doing.
The point is not that the question is not is America perfect. The question is does Europe have a serious and growing problem?
The question
Absolutely,
is
it has a
which
serious
is
and
more
growing
dangerous.
problem.
That's where we started this.
Europe has a serious and growing problem. I'm not going to say that the United States has no problems. Of course it does. But you know, we should all try to address these issues.
We can agree on that. We should all try to address the problems. My point was simply that I think you exaggerate the scale of Europe's problem and that
I think people are asleep at the switch and do not realize the magnitude of the issue.
I also think that your interventions, however well-intentioned they may be, risk making Europe's problem a lot worse.
How?
Because you are putting your support behind people who are proto-authoritarians, who are not trying simply to, you know, make sure there is better integration of Muslims or to secure the borders, but who have very clear fascist tendencies, and you will
I
cause
think you're just
huge
completely
divisions
making things
within
up.
Europe.
I think what you're saying is total fiction, and really, I'm simply saying that that Europe has to have secure borders,
On that we
and
agree
should
on.
not
If
let
that's-
in vast numbers of people with views that are antithetical to the accepted views in Europe, and where there will not be some level of safe cultural integration. This is simply common sense.
If all you are saying is Europe should have secure borders, I completely agree with you. Then I have misunderstood what your interventions have been on social media, because that is not what the view I have, well, not what I would conclude having seen what the people you are supporting and the things you're doing. But if that's your goal, I share your goal that Europe should have secure borders. I
Yes.
think that's perfectly agreeable. That gets me to a question.
And let me explain what the fundamental forcing function here is for why the borders are not secure, which is when you have a welfare state that provides substantial benefits to anyone who comes there, you create a very powerful economic forcing function for anyone who is below that standard of living to come to Europe. It is an obvious, powerful driving force, and people will come there if their standard of living is, from what they get in Europe, is above where they are elsewhere in the world. It's very basic.
I completely agree with that.
Yes,
I don't
it's a
disagree
very
with that.
basic incentive structure.
I think economic conditions, economic influences determine a lot of migration. I think asylum is a separate issue, but I think you're absolutely right. There are pressures for migration. However, there are other things that you haven't focused on, which is migration brings a lot of benefits, and it also particularly does so in a continent like Europe, which is a rapidly aging continent. So we can agree that completely uncontrolled borders are a bad idea. But I think Europe benefits from having immigration, controlled immigration. It brings.
Yes, I'm in favor of immigration. Obviously, I'd be hypocritical if I wasn't, since I'm an immigrant to the United States. I'm in favor of immigration if the person immigrating is going to be a productive member of society, if they're going to be honest, and if they're not going to mistreat people in that country they're going to.
I can agree on all of those.
Yes.
But I think that Europe does better on that than you give it credit for. That's, I think, where we disagree. But let's move on. Tell me, what do you think people get most wrong about you?
Well, I mean, you just got a whole bunch of things wrong about me. Pretty much everything in the last, just rewind the last 20 minutes, still wrong.
So I got wrong your.
Well, let's not be repetitive here.
Okay. So that political side of you people get most wrong.
Yeah, my political views are very are centrist. They're not far right. and frankly, calling it far right, I think, is an insult uh, to history, an insult to many peoples, and it is an outrageous falsehood. Um, it's completely absurd. I literally have stated my position, which is that, and I've been very clear about this, which is that there need to be secure borders. That if there's an influx of immigrants, they need to be people who will agree that with Western ideals, with Western values, and if they don't, and if there's a long-term growth of people who do not, or in some cases are adamantly opposed to Western values, you are setting yourself up for civil war. This is obvious. A child can see this. But this is not a right-wing view. I'm simply stating reality.
Well, I think we can both agree that evidence will be able to decide which of us is more or
Yes.
less right. And we will find evidence for both of our views in different parts of Europe. The question
Yes.
is what the overall
I'm very
does.
good at predicting the future. I'm not perfect, but I'm very good at predicting the future. My batting average is very high for a human. But this does have somewhat of a Cassandra effect, where people don't believe that what I'm saying is likely to be true, because I can see into the future with a higher not perfectly, but with a higher probability of success than most people. So, and including things that people believe to be, in some cases, counterintuitive. And again, I'm not saying I'm always right. I certainly am not. But my batting average is very good. But this does have, like I said, a Cassandra effect where people don't realize that what I'm saying will come to pass. Maybe not exactly in the timing that I thought, but it will come to pass. And yeah, history will write the verdict. But I think you will see that very little of what I've said is inaccurate, and a supermajority of what I've said is very accurate and will come to pass, unless there's some change in direction.
Do you have higher confidence level in your expectations of the future for AI, the first part of our conversation, or the latter part, the political part?
AI is digital superintelligence. It's called the singularity, like a black hole, because you don't know what's going to happen after that. And it sort of sucks in everything. So I think really, in terms of the really big macro effects here, AI and robots will really dominate everything. So on a time scale that is less than 10 years.
Which probably renders this other stuff that we've been talking about less important and less relevant.
The AI robotics revolution will happen sooner. It'll happen sooner than civil war in Britain. I would say civil war in Britain is probably 20 years away, and the AI robot singularity is 10 years away.
Well, hopefully these benign, all-powerful AIs will prevent such outcomes.
They probably will.
Elon, I don't agree with everything you say, but it's always absolutely fascinating to talk to you. Thank you very much indeed.
No, you're welcome. I'm not boring.
You're definitely not boring.
Hey, thanks so much for watching. We have so many more programs, so don't forget to subscribe.
Today, I'm going to share 3 stories that are about people who have a lot of experience in a particular area. But their expertise, and really their confidence surrounding their expertise, is actually exactly the thing that causes them to make a disastrous mistake. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload 2, 3, even 4 times every week. So, if that's of interest to you, the next time you're at the Like Button's house, sneak into their kitchen and steal all of their forks. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories. One evening in November of 1972, a 68-year-old man named Demetrius Machura hurried around his small room at a boarding house in Stoke-on-Trent, England, pouring salt all over the floor. And as he did this, he looked out the window and saw the fading daylight and knew he had to hurry. However, running around like this was really taxing, especially on his lungs, because for decades he had worked in this very dusty pottery factory, and it had really taken a toll on him, so moving faster was really hard to do. But he really needed to push through the pain and the discomfort and finish what he was doing before it got dark out. Because when it got dark out, that's when the vampires came out. So Demetrius had immigrated from Poland about 25 years earlier. And in his home country, vampires were not just, lore, but actually they were a huge part of the culture and were often spoken about as being very real dangers that people should be scared of. And recently, Demetrius, despite now living in England, of course, he had begun hearing about a lot of vampire sightings here. A few years ago, he started noticing these news reports about a vampire that was living in London's Highgate Cemetery. And also, around the same time he began seeing those reports, he also learned about these 2 girls who had been attacked by a vampire in the English countryside. And Demetrius, he just could not believe how people were just not that panicked about this. I mean, Demetrius was terrified. He had grown up being scared of vampires, that obviously, played a role in his reaction to these sightings now in England. But still, he's thinking, why aren't more people scared about this? But even more than that, when Demetrius would actually talk about, these vampire concerns that he had with people in England, he found most people thought it was fake. That they thought that, these news reports and, all that stuff, it was just made up. It was fake. And then they would kind of look at Demetrius as sort of like an idiot for thinking that was real. Like, come on, vampires aren't real. But to Demetrius, he just felt like, you know what? Those people who don't believe in this very real threat that obviously is getting worse here, those people, they're the idiots, not him. And so Demetrius, instead of, trying to defend his position or try to convince anyone to believe what he believed, he decided to just do what he had to do to protect himself. And he knew exactly what to do. So Demetrius, he had a whole routine of things he would do to protect himself from vampires when he was living in Poland, and mostly he had abandoned that routine when he came to England. But now, since these sightings, he had brought back that routine, and it was very extensive. He had added on to it, made it more elaborate, but it was something he now did every single night, because vampires only come out at night, and so that's when you need protection. So before Demetrius climbed in bed at night, he would pour salt all around the room, and he would also scatter fresh garlic cloves everywhere, since those were both very toxic to vampires. And then after that, he would go up to each of the crosses that he had on his wall to make sure they were properly secured, because crosses are known deterrents to vampires. And then typically, after checking all the crucifixes, he would go around and maybe do a little more salt, a few more garlic cloves, and then once everything was in place and secure, he would climb into bed. And the moment his head hit the pillow, he would feel his heart rate finally start to settle down, because he knew that, at least for this night, he would be safe. And so in November of 1972, Demetrius just continued every night doing his vampire protection procedure. And even though some people thought this was very strange and very paranoid of him because, vampires aren't real, right? Well, it wasn't hurting anyone. Demetrius felt better when he did it. It was just sort of his own thing, and so he just continued to do it, and it didn't cause any problems. Until November 24th of that year. So on that day, just before 10 p.m., Police Constable John Pye of the Stoke-on-Trent Police Department, he walked up to the entrance of Demetrius's boarding house. He was here to do a wellness check because the landlady of this place had called the station to tell them that she hadn't seen one of her tenants, Demetrius Machura, in about a week and was starting to worry about him. So now Pye knocked on the front door, and a few seconds later, this older woman swung it open and she introduced herself as the landlady, and then she let Pye inside and led him down a hallway and stopped in front of Demetrius's door. And so Pye knocked and he called out to Demetrius, announcing that he was the police and he was just here to make sure he was okay. But there was no sound coming from inside the room. And then when Pye reached down and tried the handle, he found it was locked. And so after knocking a few more times and calling out and still not hearing anything from inside, Pye told the landlady to go ahead and step back because he was going to knock this door down. So Pye, he leaned back and then rammed his shoulder against the door, and actually it swung open really quickly, and immediately Pye and the landlady were hit with this really strong smell of garlic that was coming out of the very dark room in front of them. And so Pye immediately yells into the room for Demetrius, but there's no response. And so Pye, he reaches in and tries to find a light switch, and he does, and he flips it on, but it wasn't working for some reason. So Pye, he pulled out his flashlight off his belt, he clicked it on, and then he walked into the room. And right away, Pye felt like this small, dark room was the most bizarre, creepy space he had ever been inside of. There was what appeared to be salt all over the floor. And there were also cloves of garlic, like everywhere, not just on the ground, but also up on windowsills. And then at some point, Pye swept his flashlight from the wall over to the bed in the back of this room. It's basically like a one-bedroom apartment. And he sees the bed, and he sees there was a definitive human-sized lump under the sheets. And so right away, he had a good sense of what it was. And so Pye, he walked across the floor, stepping on garlic and salt as he went. And when he reached the bed, he pulled back the sheets, and under the sheets was the very obviously dead body of Demetrius Machura. Pye heard the sound of the landlady who had followed him inside by this point. She gasped because she's seeing, what's inside of her boarding house here. And at this point, even though Pye was very sure Demetrius was dead, just to be sure, he reached down and he felt for a pulse, but there was none. And also Demetrius's skin was very cold and very pale. However, despite how very obviously deceased Demetrius was, Pye looked around and couldn't really make sense of exactly how he had died. I mean, there was no denying that he was in a very strange location, but he couldn't really picture how the salt and the garlic and the crosses could have had anything to do with his death. Maybe it was just the insanity of a dying man who crawled into bed and he died in here or something, but it was like, there's no visible wounds, there's no blood anywhere, there's nothing. It's just this weird, creepy room this guy's in, and he's just dead under the sheets. It was just bizarre. But there was one thing about Demetrius that in Pye's mind was pretty disturbing. I mean, even more so than what he was already seeing. And that was that Demetrius, he had died with this terrified looking expression on his face. Like his mouth was wide open, like it was frozen as if he'd been screaming as he took his final breath, which made Demetrius wonder if maybe when he died, his death had been quite painful or just terrifying. Like maybe Demetrius had seen something, like as he died. Was he scared of something as he was dying that caused his face to sort of freeze in this expression? However, that made Pye think that maybe this was a homicide. That the victim, Demetrius, was scared of the attacker, and that's why he looked the way he did. The attacker is attacking him, and he's reacting. But Pye's looking at the body thinking, I don't think this was a homicide, because there's just no injury anywhere. So what would the attacker have done? Like, how could they have forcibly killed Demetrius without leaving any marks anywhere? Now, Pye knew he was not going to get any real answers here without an autopsy, But while he was here, he could at least do a search of the room and also canvass the neighbors, starting with the landlady. So he turned to the visibly shocked landlady and asked her, like, hey, what's the deal with all the salt and the crosses and the garlic? Like, what's that about? And surprisingly, she shrugged it off, like, it was just no big deal. It's just what Demetrius did. And when Pi was like, what do you mean? She explained that Demetrius had a really serious phobia of vampires. And these were measures he took to protect himself from vampires. For a second, Pi was staring back at her, like he couldn't believe what he was being told. But then he was also thinking, like, all right, I'm looking around the room. This is already totally weird. So actually, in a way, that sort of tracks. However, Pi wasn't sure if Demetrius's apparent delusion around vampires really had anything to do with Demetrius's death or not, or if this is just a quirk of the case that this man died, however he died, and also was scared of vampires. He didn't know. But for now, Pi was just incredibly curious and absolutely determined to get answers. A little over a month later, Police Constable Pi was sitting at his desk in police headquarters reading a library book about vampires. So Demetrius's case was actually on pause while Pi waited for the autopsy results. But even though he really couldn't do much until those results came in, Pi himself just couldn't stop thinking about Demetrius's creepy room and all his vampire stuff. And so, on his own, Pi had become a little bit obsessed. Now, there was a possibility that Demetrius had simply died from some illness in his sleep. Pi had learned that Demetrius had actually been sick a lot before he died, and that he'd worked in a pottery factory that really affected his lungs. So, Pi knew that it was entirely possible that Demetrius had some form of potter's rot, which was a lung disease that a lot of pottery workers got from the bad air in the factory. But potter's rot was like this slow-moving, sort of compounding sickness. It was very progressive, but over a long period of time. And Demetrius apparently had died suddenly. And Pi had spoken to all of Demetrius's neighbors, and they all said, in the time leading up to his death, he wasn't showing any obvious sign of getting sick, or getting sicker, I should say. Like, there was no progression happening. He seemed normal and then was just dead. So that sort of confirmed that potter's rot seemed unlikely. Additionally, when Pi spoke to the neighbors, they also communicated that it didn't seem like Demetrius had any obvious enemies. So the idea that there had been some kind of invisible foul play, like poisoning, also didn't really make sense. And so, without any other theories to work on, and without the autopsy results yet, Pi had been doing a lot of research on vampires. Now, he was certainly not about to consider that a vampire had killed Demetrius, but the scene of Demetrius's death was just so weird that Pi couldn't get past the feeling that somehow vampires must have had something to do with his death. So far, though, his research really hadn't helped clear that up. But just then, Pi's phone rang, and when he answered it, his heart began to race because it was the coroner. And the coroner said the autopsy was done. And the coroner told Pi that he was never going to believe what that autopsy had discovered. It would turn out Pi had been right. Vampires had everything to do with this death. On the night that Demetrius died, he had done all the things he usually did to keep himself safe before he climbed in bed. But unlike the other nights when he had done this procedure, this night, his routine had not worked. So Demetrius, along with spreading salt all over his room, also put garlic cloves everywhere, since that was one of the most famous ways to ward off vampires, and so he did it every single night. In one of the places, in addition to the floor and the windowsills that Demetrius would put these cloves at night, one of those places was his own mouth. And he'd become really good at keeping that garlic clove under his tongue while he was asleep. But on that night in November, something went wrong. While he slept, the clove slipped out from under his tongue, went down his throat, and got stuck. And during the autopsy, the coroner literally found the clove still stuck there. And so it was determined that he had died from choking on it. So, while garlic cloves may have played a role in protecting Demetrius from vampires, unfortunately, it was literally the clove itself that killed him. One fall afternoon in the late 9th century, a Viking leader named Sigurd Eysteinsson rode his horse across this large field in northeastern Scotland. Riding on either side of him were 2 of his commanders, and behind the 3 of them was Sigurd's entire army. This field they were traveling across was about to become a battlefield, and Sigurd and his commanders were riding out to meet the leader of the opposing army who would be taking part in this battle, a horrible buck-toothed man named Mile Brigta. And Mile was actually already in place at the meeting spot, right in the middle of this battlefield. And he was on his horse, and he was flanked on either side by 2 commanders as well. And then, well behind him was his sea of warriors that would be taking part in this battle. So Mile, he ruled a kingdom called Murray, which was a large area in the north of Scotland. And Sigurd wanted to conquer it. And so today, Sigurd and Mile were meeting in the middle of this really potential battlefield with their respective armies waiting in the wings, behind them. And the idea is they would try to negotiate. Effectively, Sigurd would, basically tell Mile, give me some percentage of your land and we won't, raid your area and try to conquer you. And it was sort of on Mile to determine if that was a worthy thing or not, or if it was better to just stand your ground and fight. Sigurd was not worried, because he knew that ultimately he was going to win that fight. Not only did Sigurd's Viking army vastly outnumber the Murray, but Sigurd himself was just far more accomplished on the battlefield than Mile. Sigurd was actually known as Sigurd the Mighty, and he was this famous, fearsome warrior who'd spent the last 2 decades ruthlessly conquering parts of Scotland for his king back in Norway. Mile, on the other hand, was not really feared or respected like that, certainly not by Sigurd. Mile was really known just to be sort of impulsive and kind of untrustworthy, and also definitely kind of dumb. And now, as Sigurd and his commanders arrived in the middle of the field, right in front of Mile and his 2 commanders, and they brought their horses to a halt, Sigurd could now see with his own 2 eyes another thing about Mile that he actually was known for, he was famous for, and that was his 2 giant front teeth that stuck out way over his bottom lip, and actually had earned him a nickname of sorts, which was Mile the Bucktoothed. And so not long after Sigurd arrived, Sigurd and Mile and the other commanders began their negotiation. But Sigurd quickly realized that Mile was not there to make concessions in order to, find a path to peace. He was actually trying to make demands of the Vikings. Like, he was there telling the Vikings what to do, which is just, in Sigurd's mind, totally ridiculous. I mean, you're outnumbered, you're outclassed, like, what are you doing? In fact, Sigurd, couldn't believe what was even happening. I mean, as far as he was concerned, Mile was just a nobody, and his demands in some ways were just disrespectful, not real demands. If Mile was smart, he would be begging for mercy here, but obviously he was not smart. And so Sigurd quickly realized that what would have to happen here is he and his Vikings would have to just slaughter his army and seize his lands. And so at some point, while Mile was literally mid-sentence, making whatever demand he was making, Sigurd turned to his 2 commanders and just gave the signal that they were not doing this. They were going to have to fight here. And so Sigurd just grabbed the horse's reins, turned around, and he and his commanders galloped back to his army. And as soon as they got there, Sigurd told his men that they were going to have to massacre all the Murray. But they needed to save Mile the Bucktoothed for him. Hours later, Sigurd was still on his horse, but this time he was leading what remained of his victorious Viking army down this dirt road away from the battlefield and back towards their camp. Sigurd, like basically all of his men, was totally exhausted, but he was also full of adrenaline because the battle was over and it had gone exactly the way he knew it would. His soldiers had completely destroyed Mile and his army, and he, Sigurd, had personally killed Mile. And so now, as Sigurd rode along here, he looked down at Mile's severed head, which he himself had removed from his adversary's body, and then he had attached the head to his saddle. He looked down at the head, and the head's dangling near his legs, and Mile's eyes are wide open and looking vacantly up at Sigurd, and his mouth was wide open as well, which only sort of made his front teeth look even bigger and hang out even more. And as Sigurd gazed down at this head, he couldn't help but smile as a wave of just pure satisfaction washed over him. During their pre-battle negotiations, Mile had just been unbearably annoying and sort of offensive. And so Sigurd was thrilled he'd gotten the best of him and now had his head dangling right near his legs. Like, that is just perfect for Sigurd. And now that Mile the Bucktoothed was dead, Sigurd was one step closer to conquering all of Scotland. So he gave out this loud, triumphant war cry, and his men answered him with cheers. Then Sigurd spurred his horse into a full gallop. However, just a few days later, everything had changed for Sigurd. By this point, Sigurd was now laying under a wool blanket in this stone shack in one of his Scottish settlements, and he was screaming in pain because over the last couple of days, he'd gotten incredibly sick. And now he was delirious, and he had such a bad fever that he was both covered in sweat and also shivering nonstop. And then at some point, the doctor who had been taking care of Sigurd came into the shack to check on him, and after looking him over, the doctor just shook his head and told Sigurd that he had done all he could, but this sickness, whatever it was going to kill him. And Sigurd, when he heard this, he felt nothing but rage. Not because he was dying, but because he knew that he'd actually been very wrong. He had not gotten the best of Mile the Bucktoothed. Mile the Bucktoothed had clearly gotten the best of him. So it would turn out, after the big battle, after, Sigurd had won so triumphantly, as he was riding along, carrying along with him the head of his adversary, Mile's severed head, well, as he began galloping faster and faster, and he's cheering for his men, they're so triumphant, and everyone's cheering along, as he's going faster and faster, the head, the severed head, began bouncing, because of the movement. And remember, Miles got those big 2 front teeth. He's got a nickname, Mile the Bucktoothed, for a reason. Well, those teeth, as the head jostled around, began puncturing Sigurd's thigh. And he didn't notice it because he was so jacked up on adrenaline. He's galloping off, he's looking down, he sees blood all over his legs, and he's thinking it's got to be Miles' blood from the fact that his head's been cut off. But no, it was actually Sigurd's blood from the punctures from Miles' buck teeth. And so in the end, even though Sigurd did, successfully kill Mile, he won the battle, well, it would turn out that Mile wasn't done with Sigurd, because Mile ultimately caused Sigurd's death because those punctures got horribly infected. There was no antibiotics to cure the infection, and ultimately Sigurd died. Around 2 p.m. on July 11, 1978, a man named Francisco Imbernon Vilena drove down a highway a few miles outside of the coastal town of La Rapita, Spain. Earlier, Francisco had left the warehouse where he worked, and he was now driving back toward the city where he lived. And so far, this drive had been very uncomfortable and sweaty since it was really hot out today, and he didn't have air conditioning. And also, he was just very annoyed. Because before he had left the warehouse, he'd gotten into a disagreement with another employee. So Francisco was in his 50s, and he had been doing his job for years. And while for sure he was a bit of a curmudgeon about certain things, he was also really experienced and self-sufficient. But for some reason, this other younger guy, this coworker of his, who worked in a completely different department, had felt the need to micromanage him and start telling Francisco how to do his job. And he'd even had the audacity to tell Francisco that if he didn't listen to him, listen to this criticism and change your behavior, if you don't do that, you're gonna regret it. Needless to say, Francisco did not appreciate being told how to do his job, especially by some young idiot here. And so in the moment, during their confrontation, Francisco had simply ignored the other employee and kept doing his work. But in reality, the whole thing had really bothered him. And even now, as he drove down the highway, it was all he was thinking about. He was just totally stewing over what this guy told him. Up ahead, Francisco noticed a sign that said a few toll booths were coming up. And now Francisco felt a whole new wave of irritation about these stupid tolls. He thought they were a complete ripoff. And so he made a point to never pay them if he could help it. And luckily for Francisco, on this particular route, he did know a way around these tolls. It was a back route that did take a bit longer, but it saved him money. Plus, it ran right by the ocean, so it was very scenic. And so at the next exit, he pulled off the highway and began taking this long cut. About half an hour later, around 2:30 p.m., Francisco drove down a narrow road that ran right along the ocean. And as he did this, Francisco, if this was even possible by this point, felt even more annoyed. He had been hoping by the time he got down here that there would be some kind of sea breeze to cool him down, because there was no AC in the truck. But it was somehow, despite being near the ocean here, it was somehow even hotter than when he had been out on the highway. Just up ahead, there was this very popular campground called Los Alfaques. It was this expansive field right next to the beach that was full of camper vans and tents, and there were also a few businesses like restaurants and a general store that served the grounds. And Francisco saw that this afternoon, the area was absolutely packed. There were hundreds of people just hanging around their campsites and swimming in the ocean. And as Francisco drove past, all he began to think is how great it would be if he could just pull over for a second and take a plunge in the water himself and actually cool off. And so he was letting his mind wander, sort of wishing this ride was less miserable than it had been so far, when an odd sound caught his attention. It was like this metallic groaning sound. And at first, he couldn't even place it. Like, he had no idea what it was, and pretty quickly the sound went away. So he just continued driving along, and then he heard it again. Except this time it was much louder. And this time, Francisco did know what it was, but it was already too late. Just seconds later, people in towns miles away from the campground where Francisco was passing by heard this deafening boom. And from all directions, everyone turned towards Los Alfaques just in time to see this enormous fireball rise into the air like a huge mushroom cloud. It looked like a bomb had literally gone off. But before anybody could make sense of this, there was another explosion, and then another and another. It was like this rapid-fire chain of blasts that boomed over the campground one after another for several minutes. And then finally, when it all went quiet, it was just like flames and smoke and ash just soaring into the sky over this campground and the beach. Within minutes, emergency response units from towns all outside of Los Alfaques descended on the campground to try to figure out what happened and to see if anyone was still alive. But when they actually got there and saw the devastation, like, they couldn't believe it. The scale was almost incomprehensible. There were all these blackened, charred bodies scattered everywhere. They were all contorted from the heat, and some were even still sitting in the remains of camp chairs, like they had been instantly cooked in place when the explosions first began. Now, that was horrifying enough, what they saw up on the field. But what first responders saw down on the beach was even worse, because along the shoreline were bodies of people who had been in the water when whatever happened happened, and they had clearly been boiled alive. The destruction at this entire site was so complete, so total, that first responders really couldn't even begin to guess what had happened, beyond obviously some kind of explosion. That task of deciphering what happened would take investigators several days. And what they would discover was that it all came back to that fight that Francisco in Bernonvillena had had with the younger employee before he left the warehouse. So on the day of this catastrophe, it was true that Francisco was on his way back home from the warehouse. He had left work and he was going home. But he wasn't driving a regular truck. It was not a personal truck. And also, he had one stop to make before he could actually go home for good. Francisco was a long-haul truck driver, and he was driving this specialized truck to transport some specialized cargo to its final destination. That cargo was pressurized liquid gas, which is highly flammable and very volatile. So earlier that morning, the younger employee, who Francisco was so upset that he had been micromanaging him, he had worked here for so many years, how dare he? Well, the younger employee had been warning Francisco that Francisco had overfilled his tanker. He had put too much pressurized liquid gas in his truck, which was an incredibly dangerous thing to do if he really had overfilled it, because pressurized liquid gas needs room to expand. And if it doesn't have enough room, it can explode. And that's true on a normal day, but it's even more true, even more dangerous when you're driving this cargo around on a hot day. because heat, like external heat on the truck, will make that gas expand even more. But Francisco, he just brushed this young employee's warning off. He had years of experience and knew that drivers like him overfilled their trucks all the time. That way they can get more fuel to their destinations. And so he just assumed that, this other employee was overreacting because this never had any impact on anything. They just made more money. And so he just went on with his day. And everything was fine, nothing happened to the truck until Francisco happened to be driving past that campground. At that point, the heat did cause the gas to expand past the point of no return, and it blew up. And it sent a scorching fireball that was thousands of degrees Fahrenheit through the campground that was full of people. The initial blast was over a mile wide. And that blast triggered a wave of smaller explosions from all the camper vans and the portable grills, basically all the gas cans in that mile radius, those all detonated as well. And so in the end, Francisco, along with 158 other people, largely at that campground, died from the initial explosion. And then some estimates, when you consider long-term disease, long-term health issues from this blast, they put the final death toll at as many as 243 people. Thank you so much for watching today's episode. Let me know what you thought of it in the comments below. And remember, we have a whole playlist of Places You Can't Go episodes ready for you to binge right now. So go ahead and click here and give them a watch. All right, until next time, see ya. Today's video is a collection of 5 fan-favorite stories that are all about people who at first seemed completely normal. But at some point, the horrifying truth about who they really were was revealed. Now, these 5 fan favorites have all been completely re-edited for today's episode, so even if you may have heard or seen them before, it will feel like a brand new viewing experience. And for all of you longtime fans of the channel, make sure you pay extra close attention to find the secret image in one of these stories. The first person to comment what the secret image is and the timestamp of where it was in the video, I will pin your comment to the top of the comment section and you will reap all the glory. But before we get into today's 5 stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload 2, 3, even 4 times every week. If that's of interest to you, please place the like buttons I drop with white vinegar. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories.
In March of 2015, 68-year-old Tamara Samsonova was having renovations done to her home in St. Petersburg, Russia. A friend of hers, 79-year-old Valentina Ulanova, had heard about Tamara's renovations, and she approached her and said, "Do you want to stay with me while that's getting done?" Tamara was very thankful, immediately said yes, and as soon as she moved in, she immediately started picking up the slack by cleaning up the house and doing the dishes, and made sure she always cooked food for her friend because she wasn't able to pay rent. After a couple of weeks, the renovations on Tamara's home were complete, but Tamara didn't want to leave. She was really enjoying living with Valentina, and so she asked Valentina would it be okay if she stayed a little bit longer. Valentina was a little bit reluctant, but did ultimately say, okay, that's fine. A couple of months go by, and Tamara is showing no sign that she plans on leaving Valentina's home anytime soon, and Valentina is getting increasingly frustrated with that reality. Finally, in late July 2015, Valentina confronts Tamara and says, "You gotta go," and Tamara just says, "No, I'm not leaving." This causes a huge fight, but at the end of it, Tamara still doesn't leave. So for a couple of days, the women just do not speak to each other. The silence is finally broken on July 23rd when the women get into a fight about some empty cups in the sink that one of them was supposed to clean, but they didn't, and they fought about whose responsibility it was to do the dishes. And then, of course, the whole subject comes up again of Valentina saying, you shouldn't even be here, you need to leave. And Tamara's like, no, I'm not going to leave. And so another big blowout fight happens. And at the end of this fight, Tamara finally concedes and says, okay, I get it. I need to leave. Just give me a couple of days and I'll be out of your hair. Immediately, the tension is gone in the room. They're no longer fighting. And Valentina is happy that she's finally going to get her apartment back. And Tamara says, look, I'll make us dinner tonight. I'll go out and get some food. Tamara leaves the apartment and goes to a pharmacy and gets a whole bunch of sleeping pills. And then she gets the ingredients to a particular salad that she knows Valentina really likes. She goes back, she starts making dinner, and as she's making the salad, she crushes up the sleeping pills and mixes the powder with the salad dressing and gives that to Valentina. And Valentina, who's very hungry, eats the whole salad and doesn't notice anything is wrong. As soon as Tamara was sure Valentina had eaten the entire salad, Tamara just goes up to her room and goes to bed. A couple hours later, at about 2 in the morning, she goes back down to the kitchen and she sees Valentina is passed out on the ground. Tamara goes up to her and sees that she's still breathing, which was a disappointment because she wanted her to die from taking all these sleeping pills, but it doesn't matter. She takes out her hacksaw that she had borrowed from a neighbor earlier in the day and proceeds to butcher Valentina. And she makes special care as she's cutting her into pieces to remove her lungs and not damage them, because Tamara had a taste for human lungs. It was actually her favorite food. She took Valentina's head and she put it into a big pot of water and began boiling that to eat it. The rest of her was cut up into as small of pieces as she could get them, and then wrapped in a shower curtain and placed in various bags. As Valentina's head and lungs are being cooked on the stovetop, Tamara begins making dozens of trips from the apartment down the stairs, out the front door, all the way down to the lake that was near their property, where she would dispose of the body parts before coming back and getting more. Valentina's hips and legs were apparently too heavy to haul all the way down to the lake, so she took them to a nearby forest. Tamara's final trip sees her carrying a big silver pot, inside of which is Valentina's head, or at least whatever is left of it after Tamara was done eating most of it. 4 days later, on July 27th, a young couple that was living in the same apartment complex as Tamara and Valentina were out for a walk with their dog near that lake. And as they're walking, their dog takes off running and stops in front of this huge bag that it's sniffing and pawing and trying to open. And the owners of the dog try to call it back, but they can't get it to get away from this bag. And so the owners walk over and they kind of poke the bag. They can see it's pretty heavy. And they open it up and they find a human torso, and it's Valentina's. When the police show up, the first thing they do is they go to Valentina's apartment, and they're surprised to find Tamara living there. And they're kind of sensitive with her, and they say, your friend, your relative, was found deceased, and we need to look around the apartment. Tamara was completely indifferent. She did not care. They had just discovered her body, and she didn't care that they were searching the apartment. It was like she knew someday this was going to happen. During the search, the police officers quickly find blood all over the bathroom and in the kitchen. They even find the hacksaw she used that's got blood on it, and they find Tamara's diary that's sitting next to this book about black magic. And the police are horrified when they see that the diary contains meticulous notes that Tamara had kept of all of the ritualistic killings she had perpetrated over the past 20 years. And there was 14 of them, and almost all of them were motivated by Tamara's desire to cast spells that she apparently was reading about in these black magic books she had. And virtually all of these spells required human flesh or other human components. And so she would kill these people, she would use their bodies to cast these spells, and then afterwards she would consume them. Not because that had anything to do with the spell, but because she liked the way people tasted, in particular, human lungs. The police arrest Tamara, who doesn't put up a fight. She says, yep, you got the right person. I did all this. While Tamara was on trial, she seemed like she was in a great mood. She told the judge, I hope you give me a really severe punishment. I expect to die in prison. She was seen blowing kisses to reporters. It was like she was just totally out of touch. Maybe she literally knew this was going to happen and just didn't care anymore. Tamara, who would be nicknamed the Granny Ripper by newspapers over the course of this trial, was given a life sentence, and to this day, she is still sitting in jail. Here is the surveillance footage of Tamara disposing of Valentina's body, as well as some shots of Tamara during her trial. After spending 21 years in the U.S. Army, he retires and moves to Central Florida with his wife and young son. Although his family had plenty of money because he had a pension coming in and his wife still worked full-time, he just got bored really quickly after moving to Central Florida and decided he would just take a job doing something just to stay occupied. And so he ended up taking a job at a highway gas station. One of the primary reasons he chose this particular job is because the owners of the gas station didn't care if his son came along to help him stock shelves and hang out behind the cash register. And so for years, that's just how it went. The man would work at the gas station and his son would tag along. Even after his son became a teenager and you'd think might be wanting to do other things, well, the town was so small, there was almost nothing to do. So his son still came along well into his teenage years. One night in 1990, his son, who was 15 years old at the time, was at the station and he was actually taking a break sitting outside on a picnic table. He was reading a magazine, drinking a Mountain Dew, and it's dark out, and he notices out of the corner of his eye that there is a woman walking off of the highway towards the gas station. It was a very quiet night at the time, so there's no cars getting gas, there's nobody there, and there's not really anybody even driving on the highway, and so that's why she really stood out to him. And he turns and he notices her, and he thinks to himself, no one ever walks to our gas station. We're on a highway. Everybody drives here. So she must have broken down and she must be coming here to try to use our phone to call a tow truck or something like that. So the woman is walking across the lot, coming closer and closer to the gas station, and the boy at this point has turned his attention back to his magazine, but he would say later that he kept looking up and keeping an eye on her because there was something off about her. The woman ultimately walks right behind him and goes in the door into the gas station. Doesn't acknowledge the boy, doesn't say hi to him, just walks straight inside, and she starts walking up and down the aisles of the gas station. Now, from where the boy was sitting, it's all glass, so he could clearly look over and see his father behind the counter, and he could see the head of this woman as she walked in and around all these aisles. And as soon as the woman was in the store, kind of pacing around the aisles, the boy put his magazine down and was just watching. And he noticed that she was not really shopping. She was just looking down for a few seconds, wouldn't pick anything up, so she wasn't buying anything. And she would look up at the counter where his father was, and she would just stare at him, and then she'd look back down at what she was doing, and she would go through all the aisles. And at some point, the woman just kind of abandons this phony, I'm pretending to shop routine, and just walks up to the counter. Now, nobody else is in the store. There's nobody else coming in. And so the boy could actually fairly clearly hear what she was saying to his father. And she told his father that she had broken down and she needed a ride, and could he drive her to Ocala, which is the next big town north of this gas station. And the boy would say that his father acted very strangely because his father is normally incredibly pleasant with all the customers, and chatty even. Like, he talks to everybody who comes in the store. But as soon as this woman had gone in, his dad had seemed kind of dismissive and almost rude to this woman, and when she was talking to him, asking for a ride, he just said, no, I won't give you a ride. The woman is annoyed by how quickly she's been shot down, but instead of just taking no for an answer, she turns and looks at the boy who's sitting out on the bench, who's looking right at her, and she points at the boy, and she says, what about him? Is he your son? Can he give me a ride? The boy notices that his father, who's not within her eyesight, is looking at his son going, no. Like, whatever she wants from you, you're going to say no to it. And the boy's a little bit confused by this because he's still trying to understand why his dad was so against helping this woman, because she clearly needs our help, or someone's help. But he just took his dad at face value, and when the woman's pointing at him, he knew, the boy, that if she came over and asked him, he would say no. But it wouldn't come to that because the boy's father would say to the woman, no, my son's not going to give you a ride. You need to leave here immediately. Do not come back. Leave. We're not going to help you. She's furious. She's cussing him out. She storms out and slams the door. She starts cussing at the boy, and she walks off. The whole time she's turning around and flipping them off and screaming profanities at them, but she ultimately walks off. And the dad kind of followed her out and is standing next to the son as she walks off. And the boy asks his dad, like, what was her deal? Why did that happen? Why did you not want to help her? And the dad just said, I don't know, there was something off about her, and I don't know how to place it, but I did not want her around you. I knew I didn't want to give her a ride. I knew she had to go. A year later, the boy is in his room when he hears his dad in the other room yelling for him to come in here and look at the TV. So he runs into the TV room, and on the TV is the same woman from the gas station, better known as Eileen Wuornos. She was a serial killer who used to pick up her male victims at gas stations in Florida. It's unclear whether the boy or the boy's father were her next victims. But by the time she had shown up at that gas station, she'd already killed 4 people. And following that interaction with them at the gas station, She had gone on to kill 3 more people, including someone in Ocala, Florida, which was the town she had asked them to give her a ride to. Eileen had been caught, that's why she was on TV, and she was later sentenced to death.
Have you ever wished you could consume the strange, dark, and mysterious in a live storytelling event? Well, that dream is becoming a reality this year because I'm coming back with another live tour. This year's tour is also going to include a whole bunch of new locations, including the west coast of the United States, all across the United States, and also one international city. We put together an absolutely amazing show with a whole bunch of awesome stories, including stories you will not hear anywhere else. New content if you come to this show. But if you want to see it, you've got to act fast because tickets are available right now. If you want tickets, go to tour.ballinstudios.com or click the link in the description below. Again, that is tour.ballinstudios.com. Also, I'm going to be giving away an all-expenses-paid-for trip to come meet me at one of my live shows. That will include airfare, hotel, come hang out with me backstage. It's going to be a whole thing. And so if you want to potentially win that, all you have to do is donate to win at fandiem.com/Mr. Ballin. That is fandiem.com/Mr. Ballin. Get your tickets and enter the sweepstakes today. I can't wait to see you at the show.
In the early evening of May 7th, 2008, a 65-year-old woman named Zivana Tomolkoska walked around her kitchen inside of her apartment in the little southeastern European city of Kosovo. Kosovo is a quiet place at the base of this huge mountain in northern Macedonia, and while it's totally beautiful, it's utterly remote, and basically nothing really of note happens here. Zivana cleaned houses for a living, but on this particular day, she was on a day off, and so she was just kind of hanging out at her apartment, waiting for her adult son, named Zoran, to come home. It was a beautiful, warm evening that night, and so Zivana had the windows in the kitchen open as she walked around making herself something to eat, and at some point, as she was doing this, she heard her phone ring, and so she grabbed it and answered, and she heard the sound of her friend on the other line. But her friend's voice sounded strange. It was strained and very uncomfortable, and she was asking Zivana if she was paying attention to the news right now. Did she have the radio on or the TV? And Zivana was like, no, why? And the friend would tell her that all over the news right now, there was this huge, terrible traffic accident that had happened in their town, and unfortunately, Zivana's son, Zoran, who she was waiting for to come home, was apparently involved in this accident. Zivana let out a strangled cry when she heard this, and then just dropped what she was using to make food and turned and ran out the door. And when she did, her neighbor, who was outside, saw her emerge and yelled out to her, hey, is everything okay? And Zivana, as she literally just continued running towards the road, she basically blurted out to the neighbor that her son was hurt and she was going to the hospital. And this neighbor watched as Zivana just ran down the road, turned the corner, and disappeared. Zivana did not have a car of her own, and so literally she was going to run to the hospital to make sure her son was okay. A little while later, that same neighbor who had just watched Zivana disappear around the corner heard a knock on their door. And so the neighbor went to the door, they opened it up, and they were totally shocked at who they saw standing outside. It was Zivana's son, Zoran, who did not appear to be hurt in any way. But before the neighbor could ask any questions about this, Zoran, who looked visibly confused, said to the neighbor, hey, have you seen my mom? We were supposed to meet and have dinner together, and it's just totally unlike her to disappear without telling me where she was going. The neighbor just stared at Zoran for a second, having no idea what was going on here, and then the neighbor was like, well, wait a minute, Zoran, were you in a car accident? And Zoran's like, no, what are you talking about? And then the neighbor kind of filled Zoran in about how they had seen his mother run outside, and she had mentioned how her son had been in this car accident, and she literally ran to the hospital. Zoran was just as mystified by this as the neighbor was, and so Zoran just grabbed his phone and called the hospital to see if his mother was there. But when the hospital picked up, they would tell Zoran that his mother was not there, she had not been there all day, and two, even though they had heard reports about this car accident in town, there had not been any car accident victims brought to the hospital at all that day. And so by the end of that night, when Zoran really had no idea what happened to his mom, where she was, or what was going on with this car accident thing, he just did the only thing he could think to do, which was go to the police and report his mother missing. 9 days later, on May 16th, when still Zivana was missing and the police had no idea what happened to her, there were no new leads, nothing. On this day, a 56-year-old reporter named Vlado Taneski, who actually happened to live not that far away from where Zivana lived, he got a call from one of his police sources. And the source would tell him that Zivana had actually just been found, even though this was not public information, and unfortunately, Zivana was dead. Her body, which had been beaten and strangled and stabbed, had been found wrapped up in plastic and dumped in this illegal dumping area not far from the town's football stadium. The source told Vlado that when her body was searched, they discovered she still had valuables on her person, and so that kind of ruled out the possibility that this was a robbery gone wrong, which was the initial theory about what they were seeing. However, when police had done an initial probe into Zivana's life to figure out who this victim was, they discovered that she was just this poor old cleaning lady who had no enemies to speak of, and so it really just made no sense that she was the victim of such an obviously brutal and intimate murder that was not financially motivated, at least not on the surface. Vlado thanked his source for all the information and then hung up. Vlado's source had sounded really shocked by this murder as he was telling Vlado, but now, as Vlado was sitting here thinking about what he had just been told, he wasn't really shocked as much as he was suspicious. He felt like something just was off about this murder. Maybe Zivana appeared to be this poor old cleaning lady with no enemies, but in reality, maybe that wasn't who she was. Maybe she was leading a secret life that got her killed. Or maybe she had stumbled upon something she was not supposed to see, and that got her killed. Vlado had no idea, but he just felt like, there's something off about this, and it needs to be investigated. Now, Vlado had a reputation in town for being this very aggressive and kind of fearless journalist who had no problem diving headfirst into some of these really murky stories that could involve corruption or misuse of power, and he would get to the bottom of it, and he would publish these articles where he spoke really critically about the government, about police, about anybody really who was in a position of power. But as a result of conducting himself this way, over his 30-year career, Vlado had been threatened with violence many, many times for things he had written or things he was about to write. But even though Vlado knew this Zivana murder case had the potential to once again put him in hot water with the powers that be, he still felt like it was his responsibility to dive into this thing and get to the truth. So, feeling determined, Vlado grabbed his notebook and pen, and he walked out the front door of his house, and he made the several-minute-long walk over to Zivana's house. And when he got there, her son, Zoran, opened the door, and a few minutes later, Vlado and Zoran were sitting in the kitchen talking about what had happened. Zoran told Vlado all about how he came home and discovered his mom wasn't there, and then he went to the neighbor's house, and they explained how, they had seen Zivana running off to the hospital to go look for Zoran, but Zoran's like, I'm not hurt, I didn't get into a car accident, what's going on here? And as Zoran spoke, Vlado took lots of notes and asked lots of follow-up questions, and by the end of this interview, when Vlado felt like he knew everything there was to know about Zivana, he felt like he actually had a pretty good working theory as to what actually happened to Zivana. And the reason he felt like his theory could be accurate had to do with what Zoran told Vlado his mother did for a living, that she was a cleaning lady. Now, it took Vlado a couple of days to put together his story. He had to go out and interview dozens more people in the neighborhood. But finally, on May 19th, so just 3 days after Zivana was found murdered, Vlado published his story in the newspaper. And the story's explosive headline read, "A Serial Killer Stalks Kosevo." In the story, Vlado says that Zivana's murder was very likely not an isolated killing. Instead, her murder was likely linked to 2 other murders of 2 other women. And these 2 other victims looked an awful lot like Zivana, literally. They were poor older women who were also cleaning ladies. And so that was why when Vlado was talking to Zoran, and Zoran described how his mother was, what she did for work, what she looked like, that Vlado started to remember these other victims, and he put it all together. The other 2 victims were 64-year-old Mitra Simjanoska, who was murdered in 2005, and the other victim was 56-year-old Lubica Lukoska, who was murdered in 2007. Now, Vlado's story was totally explosive because what he's saying
Quiet,
is
you
that there
silly
is
girl.
a serial killer that is on the loose in this town. But this story was also highly explosive because Vlado spoke very critically about the police who were involved in this investigation. Specifically, he pointed out that the 05 and 07 murders of those two other women, those had been totally mishandled because arrests had been made in at least one of those cases, and clearly whoever they arrested
Go away.
was innocent here. And so the police just totally dropped the ball, at least in Vlado's opinion. And when the police read Vlado's story, they were very upset at him because he was so critical of them. However, the police also did see that Vlado had managed to uncover a lot of new details from all of his interviews with witnesses and people in the neighborhood that did seem to paint a picture of this potentially really being a serial killer, not individual isolated killings. And so the police, based on Vlado's story, would actually begin investigating a serial killer in their midst. They linked all three murders, and they began basically a new investigation. However, at the same time they began this new investigation, Vlado began to notice that he was being tailed all the time by police. He would be out in town doing his job, reporting and interviewing people, and there'd just be a police officer standing somewhere in the distance watching him. But Vlado had anticipated that no matter what, he was likely going to face some sort of blowback from the police, and so he just kind of accepted that they were going to watch him and maybe try to intimidate him, but it wasn't going to bother him because he had done his job, he had reported the story the best that he could, and if they wanted to watch him from a distance, they could do that. By early June, so about 2 weeks after Zavana had been found murdered, the police, in this new serial killer investigation they were doing, had narrowed down their suspect pool, which was in the hundreds, down to just 3 people, and they felt like they were very close to making an arrest. About a month later, on June 20th, so by this point Vlado is still being trailed by police all the time, but the police have not come out publicly and said anything about the serial killer case. They're just continuing their investigation. But on this day, June 20th, Vlado's editor at the newspaper got a call from a police officer telling the editor they were about to make an arrest in the serial killer case. And as soon as their conversation ended, the editor called Vlado to tell him the news. But when he called Vlado, Vlado didn't pick up, which was very unusual. Vlado always answered his calls. And the editor was also thinking to himself how strange it was that this officer had contacted him and not Vlado. Like, why aren't you going to the guy writing the stories and telling him about this new development? Why are you coming to me? The editor would continue to try calling Vlado several more times, but Vlado never answered, and so ultimately the editor just kind of assumed that Vlado must be busy, interviewing someone, or maybe more likely, he had already learned about this imminent arrest, and he was on scene ready to capture in real time this arrest that was about to take place. Meanwhile, on a quiet street in Kosovo, the police had surrounded this very modest 2-story home that was very overgrown out front. It was surrounded by tall fir trees, and all the windows had heavy drapes covering them up. And then once the police felt like they had totally surrounded this building, a team of officers walked up onto the porch and knocked on the door and yelled out that they were police and whoever was inside to come out with their hands up. And for a moment, it was just silent and tense. And then the police on the porch heard footsteps inside the house. They had their guns ready to go. And then the door slowly opened up. And this man, who seemed very unthreatening and kind of confused, stepped out onto the porch. And the police immediately arrested him and took him away. A few minutes later, back at the newspaper headquarters, Vlado's editor got another phone call. And when he answered, it was the same police officer who had called before to warn him about this upcoming arrest. Except this time, the officer was calling to say the arrest had been made, they had caught their serial killer, and then he told the editor the name of the person they arrested. And when the editor heard the name, he dropped the phone in shock. The serial killer was Vlado. It would turn out that Vlado appeared very professional and calm on the outside, but inside, he was full of rage, specifically at his mother, who he viewed as this terrible, cruel person. And after she died in 2002, Vlado became obsessed with this idea of getting revenge on his deceased mother. And the way he decided he would do that would be by killing random women who just kind of looked and seemed an awful lot like his mother. i.e., they were poor, older, and cleaning ladies. His 3 victims, Mitra in 2005, Lubitsa in 2007, and Zvana in 2008, had all personally known Vlado's mother. And so Vlado had actually used that connection to gain each of his victims' trust, and then once he had their trust, he would lure them away to strangle, stab, and beat them to death. In Vlado's explosive newspaper story, he lied about a whole bunch of things just to throw the police off. Like, for example, he made up that he spoke to a witness who claimed to have seen Zvana get into a car with 2 men right before she vanished. Vlado did not see that. That was just a total lie designed to confuse the police. Vlado had also been the one to plant that story on the radio about Zvana's son, Zoran, being in this terrible accident. You know, that had caused Zvana to run out of her house and be vulnerable to be scooped up and killed, which is exactly what Vlado wanted. He had called the radio station and told them about this accident, and because he had previously worked for that radio station, they believed him without doing any fact-checking and broadcast the story. And so really that whole radio broadcast was just a very intentional trap by Vlado to kill Zvana. But what ultimately got Vlado caught was in the article he wrote, he left in some really specific details that the police had not revealed to the public. And so basically by including these in the story, it meant Vlado had an inside scoop into what was really going on. Like, for example, Vlado said that all 3 of the women who had been killed by the serial killer had been strangled to death by telephone cords that were left at the scene. But again, the police had not revealed that to the public, and so when they read the story, they actually became very suspicious of Vlado and thought he could be involved in these murders. And so when Vlado felt like the police were trailing him just to intimidate him, in reality, the police were trailing Vlado because they thought he could be the murderer, and eventually, when they got a DNA sample from Vlado, it was confirmed that their suspicions were right. He was the killer. After Vlado's arrest, he was immediately charged with 2 of the 3 murders, and the police were getting ready to charge him with the 3rd, and they were even looking at a 4th victim, potentially, that maybe Vlado had killed as well, but they weren't entirely sure yet. But on June 23rd, so just 3 days after Vlado's arrest, he died in jail in a way that really didn't make any sense. Vlado had drowned in a small bucket of water inside of his jail cell, while there were 3 other people inside of that jail cell with him who all said they didn't notice it happening. Officially, Vlado's death was ruled a suicide, and after his death, all of the murder investigations were closed.
On a late winter afternoon in 1985, a Canadian border security guard stood at the border between New York State and Ontario, Canada. And as he looked out at the dozens of cars lined up at his checkpoint, he felt an enormous amount of responsibility. Because for him, working at border security was not just about checking people's passports. It was also about making sure dangerous criminals from the United States did not flee their country and enter Canada. And today, there was one particular dangerous criminal from the United States that this guard was on high alert for. A 30-year-old man named Alex Mangle. A few days earlier, Alex Mangle had been stopped by a police officer near New York City. And during this traffic stop, Alex had somehow taken the police officer's gun and shot the officer in the head, killing them, and then Alex had fled, and he was still on the run. And so now law enforcement was concerned that because New York was only 6 hours from the Canadian border, that it was very possible that Alex might try to flee into Canada to escape persecution. And so US and Canadian law enforcement and border security were on the lookout for Alex Mangle. And he was this 30-year-old white man with thinning brown hair and a wispy mustache. And so all day long, that Canadian border security guard looked very closely at every person who came through his checkpoint to see if they were Alex Mangle. He would see a family on their way to visit relatives in Canada. He would see a couple on their honeymoon. He would see a man with a car full of camping supplies and a middle-aged woman traveling alone, and all these different people from all walks of life, but none of them looked anything like Alex Mangle. And so by the end of his shift, after checking dozens and dozens of cars and looking at every person, he felt certain that Alex Mangle had not slipped through his checkpoint. And so, he clocked out and he went home. A few days later, on March 2nd, a police officer was patrolling this parking lot right outside of a shopping mall in Ontario, Canada, which was located about an hour and a half away from the border. And during his patrol, at some point, he noticed there was this one car, a white Toyota, that had been loitering in the area for quite a while. And so he decided to drive over and see what was going on. And when he got there, he looked inside the vehicle and he saw someone sitting on the passenger seat. And he was a white man, probably in his 30s, with thinning brown hair and a wispy mustache. And this officer immediately recognized this guy as being the wanted criminal, Alex Mangle. And so the officer immediately called for backup, and then he parked his car, got out, and approached the white Toyota where this guy was sitting with his gun drawn. And as the officer approached the passenger side door, the man inside turned, noticed the officer, jumped into the driver's seat, fired up the car, and the Toyota sped out of the parking lot. And so the officer, he jumps back in his cruiser and he takes off after him. And before long, it was like the entirety of the police force in Toronto was a part of this high-speed chase to catch this guy. And eventually they funneled the car into a dead-end street, and the white Toyota crashed into a stop sign, and then the man inside with the mustache and the thinning brown hair pops out, and immediately everybody sees, yep, that's Alex Mangle. He didn't put up a fight at that point, he was taken into custody. However, despite how relieved law enforcement was to have this cop killer in custody, they realized they didn't understand something. How was it that Alex Mangle got past border security and got into Canada? Everybody was on high alert looking for him. What happened? And so police were baffled until they searched that white Toyota Alex had been driving. On the night that Alex shot and killed that police officer near New York City, he immediately fled to this wooded area and hid out overnight. And then the next day, when he got up, he was walking around and he happened to pass by this commercial building. And as he was looking at it, he saw this middle-aged woman, whose name was Beverly Capone, come out of the building and make her way towards her car, and she was all alone. And so Alex walked up to her and abducted her at gunpoint, and then he drove her to this cabin out in the woods that he knew would be totally isolated, no one was there. And once they got there, he murdered her, and then once she was dead, he stole her clothes and put it on, and also cut off her face and her scalp, and put those on as well. He was literally wearing her skin and hair. And he hopped in that white Toyota and he drove up to the Canadian border, and amazingly, he got through the checkpoint into Canada without anybody noticing. It would turn out that Canadian border security guard who all day was checking for Alex Mangle did actually see Alex Mangle. He just didn't recognize him because Alex Mangle was wearing Beverly Capone's face, hair, and clothes. And so he thought he was just a middle-aged woman traveling alone, and he let him on through. And so police would figure this whole thing out when they searched that white Toyota, because they would find, lying on the floorboard, was Beverly's dress, scalp, and face. Alex was deported back to the US. However, before he could stand trial, he attempted to escape a prison transport and in the process got shot to death by police. However, that was not the end of Alex's story. Following his death, officers continued to investigate him and also his property, and at some point during a search of his property, they would discover all these photos of unidentified women, along with these maps where these very isolated places in New York and Pennsylvania were circled, and nobody knows what they mean. Now, police have not conclusively linked Alex to any other murders, but he does remain a suspect in several cases, and in fact, many investigators believe Alex was actually a serial killer. However, we'll probably never know how many people Alex actually killed because he took all of his secrets to the grave.
On the morning of February 2nd, 2012, a young man pulled off a 4-lane highway in Anchorage, Alaska, into a large, snowy parking lot. He passed by dozens of parked cars until he arrived in front of this small shack that was brightly teal-colored. It was a popular coffee shop called the Common Grounds, and this young man worked as a barista there. After he parked his car, he walked up to the white door employee entrance to this little building, and he got his key out and he went to unlock the door, but when he turned the key, he saw the door was already unlocked. He knew the girl who had worked the previous night and would have been responsible for locking the shop up. She was 18-year-old Samantha Koenig, and although she had only been on the job for about a month, she seemed very responsible and had never had any issues closing up before. The young man shrugged it off though. He figured people make mistakes, and he went inside. Right away, he noticed that a couple of things just seemed out of place. It was like Samantha must have just left in the middle of her shift without even attempting to clean up. There were napkins on the ground, there were towels out, there were cups still out. And so as this young man is walking over to the cash register to unlock it, he's running through scenarios in his head about how Samantha could have been so sloppy. And then he reached down with his register key, and just like the door, the cash register was already unlocked. When he pulled the tray out, all the money was gone. And that's when he knew they had been robbed. And so he called his boss. The night before, Samantha had asked her boyfriend, Dwayne, to pick her up after her shift at the Common Grounds. Dwayne arrived in front of the kiosk at about 8:30 p.m., which was 30 minutes after her shift should have been over. Dwayne had gotten held up at his job, which is why he was late. And so when he gets there, Dwayne looks around the parking lot and he doesn't see Samantha anywhere. He sees the coffee shop itself is totally dark and looks like it's been closed up for the night. And so Dwayne gets out of his truck into the freezing cold night air, and he walked up to the window of this coffee shop and he pressed his face up to the glass to look inside, but there was nobody in there. Dwayne automatically went back to the fight he had gotten into with Samantha earlier in the night via text message. She had accused him of cheating on her. He had been kind of nonchalant, like he didn't care about it, and what ensued was a really ugly fight. And so as Dwayne is walking back to his truck, he's thinking to himself, maybe Samantha just didn't want to see him because of the fight, and so at the end of her shift, she got a ride home from her father, or maybe from a friend, and that's why she's not here. And so Dwayne gets back inside of his truck, and he sends a text message to Samantha asking if she's okay, if she's gotten home, but after several minutes of no response from her, Dwayne, even though they were fighting, he still cares an awful lot about his girlfriend. He decides, I gotta go by her house and make sure she's there and that she's okay. And so a couple minutes later, he gets to her house, he goes up to the door, and her single father, James, answers the door. Dwayne explains that he didn't see Samantha after her shift and just wanted to make sure she was here, but James says, she's not here. I have no idea where she is. I haven't spoken to her. And so the two men go into James's kitchen, they sit down, and they start texting and calling Samantha to try to figure out where she is. And after a couple of minutes, Dwayne's phone lights up, and it's a text message from Samantha. And the message clearly indicates that she's still very upset with Dwayne, but she's saying that she needs some time to think and that she's going to be with some friends for a couple of days, and would he, Dwayne, let her father know where she was. And so Dwayne shows James the text message, and Samantha's father looks at it, and he's thinking to himself, you know, this is very uncharacteristic of Samantha. He had raised Samantha since she was 2 years old, and they were very close. They shared everything with each other. It didn't make any sense that she wouldn't contact him directly to say that she was going to be out with friends for a couple of days. And it didn't make sense that she would ignore all of his phone calls and text messages when clearly he was worried about her. The two men stayed up super late, calling and texting, hoping to get more information from Samantha, but she never responded, she never texted back. And so the following morning, when neither men had gotten any more messages from Samantha, James went to the Anchorage Police Department and filed a missing person report for his only daughter. After receiving this missing person report, an officer with the Anchorage Police Department called the owner of the Common Grounds coffee shop to ask about Samantha. And the owner actually said they just got a call from their barista that was working at the kiosk that morning, and they had informed them that apparently there had been a robbery and no one can get in touch with Samantha. No one knows where she is. The owner told the police officer that as soon as she got her hands on the security footage from the night before, she would send it over to the police department. While the police waited for this footage, some officers began calling Samantha's friends and other family members to see if they knew where she was, but no one had heard from her, no one knew where she was, no one had any information. Some other police officers headed over to the Common Grounds coffee kiosk to get a look at it for themselves. And when they got there, there was no sign of a struggle outside or inside the kiosk, and inside, underneath the counter, was a panic button that had not been pressed. And so even though Samantha's father thought there was something odd about her final text message, the police began operating under the theory that Samantha had robbed the kiosk and then left of her own accord. But what confounded police was how Samantha actually physically got away from the coffee shop. She didn't have a car that night, and she couldn't have just walked away because the weather was way too miserable and cold outside, and Anchorage is just not really a walkable city. And so if Samantha was telling the truth, that she was just taking a couple of days to be by herself with some friends at their place, then why didn't any of her friends know where she was? This question was answered later that day when the owner of the coffee shop made the security footage available. The footage, which has no audio, picks up around 8 p.m. on February 1st, 2012, which was the night Samantha went missing. It shows Samantha inside of the kiosk. She's working alone, she's cheerful, and she's busy. And then at some point, someone that we can't see, they're outside of the camera's range, comes up to the window and orders a drink. Samantha clearly turns to them, acknowledges their drink order, and turns and begins making this drink. And then after she's done making it, she turns to give it to this person, and immediately Samantha steps back and puts her arms up. And then seconds later, she reaches over and turns off the lights inside of the kiosk, and then she gets down on her knees with her back to the window. She stays in that position, not talking, not moving, for about a minute before she slowly stands up and walks down the kiosk towards the cash register. She opens it up, she scoops some money out of it, then she walks back to the window and appears to hand it to a shadowy figure on the other side of the window, and then Samantha turns, kneels again with her back to the window. 2 more minutes go by before this person outside the window leans their entire upper body inside of the coffee shop. They reach down and they appear to tie Samantha's hands. Now, because it was dark inside of the kiosk, the footage winds up being extremely grainy, and there's no way to identify who this figure is. Although it's fairly obvious that it's a male. He's wearing a big sweatshirt and he's got a hat pulled down low over his face. After this mystery man is done tying Samantha's hands, he leaps through the window and then shuts the window behind him. And then he stands Samantha up, he puts a gun into her back, and he marches her out the employee door and then out across the lot, all the way to a white pickup truck where he puts her inside and they drive off. Over the next couple of days, the police and also the FBI, who had been called in to be a part of this investigation, they just kept hitting dead end after dead end because there was no evidence. All they had was this surveillance footage that was too grainy to tell who this guy was that took Samantha. Meanwhile, Samantha's father, James, had rallied the support of nearly all 300,000 people that lived in Anchorage to go out and look for his daughter. His efforts were so profound, it had attracted major news outlets across the country, and suddenly his daughter's story had grabbed national headlines everywhere. This led to strangers donating thousands of dollars to fund a reward for anybody that had information about Samantha's whereabouts. But despite this reward growing in size every single day, and the national news media becoming increasingly more interested in this case, no one came forward with useful information that led to developments in this case, and Samantha never got in touch with Dwayne or her father. Then, on February 24th, so 3 weeks after Samantha's gone missing and no one's heard from her, Dwayne got a text message from Samantha's phone, and it was directing him to a particular sign inside of a nearby public park. And so Dwayne and James read this text, they shared it with the police department, and then they raced to this park and actually beat the police there by about 15 minutes. And so Dwayne and James, they walk through the gates and they start walking down this main trail, and they stop in front of this sign. It was actually a bulletin board, and tacked on the bulletin board was a Ziploc bag, inside of which was a typed ransom note, and on the ransom note, literally Xeroxed onto it, was a black and white photo of Samantha. And in this photo, Samantha looks kind of dazed, like she's got a blank expression, and she's not really looking at the camera, she's looking just to the side of the camera. And then in this picture, a man is holding a copy of the Anchorage Daily News newspaper that's dated February 13th, 2012. This was a proof of life photo where Samantha's captor was holding up that newspaper to indicate that Samantha was alive as of February 13th. And so to everybody involved in this case, including Samantha's father, even though this is still not a good situation at all, it was kind of a relief to know that at least as of last week, Samantha was alive. As for the demands of this ransom note, James was told to deposit $30,000 into his daughter's account immediately, and if he did that, she would be released 6 months later. As advised by the FBI, James deposited a portion of the ransom money into his daughter's account, and then the FBI just waited and watched, because they knew if anyone tried to withdraw money from that account, they could track where the card was. A few days later, 3 separate withdrawals were made within Anchorage, but each time the FBI got a notification about one of these withdrawals, they would rush to the scene, and whoever it was that had tried to make this withdrawal was long gone. When they pulled the security footage from these 3 different ATMs, the person that was making these withdrawals was a man wearing a ski mask and big sunglasses, so they had no way to identify him. After these withdrawals, the account went silent for over a week, and in that time, there was no word from Samantha. Then, on March 7th, more withdrawals were made, but they were in Arizona, and then Mexico, and then in Texas. Again, authorities would rush to these ATMs, but they would get there right after the masked man with sunglasses had just left. But there was a break this time. In one of these surveillance videos from one of the Texas ATMs, they spotted the car this guy was getting into before he left. And it was a small sedan, it was a white Ford Focus, and they saw him leave going east on a Texas highway. And so authorities in Texas were told to look out for this particular car in this part of Texas. And sure enough, on March 13th, a Texas patrolman spotted the car sitting in a hotel parking lot. He waited nearby until a man in his 30s walked out of one of the hotel rooms, walked down, and got inside the car, and then this patrolman just kind of followed him and looked for any reason to pull him over. And as he had his radar gun on this guy, he noticed he was going 2 miles per hour above the speed limit, and so he pulled him over. The patrolman got out, he walked up to the driver's side window. The window was already down, the man was very calm. The patrolman asked him for his license, and the guy handed him an Alaskan license. His name was Israel Keys, he was 34 years old, and he lived in Anchorage. The patrolman knew this was the guy. He called in backup, and before long they were searching Keys' car, and in the trunk they found a ski mask along with other clothes that matched the description of the guy who was making the withdrawals from these different ATMs. They also found a gun, as well as Samantha's cell phone and debit card. After Keys was arrested and was brought into custody, he denied having any involvement with Samantha's disappearance. But after being presented with the overwhelming evidence that suggested otherwise, he caved and said yes, he would tell them the full story of what happened to Samantha, but they had to get him an Americano coffee, a peanut butter Snickers, and a cigar. Once he had said items, he began to speak. And what he said was so disturbing and so graphic, the FBI still has not released the full transcript of his confession. Here is the version of events based on what was made public. On February 1st, 2012, Keys decided he was going to rob the Common Grounds coffee kiosk. He walked up to the window expecting there to be some teenager working inside, and he was right. It was Samantha. He asked her for an Americano, and while she turned to make his drink, suddenly his plan changed. Not only was he going to steal money from inside of this coffee shop, he decided he was going to steal Samantha from this coffee shop. When she turned back with his drink and handed it to him, he discreetly pulled his gun out and aimed it at her and told her this was a robbery. That's when she backed up and put her hands up, and then she turned around, he tied her hands, he jumped back inside, and then he said after he shut the window, he jammed napkins inside of her mouth so she couldn't make any sound, and then he marched her out the door, outside, into his car, and they took off. Once they were in the vehicle, he pulled the napkins out of her mouth, and he told her if she tried to escape or if she tried to flag anybody down, that he would just kill her. And so he said she was very obedient, she was obviously very scared, but she was trying to do her best to stay composed. At some point, Keys reached over and took her phone and sent that text message to her boyfriend informing him that she was going to be spending a couple of days with friends and that he should tell her father. And then Keys told Samantha he was going to be holding her hostage and trying to extract some ransom money. Samantha told Keys that her family was very poor and that he wouldn't get much money out of them. To which Keys said, "Don't worry about it, I know they'll raise money and they'll come up with it somehow." Then they drove around Anchorage for several hours, periodically stopping so Samantha could get out and relieve herself, other times so Keys could smoke a cigar. Then around midnight, Keys made his way back to his house, and he pulled into the driveway, and he turned to Samantha, and he had her go in the back seat and lie down, and he put some tarps over her, and he told her if she tried to escape, he would kill her. And then Keys got out, and he walked inside of his house, where his 10-year-old daughter and his girlfriend were fast asleep. And in just a few hours, Keys and his daughter were scheduled to go to New Orleans for a 2-week-long luxury cruise. Keys left his house and went back to his car. He put a blindfold on Samantha and then led her down the driveway to his shed. Once inside, he sat her down on an upturned bucket in the back of the shed, and then he put a rope around her neck, and he anchored each end of the rope to the wall so she was pinned to the wall. Then Keys turned his radio all the way up to make sure it masked any noise she might make, even though he reminded her repeatedly that if she made any noise, he would just kill her, and by and large, she was very obedient. And then he gave her a couple of cigarettes to smoke and told her it was going to be just fine, to just chill out, that he was going to get the ransom money from their family, and then as soon as that was done, he would let her go. He turned on some space heaters to keep the space warm, and then he left and locked the door. He walked back into his house and double-checked that his daughter and his girlfriend were still asleep. They were. Afterwards, he started drinking some wine and relaxing, and then after a little while, he got a cup of water and went back out to the shed. He went inside and he gave the water to Samantha, and he said Samantha was very composed. She was obviously frightened, but she asked him, "Did you speak to my father? Did you figure out the ransom situation?" And Keys told her that, "Yes, I talked to your father, everything's working out fine, he's going to raise the money, we're going to get you out of here, everything's going exactly to plan." After that, he walked up to Samantha and he unscrewed the 2 anchors that were holding that rope up against her throat, and then he cut the zip ties on her wrist, allowing her to relax and sit forward and just kind of be at ease for a second. And it was very obvious that Samantha was relieved. Her nightmare was about to be over. But then seconds later, Keys grabbed her really aggressively and tied her up all over again, this time much more thoroughly and much more tightly. It had been a cruel trick. When he cut her handcuffs and undid her necktie, he just wanted to see what she would do if she thought she was being let go. When in reality, he was never going to let her go. There was no ransom. He had not spoken to her father. It was all a big lie. Keys told investigators that as he was tying her up for that second time, he looked at her face, and she had this look of total resignation. He said she knew what was about to happen to her. After Keyes tied her up, he left the shed and locked it behind him. He went inside to check one more time to make sure his 10-year-old daughter and his girlfriend were still asleep. When they were, he went back to the shed, he opened it up, he went inside, and this time when he stepped inside, it smelled like urine and sweat, and he looked down at Samantha and she was terrified. He walked up to her and he began to assault her. And then after he was done, he was standing over her, getting his clothes back on. And Samantha very stoically looks up at him and says, "Are you going to kill me?" And he says, "Yes, I am." As he put on his leather gloves, she tried to talk him out of it, but he said there was no other way. Keyes would tell investigators that he was very impressed with Samantha's bravery. Shortly before 4 a.m., Keyes drove a knife into Samantha's back before choking her until she stopped moving. He told investigators that she never made a sound. After she was dead, Keyes left the shed and locked it behind him. He went into his house, he took a shower. Afterwards, he woke up his daughter and told her to start getting ready because they were leaving soon for the airport. While his daughter was getting ready, Keyes went back out to the shed, he went inside, he rolled Samantha's body up in a tarp and pushed her towards the back. He unplugged the space heaters, turned off the lights, turned off the music, and then double-locked the shed and went back inside the house to make his daughter breakfast. At 5 a.m., a cab showed up at the house, and Keyes and his daughter hopped inside, and they made their way to the airport, and then on to New Orleans, where they went on their 2-week-long vacation. After they got back, Keyes went inside of his shed, he unrolled Samantha from her tarp, and by his account, she still looked fairly lively, and so he dressed her in some new clothes, he put lots of makeup on her face, he braided her hair, and then he stitched her eyelids open so it gave the impression she was alive and alert. And then he held up a copy of the Anchorage Daily News next to her and then took several photos, creating that proof of life photo for the ransom note. If you want to see this photo, you can Google it, but that's up to you. After he took these pictures, he chopped her body up into pieces and then disposed of her in a nearby frozen lake. It would turn out Samantha was not Israel Keyes' first victim. He was in fact a serial killer who specifically preyed on completely random people because he enjoyed watching them die. Over the years, he had hid what he called kill kits all over the United States, which were these caches filled with weapons and other tools designed to capture and kill people. This way, no matter where he was in the country, when he had an urge to go kill someone, he would just go to his nearest kill kit, dig it up, and then go target a random stranger. And he didn't care if you were young, old, big, small, male, female, alone, or in a group. Everyone was a target of opportunity. Keyes told investigators that as soon as he saw Samantha inside of that coffee kiosk, instantly he knew he was going to kill her. Everything about the ransom, the robbery, all of it was just a lie to keep her in line, to give her some hope that she might get out of this alive. When in reality, the second she walked outside of the doors of that kiosk, she was dead. Keyes admitted to killing Samantha as well as an older couple up in Vermont, but he would take his own life in a jail cell in December of 2012 before he named any of his other victims. And so to this day, we have no idea how many people he killed. The best guess is 11 based on a drawing he made in his jail cell, but that's just a guess.
Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have hundreds of videos for you to binge right now. But if you're looking for a recommendation from me of that one video that's worth your time, well, it's this one right here. So give it a watch. All right, until next time, see ya.
Tell you a story. A story about a man, an angry man, who played a game. And in this game, some things happened, allegedly, by a developer. And in this man, not named, who got it, might have rage quit at some point. But that doesn't mean that they're a weak person. It just means that they were frustrated. They were, trying their best, and things sometimes just don't go the right way sometimes. There is a video, probably recommended to this one, in the same recommendation. There is some of you were saying, after I did the Five Nights at Freddy's stream, a lot of you were like, oh, I'm so glad this is Mark's worst controversy. There's a video on this one that was made 3 years ago. That's called Markiplier, Welcome to the Game. and the ethics of developer trolling. 1.7 million views, and it's such a fascinating coinky dink. We are here after my very clear and apparent redemption in Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Oh yeah, that's great. Oh my god, I have to tell you something about that. That's so funny. I have no evidence of what I'm going to tell you about later, but you have to believe me. Just trust me, you have to believe me. But there was a game called Welcome to the Game 2 that I never beat. And I think I've been officially banned from ever playing it ever again. But Welcome to the Game 3 came out literally yesterday. And if this isn't Destiny, I don't know what is, right? So we're not going to turn up our nose to Destiny. We are going to look Destiny in the eye, and we're going to say, hey, thanks for welcome, oh, Destiny, come on. So, I'm going to play this one. And I have no idea. I have no idea where it's going to take us. I have no idea how it's going to be. I have no idea what is the difference in the gameplay for it. I don't know who Tanner is. I don't know what their crime scene is. But, oh, when the FNAF...
I am declining to speak first.
Okay, I'll start. It's pretty simple, really. I think I deserve a raise. I'm scheduled to get 1 in 6 months, but I'd like that to be moved up to now.
Daryl, you are a good worker and a good man. Is this
Oh shit!
appetite? I just don't think corporate's going to go for this right now.
Are you wearing lady clothes? Are you wearing lady clothes that look like lady pants?
No. This is a power suit.
Bet there's a woman's suit.
I do not buy women's clothes. Do not make that mistake again.
We'll call Roy, man.
Okay.
This is gonna make
All
me
right.
feel better. This is too good.
All right. You know what? Pam, could you please tell Daryl that this is not a woman's suit?
Oh my god, that's a woman's suit.
You're wearing a woman's suit?
No, I do. I wear men's suits. Okay, I got this out of a bin. There were these huge bins of clothes, and everybody was rifling through them like crazy, and I grabbed one, and it fit. So I don't think that this is totally just a woman's suit. At the very least, it's bisexual.
Who makes it?
Mysterious. It is mysterious because the buttons are on the wrong side. That's the mystery.
It's got shoulder pads. Did you see that line?
Okay.
Did you see-
Would you stop it, please?
So none of that took you off.
It's European, okay? It's a European cut.
Michael, the pants don't have any pockets.
No, they don't. See? Italians don't wear pockets.
It's been a really rough couple of days. This helps a little. Hey, maybe you want to come over and raid my closet.
No, I don't want to do that because I'm twice your size anyway.
You look like Hillary Clinton.
Let's just do this in 15 minutes,
Okay, can you stay right there for 1 second? I gotta send some emails.
Negotiations are all about controlling things, about being in the driver's seat. And make one tiny mistake, you're dead. I make one tiny mistake. I wore woman's clothes.
What's wrong with you?
You really good. Thanks, Henry Costa.
Dwight, is he bugging you? Dwight, dude, you gotta take a chill pill, man. It was one joint in the parking lot. You know, you You're totally harshing the office mellow.
I can't stop this investigation. It is my job.
Whoa, you are a volunteer.
I volunteered for this job.
And that's not the same.
It is my duty
Volunteer duty.
to investigate the crime scene. I have 6 more interviews to go, and then I will reveal what I know.
Narc!
If you're attempting to compliment me, then you have done a very good job.
I wasn't attempting to compliment you.
No, you have.
well-
Because being an artist is one of the hardest jobs that you can have.
Okay.
And I'm very proud
Why
of
don't
being
you just
an artist.
cool it?
So-
Dwight, please? God. Dude, where's my office? I totally lost it. Because I was half-baked, smoking doobies. Doobie Brothers. I was smoking doobies with my brothers. Peace out, Seacrest.
Well, your office is behind you.
Munchies. Who wants some munchies?
I don't think Michael's ever done drugs. I don't know if anyone's ever offered him any.
Uh-oh. Who's he calling? Ratting somebody out. Narc. Narc. Kevin.
That is so good.
Remember the narc bit?
Okay, I will let them know.
Uh-oh.
Attention, everyone.
Trouble?
Drug testers are coming in a couple of hours to test everyone's urine.
What? What are you talking about?
Company policy. If drugs are found on the premises, there's automatic drug testing conducted within 24 hours.
Is that true, Toby? Oh, when you sign your job application, you agree to comply with the drug testing.
2 nights ago, I went to an Alicia Keys concert at the Montage Mountain Performing Arts Center. I scored these great aisle seats. Anyway, after the opening, this beautiful girl sits down next to me, and I never get to meet girls with lip rings, and she had one. I don't know exactly how this happened, but one of her friends started passing around some stuff, and they said that it was clove cigarettes, and I'm sure that it was clove cigarettes. Everybody in the aisle was doing it.
Okay, attention everyone. The drug testing has been canceled. Instead, I will be going around to each of you and doing a visual inspection.
No, you can't do
I
that.
can do that. It is my office.
No, you cannot. It has to be official, and it has to be urine.
It has come to my attention that some people here think that the use of drugs is something to laugh about.
You don't feel that way. No, not at all.
You were the one joking around calling Dwight a narc.
No. That was a test. I was testing you. And you all failed miserably. When I said that Dwight was a narc, how many of you defended him? How many of you said, hey, you know what? He's right. What he's doing is protecting this office from the evils of drugs.
Thank you, Michael.
I am ridiculously anti-drug. I am so anti-drug that I am above suspicion in any way that involves suspicion or testing of any kind. Drugs ruin lives, people. Drugs destroy careers. Take Cheech and Chong. Everybody knows that Cheech and Chong are funny, but just imagine how funny they would be if they didn't smoke pot. I want everybody to take a look to their left. Now I want everybody to take a look to their right. One of those people will be dead from drug use at some point in their lives. This year, more people will use cocaine than will read a book to their children.
Well, where did you get these facts?
Are these facts scaring you, or are they not?
They are not.
Do you think that smoking drugs is cool? Do you think that doing alcohol is cool?
No, I don't. I have a glass of red wine with dinner about once a week for the antioxidants.
Okay, enough. I have written down a list of illegal drugs. Take a gander. How many of these are you familiar with?
Hookah is not an illegal drug.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. It's a type of pipe. You can fill it with tobacco, often mixed with fruit or...
Okay, you know what, Toby? Pam, could you take this down? In addition to Toby's urine being tested, I would like to test his blood and his hair.
You can't do that.
I can test anyone randomly, and I have chosen you randomly.
That's not random.
Okay, eeny, meeny, miny, mo is random.
Really? Just the two? You think that'll be enough?
No, I don't. spring cleaning.
Sad.
What?
Smart.
Today is spring cleaning day here at Dunder Mifflin, and yes, I know it's January. I am not an idiot, but if you do your spring cleaning in January, guess what you don't have to do in the spring? Anything. They say a cluttered desk means a cluttered mind. Well, I say an empty desk means an
Empty
no,
mind.
that's not what I was gonna say. Look at them all out there. My little worker bees buzzing away.
If they're the worker bees, you're the queen bee.
No, I am the king bee.
Queen's higher.
No, king is higher than ace. I am the ace bee.
Angela, kitchen, Oscar dusting. Where is Oscar?
He's out sick.
That's unacceptable.
I agree. It's unacceptable.
What are you guys doing?
People magazine, crossword puzzle, keep or toss. Keep. I will finish up later.
It's from 99?
Yeah, I know what it's from already.
18 across. Mary, Kate, and Ashley blank. Michael wrote. Judd.
Oscar is out sick.
On a Friday.
Can I do some of the talking?
You do the talking.
Okay, let him know that I'm here.
What difference does it make whether you're here?
Hello?
Hi, Oscar, it's Michael.
Shit.
Heard you were under the weather.
Oh, fuck.
I came down with the flu. Really? Oh, that is a shame.
That's how you
it's
die.
cleaning day here today.
Fucking hardcore.
Could have used some of that famous Hispanic cleaning ethic.
Yeah, I feel terrible about it.
Ask him his symptoms. I'm on WebMD.
What are your symptoms?
I have the chills, I'm feeling nauseous, and my head is going.
Checks out. Hey, Oscar, how you doing? Dwight Schrute calling. Listen, little question for you, buddy. I called 6 minutes ago, and no one answered, so I was wondering if you could explain... Oh, I see. So, sounds like you're too sick to come into work, but you're well enough to go to the pharmacy. There are several different ways to tell if a perp is lying. The liar will avoid direct eye contact. The liar will cover part of his or her face with his hand, especially the mouth. The liar will perspire. Unfortunately, I spoke to Oscar on the phone, so none of this is useful. Alcohol Blackman.
That's a communal bowl.
So, how did Oscar sound when he called in?
Sick. Like lots of sniffling. I don't know.
Sniffling how?
How many different ways are there to sniffle?
3?
Okay, it was the second one.
Okay, good. Thank you. That wasn't so hard now, was it?
Quick Oscar update. I have conducted interviews with everyone in the office.
Just go to his house and see if he's sick. I could have done this investigation in like 20 minutes.
Including prep time?
Just do it.
Oh, man! You are so busted! Ice skates? Shopping bags?
I think I know what's going on here. You weren't sick at all.
Who's this?
This is Dwight Schrute. Who is this? Gil.
Are you going to tell Michael?
How about this? I don't tell Michael, and in exchange, you owe me one great big giant favor, redeemable by me at a time and place of my choosing. Guess what I found out about Oscar tonight? He was lying about being sick. Should I have reported Oscar's malfeasance? Probably. But now I know something he doesn't want me to know. So I can use his malfeasance to establish leverage. Otherwise, it's just malfeasance. The malfeasance is sake.
All right, I've scoped out the joint. Those two dudes are as good as naked.
How do you even know they're gay?
Oh, it's Davy Dale and Foppy McGee over there. Mademoiselle, beer me dos Long Island iced teas, s'il vous plaît. Bad decision in the glass.
I don't care if you're gay, straight, engaged, whatever. A guy needs intercourse.
You will thank me when they spank me.
Don't do this.
You guys like apples?
What? You like apples?
Sorry. Well, how do you like these apples? scale of 1 to 10, how hot is that dude? Is he your boyfriend or something? No. But he could be yours if you play your cards right. Dude, leave us alone, right? Gentlemen. Dude, you struck out. They're totally stuck up. Here, come.
If you don't mind me asking.
Anything. You can ask me anything. I'm your wingman.
It's just that I've sat next to Angela for a very long time.
Righto.
How could anyone stand that woman? What? What do you see in her? What do you see in Angela?
What do I see in Angela?
I want to know.
Hearty sphere. In the middle. She is teaching me to be a better person. She's working really hard on that. And she has the softest skin I've ever seen, and I can't wait to have sex with her.
You haven't had sex. No. Are you guys waiting to get married?
Honestly, I don't know what we're waiting for.
Andy, something is wrong with that woman.
What is wrong with her?
I'd like to know. You should call her and ask her. I'd like to know what's wrong with her.
I should call her and ask her, what is wrong with her?
Do it. It's a caller.
Oh my God, no call. Don't call.
Too late. Oh my God. Too late. It's silent. Now it's ringing.
Hello? Hello?
What is wrong with you?
What
What you do, Andy?
What?
That's Oscar, and he wants to know why you won't do me, and I think it's a valid question.
Are you drunk?
This is Andy Bernard.
I know who this is.
I want to take you to sex school.
What?
Is somebody there?
Are you drunk?
I have needs.
We will discuss this later.
Naked.
What?
We'll discuss it later. Naked. I want to see you naked. Oscar.
Hey. That was fun last night.
Yeah, it was.
You know, it's true what they say. Long Island iced teas are way stronger in Canada.
Hey, thanks for trying to hook me up.
Kidding me? That's what I do. Get the whole 9 nards.
I can't believe we called her up.
Totally. Who?
I'm talking about Angela. I can't believe we called her up last night.
We called Angela?
You called her.
That was real? I thought I dreamed that. Oh, God!
All right.
Oh, God!
Okay, so bad. Good morning, Michael. I'm ready for the meeting. Slept like a baby.
Movie Monday! The only cure I know for the Monday blues is Varsity Blues. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
See down there? Second to the end?
All right, everybody here?
Yes.
Popcorn, anyone?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Anyone else? Movie Monday started with training videos, but we went through those pretty fast. Then we watched a medical video. Since then, it's been half-hour installments of various movies, with the exception of an episode of Entourage, which Michael made us watch 6 times.
Kevin, would you like to do the theme from last week?
Yes. Why him?
Don't whine. Get the window.
Previously on Varsity Blues, Billy Bob got a head injury, but Coach made him play. So then Lance, he gets sacked, and he's out for the year.
Hello?
Not everyone approves of Movie Monday. I won't say who.
I don't approve. I don't. Hello?
What's that time now? Let's go, let's go! Let's go! Hi, Jan. Hope you got the milk done.
Oh, it's warm.
It's almost too warm.
I'm feeling 82 and a half.
Oh, so close. 81.
Closer to 82, and it'll be our secret.
Hey, late guy.
Hey. Wow. Just stopping by. Got another party to go to. My wife and two kids at home party. Oh. DJ Pan Halpert is spinning some serious Radio Disney tonight.
You're looking at the master of leaving parties early. The key is you have to make a strong impression, so you want to have a picture taken. You want to say some peculiar non sequitur that people remember. You want to note something unique, a talking point for later. I don't mean to brag, but New Year's Eve, I was home by 9.
Robert, I just want to grab you for 1 sec. This place is amazing, by the way.
You should see the whole thing.
I bet I should. That's beautiful. I'm going to email that to you then.
I'm just about to give the tour.
All right.
Join us.
Well,
you must see what you were laughing about.
I must.
Here we have the parlor. I imagine people would set down their coats and symbolically their inhibitions. This was the gateway. You enter this room, a lawyer, a doctor, a teacher, a judge. But beyond it, you are simply a penis, a vagina, hunger, ache. Susan used it as a Pilates studio.
Holy cow.
The wine collection.
How many bottles? 300.
That's lovely. What the hell? Grab a bottle. Less inventory for the lawyers.
Toby, Chateau Margaux 95.
You know your wine. Wow. And you have a... Yes, another chateau.
Robert, you are too kind.
Oh. Too kind doesn't begin to cover it.
With ammunition like this, we are in for quite a night. You and me.
And KB makes 3. Robert, thank you. Thank you for this. Thank you for all this. This night's been magic.
Jim, come see this next room. I think you especially would like it.
Really? Why?
I don't know. Maybe not. Just come.
I pictured myself here every night eating a leg of mutton, the juices dripping down my bare chest, wiping my fingers on the wall. Then I met the vegan.
Good night.
To the kitchen.
To the kitchen.
To the kitchen.
To the kitchen.
Onward.
Toby, what's compelling about this is the note of persimmon, right?
Note. It's a symphony.
Okay, you have to join my wine tasting club.
I would love that. Toby, you are playing a dangerous game. Guess I'm through the gateway now, though, right?
And of course, the pool. Ultimate lubricant for any wild evening. It was here that my parties would have crescendoed into true madness.
It's a madness.
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 Hey, I think you parked my car in. Is there any way you can move your van?
Oh, I'm sorry. When I got here, I put my keys in a bowl.
Are you serious?
Robert, I want you to know I'm here to rock with you as late as you want.
And that goes double for me. I'll stay even later than you'd like.
Toby, I am Marcus, God of Wine.
And I am Marcus's friend.
Gentlemen, bear witness. While I've been mourning the nights that never were, one of them has been unfolding here before me. This is no get-together.
Always, Peter.
This is a party.
And there's my talking point.
Michael, you go to parties all the time. Why is tonight so special? Well, tonight is so special because my boss's boss's boss, CFO, not his initials, common mistake, is having a little shindig for all the managers in the company. And Jan and I are going as a couple for the first time. Good, not great. So it's kind of our coming out party, really. And that is why tonight is so special.
Limbo, last chance carpool.
Oh, no, thanks. I'm going to carry out.
Sure, might be a good idea.
Yeah.
All in together, we can save some gas, have fun, long trip.
Thanks.
Play some games? I Spy?
Yeah.
Why don't I want to go? You expect me to reason. Let me think here. I don't know any of these people. It's an obligation. I don't like talking paper in my free time. And did I use the word pointless?
Thanks for inviting me along.
Oh, sure. We didn't give it any thought. Wait, should we be going? Hello, you! Hey, Buttercup. I am on my way. Should be there in about 15. That's what she said.
Am I on speakerphone?
Yes, you are.
Hello, Jan. Hi, right. Okay, Michael, take me off speakerphone.
No problem.
Okay, let's just go to a motel and
Okay.
rip each other like we did on that Black Sand Beach in Jamaica.
Okay, Jan, this party is actually a very big step for us. So I don't know. Maybe. Okay.
Talk to you later, Jan.
All right, bye.
You're dressed exactly like the servants.
Okay, change shirts.
Wait. I don't think yours will fit me.
I don't care. Hi. Actually, it's polite to arrive early and smart. Only really good friends show up early. Ergo de facto, go to a party early. Become a really good friend. Oh, potato salad?
That's from both of us.
No, it's not.
Wonderful. Let's see where we can put this.
Oh, you know, you probably want to leave the cover on until the guests get there. It's basically
This was a gift from Lee Iacocca, 20-year-old single malt scotch.
Here is to Mr. Iacocca and his failed experiment, the DeLorean. You okay? Yeah. Do you have any Sure. How about some Splenda? This one really smells like vanilla. Check that out.
Nice.
You and the missus should join us at Sandals, Jamaica, next Christmas.
Michael, I think David probably wants to spend Christmas here with his family.
Oh, yeah. They don't allow kids at Sandals. They are our persona non grata there. Oh, but it's fun. It is an awesome place. You would not believe how low this girl can limbo. It's crazy.
Sorry, we're just going to excuse us for just a couple of minutes.
Okay. What did I...
Just.
What are you doing?
Yeah, but you could tell.
What is that? Why are we going in the bathroom? I thought this is where you like your privacy. No. What? Come on, let's go back to the party. Come on, wait. Don't take that. No, stop it. You're acting inappropriate.
Did you get a chance to try Michael's homemade potato salad?
Rachel thinks that I brought her potato salad, and I just picked it up at the supermarket. It's funny. I wish I could make potato salad that good. It's just potatoes and mayonnaise. There's something wrong with jam.
I am your big daddy, and I am gonna kiss the boo-boo.
Little Andy is afraid.
Andy's afraid? Yeah. Are you all afraid?
No.
Daddy's here for you, my widow angels. Okay. I think that I have figured a way to get you guys out of your funk.
What?
Funk is the problem and the solution. I have taken my downstairs office and I have turned it into a place to hang out, a place where unattractive and attractive people can get together, to meet, to greet, to see the ones that you love, to love the ones that you see.
Is this our punishment for not wanting to have lunch with you?
Why don't you get over lunch, Oscar? Everybody else is passing.
All work and no play makes Michael a dull boy.
this is like a haunted coffee house
No,
thing?
Dwight is confusing me. It's more of a disco.
Big haunted disco.
With coffee, but without the haunting.
It's a combo dance house coffee bar.
It is a daytime disco on the ground floor of an industrial office building.
It's a cafe disco.
Exactly.
Like a disco cafe.
What? No, not even close. I can't force you to go down, but I can entice you. I'm gonna be down there. Aaron will be down there from time to time, and all you can eat espresso.
Well, Kevin, I guess it is just me and you.
Yeah.
Holding down the fort.
Yeah. This place is great.
Oh my God, Kevin. I am still on hold. You were supposed to get the answer from Michael and come back up.
This is a no-work zone. Please respect delay.
Yeah, respect delay.
Come.
Kevin, stay.
Kevin, come.
Kevin, stay.
Kevin, come.
Stay.
Come on, right now.
Cookie, Kevin, cookie.
There is no cookie, Kevin.
For a cookie.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, for goodness sakes, Kevin. There's no cookie. There's no cookie. Come on. Come.
Wanted a cookie.
Completely unacceptable.
You all took a liking today. You did. The life of the party. Aaron, I want you to go downstairs. I want you to shut it down.
Like unplug the coffee machine and bring it
I
out
don't
here.
care. Bury it. I hope you're happy.
I'm gonna need 2 able-bodied men.
Crappy disco. I like crappy disco. Look at that.
There's girls in there. Where? The other room. What other room? Down the hall. There's girls in there? What did I just say? Give me my sandwich? Forget the sandwich.
Girl! Girl!
Yeah, I'm loving the vibe down here.
So I hear you've built a time machine. Congratulations, that's very good. And you've chosen to travel to medieval England between the 12th and 14th centuries. Excellent choice, of course, but there are some issues you need to think about. The world here is very physical. Lots of people work physically hard. It's quite local as well. Most people don't travel most of the time, and they are suspicious of strangers simply because they don't get many of them. There are fewer people around, so strangers will stand out. That's not a problem because hospitality is a thing. And there are some other issues as well that you need to be aware of. What are they? Well, let's dig into it. The first thing you'll notice is that everything is much more rural. There is genuine wilderness, not so much wilderness like you might get in North America, but there are definitely areas of wildness. People live in tiny hamlets, really. Your average village is going to be about 50 people, which quite frankly today in modern England would be the tiniest of villages, but that's fairly standard. Towns might have 200 people in them. London in the 1100s had about 10,000, maybe 20,000 people. The records are incomplete, but it's not very big at all. The actual number grows in the 1300s to about 100,000, and then the Black Death comes along around the 1350s, 1340s, and kills roughly 30% of the population, and it drops back down to 50,000. But even at the end of the medieval period, London is little more than 120, 130,000. Again, numbers vary. And just to give you an example, that was the biggest city in England, and it was about the same size as modern-day Oxford. So by modern standards, quite tiny. There were probably about 2, perhaps 3 million people in the whole of England. So the place will be more or less deserted from a modern day perspective. There are 60 to 70 million people that live here right now. And so 2 or 3 million people spread out amongst small villages is going to be very different. The road network, of course, is very varied. There are some Roman roads which are looked after. There are an awful lot of just rights of way which are going to be muddy tracks in the bad weather. So do not expect road signs, directions. There might be some Roman milestones actually on some of the Roman roads, so there's a vaguest idea of road signs, but not really as we might understand them today. People will just tell you, take that road to go to the next village. They won't really have a bird's eye view perspective of things as we have today. You will probably be told an itinerary. If you want to get to London from where we are now, you take the London Road, you get to this next village, you keep going on the London Road until you get to London, basically. You won't be, nobody will tell you to turn right or turn left at this crossroads or anything like that. That just doesn't exist. That kind of road complexity is not there at all. So the first major kind of social thing you're going to notice is there's hardly anybody about. It is easy to be on your own, but it also means communications are dramatically more difficult. One thing to remember though is that strangers are welcome. There is an obligation, a hospitality obligation at this time of history. You are not expected to be hostile towards strangers. In fact, you are socially obligated to offer them help, especially in some of the religious institutions where obligations to travellers still exist today. You can get what's called the dole. It's a small, usually small glass of a small drink and a small piece of bread, for example. Wayfarer's dole, it's called, still exists. That was completely standard across most ecclesiastical establishments. You go to a monastery or an abbey, they would insist almost on giving you some help. That was a religious obligation. The same happened in towns and villages, but don't overstay your welcome, of course. People will want to hear things you've got to say, but just be cautious because they're also potentially suspicious of strangers. Don't forget the Viking raids aren't that long ago. They're quite a few generations ago, but they're very much part of the social background. The Norman invasions are even more recent, so spies and that kind of thing, they kind of exist and people might be a bit suspicious of it. And don't forget, people have very different views of the world. They may not even understand how big the world is at all. Education is very intermittent. Most people can't read and write well, if at all. Some people in towns can, and having some literacy is not completely unusual. Lots of people think that medieval water was completely contaminated. You couldn't drink it at all and everybody drank ale. Well, the ale drinking is true, but not for the reasons most people think. There was plenty of safe water sources in most towns and villages. Most places had wells. There are often dozens of wells in a town, if not hundreds, quite frankly. Many people had their own well, and as long as it stayed away from cesspits, you're probably going to be okay to drink it. But use your common sense anywhere. You know, if you're not sure or it smells bad, don't drink it. William Fitzstephen in 1170, I think it was, writing about London, actually compliments London on the number of sweet and good streams in the north in particular. Not sure where in the north, where that would be today, but he was complimentary of the natural good water that might be available. There are obviously polluted water sources and you have to be careful about the water source as you would be today, but most towns and villages had multiple wells and quite often good streams that you can get good clean water from, but just keep an eye on it as you would anywhere. One of the sources of water that you have to be very careful about in the medieval period are big rivers running through towns and cities, especially the major cities. Those are going to be very, very polluted indeed. The runoff from tanneries, which is dog muck, and the runoff from offal, the shambles, so-called shambles, where animals are slaughtered and the blood just runs into the drain and then into the river, let alone things like fulling shops where the fermented urine is used to make wool cloth become a bit more felted. It allows it to be a bit more matted together. All of those things get run off into the town's river, and then that goes downstream and that's gathered together. So you get to a place like London, and that's towards the mouth of the River Thames, and everything is going to be coming down from all the other places. So the rivers themselves are going to be absolutely filthy. We know that in particular because the Fleet, which is one of the several rivers that run through London, they're all covered over now. They're all pavemented over. But the Fleet, until about the 19th century, was more or less an open sewer. It was absolutely filthy. It's still there, and the river itself is still there. It's much cleaner than it was, of course, back then, because people don't just put their effluent straight into the thing. But it actually flows out just under Blackfriars Bridge today. But it's covered up, and it's created what's called Fleet Street, which is where all the newspapers used to be. So the newsprint industry used to be centred around a covered over sewer. There are plenty of jokes you could make in that area if you wanted to, of course. But nonetheless, avoid major rivers. They are important navigation centres. That's where all the heavy goods are transported. Everything's transported by river if it possibly can be, because it's much cheaper, much easier, much smoother than going over the terrible roads. You can use the road transports, but rivers are what you want to do. And if you're going to build a castle, you want to be on a river for defensive purposes too. Don't swim in the rivers either. Try and avoid that. That's not something you want to do. There's a lot of muck in medieval rivers. I'm going to put the candle down, but ale was a common choice for drink. You might be surprised that people drank water in huge quantities, but they also drank ale. Ale was really important. Ale is a form of liquid bread for everybody, quite frankly. They're brewed locally. So most people would have a local alewife. She would be, it's usually she, would be a specialist in making ale. It would be local ale. It wasn't going to keep very long. It was probably not going to be as bitter as you might expect a modern beer to be. Hops came in as a thing towards the end of the medieval period, and were actually quite controversial. There were almost riots about adulteration of beer with hops. It came in from Holland and the Low Countries. That was a sort of trend, and it was seen as a terribly newfangled thing. So the bitter beer that everybody drinks these days was considered to be newfangled and terrible. So ale was brewed locally and drunk locally. It's not going to travel very far. It's not have any preservatives in it whatsoever. There might be some herbs that keep it a bit fresher for a bit longer, but generally speaking, every few days the alewife would be brewing new beer. This is going to be roughly 2-3% proof, so it's like a light beer in terms of alcohol content. Not really designed to get you drunk, although people did get drunk on beer if they drank enough of the ale. It might be flavoured with things like mint and other locally available herbs, or just as it was. And it's going to be slightly cloudy. There was a Venetian chronicler who talks about the ale in London resembling horse piss with lumps in it. Now, he was obviously being a bit negative about London. He was sort of trying to be clever, I suppose, in his TripAdvisor review. But I know that horse urine is actually quite cloudy, sometimes has sort of more grit in it than human urine. Human urine is fairly clear, and you can see through it. Horse urine is actually cloudy, so the beer would be cloudy and would probably just have a lot of the bits and bobs. It's not going to be filtered in the same way. It's got lots of bits floating in it, but it's very good for you. And then, as I say, it's liquid bread. It's going to be drunk by children as well. There are no alcohol consumption laws at all at this stage. So as soon as you're capable of drinking, or maybe before then, you would be drinking ale as well as water. Those were the main drinks that were served to anybody. You could find wine. Wine was typically something served in taverns, and typically it was red and sweet. and more a noble drink, not really for thirst quenching, and not really, it's more of a feast type of drink, and it's much more expensive because almost all of it, not all of it, but almost all of it was imported, so it's terribly expensive. Ale though is a fairly easy, fairly cheap drink, so get used to it. Don't forget to compliment your ale wife as well. She'll be very pleased to think that you like her ale. A little compliment will go a long way. You might get an extra free serving if she's got a bit left over. Spirits don't really exist at this stage. Distilling alcohol was known, but it was typically a medicinal approach. It was typically not used for drinking. That comes in towards the end of the medieval period, the use of spirits for drink. It was used for various social diseases and as a medicine. It was known about, but it would be extremely unusual to drink it. So just don't ask for a whiskey. There are some places later in Scotland where you might be able to get a whiskey, but that was fairly unusual, and you'll stand out if you even know about spirits being drinkable. Try and time your arrival in the medieval period outside the regular outbreaks of bubonic plague. Bubonic plague still exists on the planet. It still happens, mostly in the third world, but it does sometimes happen in the first world. It is curable. It's curable with modern antibiotics if you catch it early and if it's identified early. Because it's so rare in the Western world, it's often diagnosed quite late, so people do die of it these days, although very rarely. The mortality rate for bubonic plague is about 10%, even now, even with modern medicines. Back then, in the medieval period, especially in massive outbreaks like the so-called Black Death around the 1350s, somewhere between 30 and 50% of the population died, so whole villages were decimated. Villages were abandoned, and half the villagers from one village and half the villagers from another got together in a new village and started again. So, well worth avoiding the bubonic plague. And everybody locked down as well. There was no germ theory, of course, so nobody understood bacteria and viruses and transmission, but they did recognise that the more people interacted, the more people got the plague. So a lot of places actually locked down during the bubonic plague, so society and travel collapses for those periods. So if you're travelling during a plague, you're going to get a lot of attention and you're going to get into trouble. People are very scared of plague because it pops up every few decades. Some of it is massively destructive, and other times it's merely dangerous. I mean, COVID is a 1% mortality rate apparently, but bubonic plague is well over that, so 30 times as many people dying from it. So well worth avoiding that. There's another time period in particular during the Anarchy. This was a period where it's called Jesus and his angels slept, because there was absolute chaos everywhere. So avoid civil war in England if you possibly can. There are opportunities to travel during that disruption, but there were a lot of suspicions about spies, and there's a lot of toing and froing, so just avoid it. There's chaos on the roads. The whole justice system collapsed entirely, and people were being murdered and robbed all the time. So just avoid that particular period in history as well. Unless you're particularly adventurous, I suppose, that could be argued that it was quite of an interesting period, but expect to have to run away a lot if you're caught. Travel is going to be one of your difficulties. There's no jumping in a car or a bus or a train or a plane, anything like that. You're going to use one of the major methods of travel in the medieval period. The main method for most people was simply walking. If you're wealthy enough, you could have a horse. You could always catch a ride on the back of a cart, I suppose, to go from a village to a market town, perhaps. A boat is also very useful for transportation, as long as the place you're going is along the river. So boats are very good, especially for long distance travel, crossing the Channel, for example, to go to France. But basically, most people are going to be riding horses or walking. There is some danger to travel in the medieval period. The Statute of Winchester in 1285 talks about clearing the side of the road for 200 feet either side to avoid people ambushing you. Don't think it's that much of a problem, but obviously if there were laws about it, then it was a known issue. Robbery is an occasional thing. You're better to travel in a big group of people, and there are court records from Essex in 1320 talking about groups of men lying wait on the King's Highway and ambushing them. So it was known about, it existed. It wasn't particularly common though, I don't think, and especially if you're travelling in a group of people, which is typically how people travelled in these days. They travel from an inn to another inn, or from an inn to a town to another town. You'd be travelling with a big group of people. Most people are armed, not with swords as such or with war weapons, but most people are carrying a fairly stout blade, just a working knife, and you know, a quarterstaff or a walking staff actually can be quite a useful weapon too. You're not going to be wearing armour though. Typically you're not going to be having swords or polearms with you unless you are military. It is completely possible, of course, to hire guards like that. If you are a bishop and you're travelling to foreign lands, then you will have an entourage with you, and you may well have armed guards in armour, breastplates, mail, helmets, and weapons of war, including longbowmen and that kind of thing. Travelling is not unusual in the medieval period. Most people don't travel much, but some people travel for thousands of miles on foot to go on pilgrimage. Many people, at least once in their lifetime, will go on a pilgrimage. So you will have hundreds, if not thousands, of people travelling quite long distances all the time, especially in the good weather. You've also got market traders, you've got drovers moving herds of animals down the drovers' routes. So you will have an infrastructure that is designed to accommodate travellers, but just don't expect to get into log jams or difficulty in the same way. You will see people on the roads, but you're not going to see many people, and expect to exchange stories with them and chat, find out where they're going and where you're going. If something does happen, don't expect to be able to call the police. There are no police, there's no such thing at all, although every local man is supposed to join what's called the hue and cry. This is a cry that goes up, and every man is supposed to stop what he's doing and join in the suppression of badness that's going on and try and catch the robber. So hue and cry does exist. It's a fairly simple mechanism designed to grab everybody, grab them all together and, for example, apprehend a robber or a murderer or whatever it might be. Pretty chaotic though, and you know, I'm sure some people didn't actually get involved in that kind of thing, but there are going to be no police around at all, so you're going to have to take care of yourself very much. Money is going to be a big issue. England runs on silver. Silver is the material of choice. From an offer in the 8th century all the way through to Edward III, silver pennies are the coin that is going to be used for any normal, ordinary transaction. There are gold coins, there are shillings and pounds, but those are more accountancy reckoning, and they will be for big purchases, or if you want to build a castle or buy an inn or something like that. You won't buy it in pennies, you'll buy it in pounds and shillings. Most people will rarely have seen a shilling, almost certainly never seen a gold coin. They can't even work out what a gold coin is worth. So don't go in with gold coins, just go in with silver pennies. It's the weight of the silver that's important. At some periods in the medieval, particularly in the Viking, in the Danelaw and in Viking settled territories, hack silver, the pure weight of silver, whatever it looks like, it's the weight of silver that matters, not the denomination on it. Be a little careful in later periods about the debasement of the silver, because pure silver is worth a certain amount. The Royal Mint proceeds to, as you might imagine, debase the coin, and what that means is mixing the pure silver with a base metal and calling it pure silver. Everybody gets the hang of that and goes, hang on, this isn't worth as much. You start to get inflation, you start to get debasement of the coins. The coins are less trusted, takes more of them to buy the same kind of material. So that happens very slowly though, it happens over lifetimes generally. And try and keep an eye on sweated or clipped coins as well. They're still legal tender, but if they're too obviously bits clipped off the sides or too obviously worn, you sweat coins by putting them in a bag and shaking them a lot, or the little bits wear off and you can then make another silver coin that way. Keep an eye on the quality of the coin as well. If you possibly can, don't take bad quality coins, because other people might just reject them. there is very little way of checking and guaranteeing the quality of the coins, though. So just follow follow your instincts. If it looks a bit dodgy, just don't accept it. There is a technique that I thought was really interesting. There was a bishop who was travelling from England to the continent. I presume might be travelling to Rome, for example. He wasn't sure about coinage as well, so what he did is just take a big bar of silver, pure silver, and everywhere he went that he was staying for any length of time, he went to the local mint and gave them some silver and said, make me some coins please in your local currency. I presume if he didn't use all of them, he'd melt them down again in the next place. But I thought that was quite a clever idea. The actual solid bar of silver would be turned into coins for his use in that local area. When you travel, you're going to need to stay somewhere. It is frowned upon to sleep outdoors, really. You might be done for vagrancy, and it's just not the... I mean, you could get away with it, I'm sure, but it isn't the thing that's done. Most people walk from town to town or village to village. They stay in the local village. Hospitality is very well accepted. In villages, everybody will notice you immediately. You will be the stranger. You'll be the talk of the village, and it'll be unusual. They'll wonder what you're doing. But you will find a place to stay. People will offer you a place in a barn for very little money at all. May even offer you their own bed for a bit more coin. They'll sleep on the floor because coin is very valuable. And they're happy to take coin from you, and they will ask you questions, of course. They want to know all about you. If you go to the bigger towns, certainly the cities, especially a town with a market charter, they'll almost certainly have an inn, and that's a custom designed place for travellers. It's going to be much more normal to have strangers there. Local villages will have strangers, but that'll be fairly unusual. An inn is going to be regularly used by strangers. Some of them will be regular travellers. They'll know the inn well because they're on a market route, they're on a particular trade route. Others will just be new people. So lots of people will be chatting. You can stay in the Great Hall. Just find a corner and sleep there. That's going to be noisy, rowdy, but probably a bit warmer than other places. The innkeeper will, of course, likely have a series of private rooms, maybe 1 or 2 private rooms if you want to spend more money, a couple of silver pennies perhaps for a decent room. He'll be happy to take your money because, after all, it's a business, and that's what he's hoping to do. He'll sell you food, there'll be some entertainment perhaps, and then you'll be expected to go on your way. Travellers will be there, and a lot of business people will be there. There may even be literally spies. There may be foreign agents trying to find out what's going on. There may be people asking about who you passed on the way. Did you pass any soldiers? Is anything brewing? What are the rumours from the north? What are the rumours from the south? Keep your wits about you, and remember, people aren't stupid, but they're not particularly well educated in the way we might say today. Don't come up with any outlandish stories unless you're actually a storyteller and you're just pretending to make things up, because made-up stories are delightful for people. But don't go and talk about faraway places like Australia. Mind you, I suppose you could. They'll just assume you're talking nonsense and you're a stranger with strange tales. So perhaps you can do. One of the areas that pilgrims in particular stay in are not inns as such, although they would have had accommodation for pilgrims, but religious establishments, so abbeys and monasteries. They often had very specific facilities for religious travellers in particular, but not always religious travellers. So you can go and stay there. They're a bit more austere and perhaps safer, I don't know, less interesting than staying in an inn, but you may feel safer there. They often segregate men and women too, and they may require you not to talk too much during dinner because they'll be reading out prayers. Some of the monks may be interested in talking, but check the local rules, because sometimes they're not expected to talk too much, and particularly not have idle chatter as well. Idle chatter was considered to be not a sin as such, but it was frowned upon. So idle chit-chat at dinner is not to be pursued, but maybe asking about principles of theology or what they believe. They may be really excited to talk about that. Possibly even things like philosophy. So gen up on your ancient philosophers, because of course Plato and Aristotle, known today, were known then. So if you have a little bit of a classical education, that could come in useful. The Latin is going to be quite odd, though, you might not recognise it if you're an Italian speaker, for example. The way that the English monasteries spoke Latin will be very unfamiliar to you and quite odd. And there is a thing called cod Latin as well, sort of effectively dodgy, slightly grammatically, well, very grammatically incorrect Latin that sounds like Latin as far as pretty much anybody else is concerned. So cod Latin was a thing, so pretending, not pretending to speak in Latin, but Latinized version, slightly faking it, was actually something that happened as well. We can see that from the written records. Some of the written records are done in quite bad Latin. But I guess if that's all you know, that's better than no Latin at all. What kind of food are you going to eat? Well, if you are travelling as a modest person, if you're, let's say, a pilgrim or a merchant and you're not travelling as somebody wealthy, you're going to have fairly plain food. There's a lot of boiled food. You're going to have mostly vegetarian food unless you're very lucky or it's a feast day. So it's going to be a lot of pottage. It's going to be legumes, onions, things like turnips, peas, beans, boiled up, basically. You might have a little bit of rabbit, or unlikely to be chicken. Might have a bit of rabbit, a bit of fish, depending on the time of year. If you get very friendly, you might get some poached venison, perhaps, but I wouldn't expect as a stranger you'll be allowed to see that being eaten, if they even have it, because that can be quite a serious crime depending on where you are in the location and the time in history. But poaching, I'm sure, happened, but as a stranger, unless you become very familiar with the local people, they're not going to show you that. Pottage is what it's going to be: apples, cheese, bread. Heavy rye bread was very common, that lasts a long time. Wheat bread is more expensive, but still available probably, but you're going to be paying more for it. There are street foods like peas cod, which is a form of deep fried peas. There are going to be pasties, especially in towns and places like London. There is a bit of a tourist trade, so you are going to have street food. So there will be interesting foods to eat. The hygiene will be variable for those foods though. So if you go to a cook shop, you're likely to have more decent food. You can get pies, pasties, bread, all sorts of things. But you'll go to a specific shop for a specific type of food. So enjoy the different meals. And it's going to be street food. You're going to be walking around trying food from this place and this place. You can bring your own food to a cook shop, so you can take your own pie fillings and somebody will cook a pie for you. I wouldn't suggest, unless you know them particularly well, to do that, but it is possible. You could take some filling and ask them to put it in a pie and then eat the pie as you travel. But there will be ordinary food, and typically pies cost a penny or 2 pennies. There are big ones and small ones. There are various ordinances about quality of pies and quality of food for poor people. So there's an awareness of social status and quality of food. There are laws about serving stinking food and food with parsley garnish and things like that. But generally speaking, the food will be hearty but relatively plain. Spices are available, but they're expensive. So you pay more for cinnamon, you'll pay a lot more for pepper. These things are not uncommon, but they are at the more expensive end of the street food. But you will have things like mustard and to a certain extent garlic, depending on where you are. But mustard and onions in particular are very common forms of flavouring for cheaper food. There is, of course, no potato and no tomato and no tobacco. Those are going to be noticeably missing, especially if you're used to pizza or you're used to chips or anything like that. You have turnips and you have swedes and you have all sorts of mangels and root vegetables, carrots in particular, but no potatoes whatsoever. They come from the New World. Same with tobacco. Same with some kind of beans as well. People are confused. People think beans come from the New World. Some of them do, but there were European style beans, English beans that are native to Europe as well. So all sorts of beans aren't there either. And tobacco, no tobacco smoke, but there will be lots of wood smoke around. So nobody's going to be smoking pipes in the medieval period. That comes in much later. And sadly, for many of you, no coffee. There will be tea, but tea is going to be very expensive and exotic because that comes from China. and will be very expensive. So I would not expect to actually have tea unless you go to a very expensive establishment. There's certainly no coffee. Strangely though, coffee did exist. It does exist in the Arab world, but it doesn't seem to have come over to England, let alone Western or Northern Europe at all at this stage. So it is possible to have encountered coffee, theoretically, but nobody would really understand what it was, and they wouldn't really know how to prepare it either. So if you encountered it, an exotic merchant maybe would have some coffee beans, and maybe you could teach people how to drink coffee. There's cool. The language spoken in England is going to be very variable. It will be a form of English, but it will be very hard for you to understand if you speak modern English. There are accents today, and some of them are very strong, and it takes me a little bit of time to adjust to the accent. Take that, multiply it by 10. The accent's going to change from one village and one district to the next, and they are going to be curious as to your accent and the words you use as well, and the rhythms. You will also, in the 12th and 13th century, if you're speaking to somebody wealthy or noble, they are going to speak a form of French. It won't be French that would be easily understood by modern French speakers either, because it's a form of Norman French, and even at the time Norman French was considered to be a rough and ready and crude form of the French spoken in the Ile-de-France by the French. So Norman French is the language spoken by the aristocracy and the nobility in their own little social groups. Many of the younger generation, though, will also be bilingual. They're often brought up by wet nurses, they have friends, have relations, so they need to speak to the ordinary people. So a lot of the nobility by the 13th century, certainly the 14th century, are all speaking English as well. And pretty much English is the lingua franca of England at the 14th century and on and beyond. Some people still spoke a little bit of French, really for pretentious purposes, and Latin was still used for legal documents, and Norman French is still used for some legal documents and legal phrases that are not in common use, but in very specific niche areas of language. So at the beginning of the medieval period, at the beginning of the 12th century, having some idea of Norman French is probably a good idea. I wouldn't worry too much. It's going to be a tiny number of people that speak it. And if you do encounter somebody who's noble, they'll probably have translators with them as well, so they'll be able to speak English of a form to you. Younger generation, bilingual, and then 14th century Chaucer is writing in English, a form of English which is recognisable, especially when spoken out loud. Spelling is phonetic, so a lot of the odd spellings we have in written English today are based on the way words would be spoken. So if there's an E on the end of the word, it is going to be actually sounded out. So ye old shop is actually, the Y is not a Y, it's a thorn, it's it's an old letter that's not used anymore. It's a Y with a cross through it, with a bar through it. It actually sounds like the. So it's the old shopper. I'm doing it badly. There are experts who can do the language better, but there are lots more sounds in older English than there is today, so it's the older shopper. Your accent, though, will be best disguised by saying you're a pilgrim or a traveller from a foreign land. Everybody's fine with that. That's acceptable, it's perfectly normal. And so having a funny accent, you just put it down to being a foreigner and everybody will be fine, and they will try to communicate. If you have a little bit of Latin, that's possibly quite useful if you're speaking to the religious institute. You can almost prove that you're clergy by speaking some Latin, and so in a way, if you needed social proof you're a pilgrim, or maybe your cover story is that you are foreign clergy and you speak a bit of Latin, that's probably sufficient to convince other people that you are actually a member of a religious order. Who should you pretend to be? Well, I think it's been pretty obvious to me that the two descriptions of travellers that would work best if you're a time traveller would be pilgrim, especially a pilgrim from foreign lands who's going to Canterbury. Make sure you know roughly which direction the pilgrimage sites are in England. Canterbury is a good one. at Hereford Cathedral. Any cathedral you can think of that still exists would have potential pilgrimage value. So you could just name a cathedral, an old cathedral, obviously not a new one, but name an old cathedral and say you're travelling there, and they'll point you in the right direction. And a merchant. A merchant would be another good one, especially a foreign merchant, maybe a journeyman, maybe somebody who is looking for business for his master, who has a shipping company and is looking to sell wool or buy wool or any of these kind of things. Wine, wool, cloth, these are all regularly traded. Spices too. Spices could be good. I wouldn't pretend to be a craftsperson, a mason or a blacksmith, unless you have those skills, because you may get called to help out, and it would look a bit fishy if you actually didn't know which end of a hammer was which, or how to use a chisel, and you didn't know the terms of art of those places. But a merchant would be a good one, and a pilgrim would be another good cover story. Then your accent, your slightly odd mannerisms, your unusual clothes, all absolutely fine. Should you pretend to be a member of the nobility? If you want to have fun, yes, but remember the nobility are a very, very tiny fraction of society, probably less than 1%. They have their own network as well, so they might know somebody who knows somebody, and they will ask you leading questions about where you're from and who's your father and all that kind of stuff you might not be able to answer very well. I guess you could get away with pretending to be nobility from the Low Countries, from the Holy Roman Empire or something like that, but even then it's a bit risky. They might know somebody who knows somebody who's never heard of you. So be a bit cautious. We do actually know there are court cases about people being prosecuted for presenting themselves as false squires. So they were obviously pretending to be more noble than they actually were, and they got fined, or in some cases exiled for it, but very rarely. Usually it's a fine and punishment. So be a bit cautious with the whole noble thing. You're much better off as a pilgrim or a merchant, to be honest. How you dress will also indicate to people on first glance who you are. So try to wear the clothes and the cloth that would be appropriate for your status. If you're wearing expensive silks, people are going to assume you're wealthy, and you're going to have to behave as if you're wealthy. So it's better off to stick to wool. The quality of the wool will be recognised, the colour of the wool as well. So bright colours are liked, but they're more expensive than more washed out colours. So the sort of paler the colour, generally speaking, certain types of blue are fairly cheap, certain types of blue are more expensive, so there's a lot of subtlety in it. But best to have slightly subdued colours, not browns necessarily. You can go for blues and browns and yellows, and pink is a colour that isn't associated with femininity at all. There are many men that wear pink in the medieval period. Pink and blue are swapped over, I think, in the Victorian period, where pink used to be a male colour and blue used to be a female colour. But I don't think they're particularly colour focused in that way in the medieval period. So try and have reasonable quality wool. Keeps you warm. It's what most people are wearing. But don't go for colours like black. That is very expensive. That will mark you out as somebody who is wealthy. I mean, I suppose if you want to be seen as wealthy, fair enough. But black requires a lot of dye, and therefore to get a black that's half decent, especially a modern black, is very, very unusual. Blacks usually tinged with usually browns or blues as well. They over-dye lots of times. That damages the cloth and takes up a lot of dye, and therefore blacks and dark colours are very, very wealthy. Silks are available, but again at the higher end. So if you're wearing silk, you are going to be thought of as very, very wealthy. There are sumptuary laws, there are rules about what you should wear for certain types of status. Those are widely ignored, though. Nobody really bothers about it. So if you're not being too presumptuous and not flaunting your wealth, you can get away with wearing more or less anything. But be a bit careful, because you will stand out. Obviously no unusual modern materials. Nylon is completely unknown. Many synthetic types of cloth are almost unknown. Stretchy cloth is relatively unknown, although hose can be cut on the bias, so you do get stretchiness with certain types of wool. So stretchy, clingy clothes are suitable, but usually for men and usually for their leg coverings in particular. In the later medieval period, you do get very waisted clothing that shapes the male form to create this hourglass. The hourglass form for men is much sought after, and you get ridiculously pointy shoes as well, shown in court records. But again, I think those are more for fancy pants kind of courts and the realm of kings, and I would avoid that because it's just going to be tricky. It's going to be difficult to get involved with royalty in any way, shape or form. Most people will know that the world is a fairly big place. The world being a globe it's probably not common knowledge, but it's not unusual to know that the world is a globe. That was known from quite an early period. It goes back to the ancients. People think of, in England anyway, people think of France as fairly exotic. Don't forget we've been at war with France a lot, so probably best not to talk about the French too much. Might be misunderstood. But you could talk about the Low Countries, Belgium, Holland, the Holy Roman Empire, Scandinavia as well. All of the northern European areas are probably safe to talk about. If you start to go further afield, if you start to get to Italy, that's also known about. A lot of the fashion comes from Italy. So if you're wearing fashion that's too advanced, and maybe it's 50 years advanced, your shoes are too pointed or your doublets not quite right for the period, you could say you're from Italy, because Italy was the source of fashion, and it travels north and west, and people catch on to Italian fashions 20 years later in the English court, for example. So if you've got fancy fashion and it stands out, you always say you'd be travelling in Italy perhaps. If you go further that, you get to the Middle East. Jerusalem is well known as a holy place, though it's a place of pilgrimage. Once you get to Jerusalem, Venice is known, but once you get to Jerusalem and beyond, it starts to verge into semi-legendary status. China is known about, but many people will think of it. The Silk Road, the Silk Route, spices come from the Far East. It starts to get semi-legendary. People talk about single-footed men and horned beasts, and all sorts of weird things go with it. It is known about, but it becomes legendary. So certainly don't talk about places like Australia. Don't forget the Americas are unknown to Europeans at this stage, possibly. There are some thoughts that in the later medieval period, people are aware of it, and the Vikings potentially settled in north of North America, up in Newfoundland and Canada. So it's not impossible that would be known about, but it's probably best, if you're talking to ordinary people, to stick to Western Europe, Northern Europe as subjects to talk about. You can mention exotic places like Cathay, as far away, Indonesia, and where the spices come from, but in a very throwaway place. They won't expect you to know where they are or what they look like or what they speak there, so be a bit cautious there. And certainly don't talk about flight, helicopters, jet engines, rockets, or anything like that. You could perhaps have modern technology if you pretended it was something exotic. So if you had your phone, your smartphone, for example, if you had it wrapped up in a leather case, and if you kept it hidden, obviously the light would be a bit of a giveaway, but if you kept it hidden, people might think it was something religious. You could possibly disguise modern technology as a religious object of worship. There are the reliquaries that look pretty impressive, so you might want to say, don't touch this, this is the bones of some saint, so it's not for you to touch, but it is my stuff. You could perhaps hide it that way. I think it's a lot better to not actually bring anything there that might draw attention. There's not really the concept of witchcraft. You're not going to get burnt as a witch if you have the high tech, but sorcery, people were occasionally prosecuted for sorcery. There's no such thing as burning at the stake. That comes in much later, in the 16th century, in the Puritans. There are punishments like burning at the stake and hanging, drawing and quartering, but they are for the most severe crimes, usually against the king. So just don't get involved in insurrection against the king, because punishments are quite bad. But you will not likely be accused of being a witch in the medieval period. That comes in much later with the Reformation of the Church and the Puritans. The place is entirely, well, England is majority Catholic. There is one Christian church, it's the Catholic Church. There will be the Jews there. There will also be foreign travellers as well. And so you're going to have Muslims, Muslim men with different coloured skin as well, particularly in port towns. So places like London or Bristol, where you're going to get a lot of travel. You're going to see fewer people with dark skin the further north you go, the further away from the south coast of England you get. But they are known about. They will be unusual, but they're not particularly unusual. Nobody's going to be worried about you. They will just recognise that you're from Africa or from somewhere far away. So your cover story, being a pilgrim or being a merchant, will be fine for that. There is very little overt racism at this time. So people with different coloured skin other than white, pale skin of Northern Europeans, they're not thought of as bad. They are just thought of as different. There are obviously aspects of the Muslim invasions in Spain and places like that, but that's some time ago, and therefore sort of ancient history, especially for England and northern France in particular, that's not really known about, so you don't have to worry about that at all. There were even more exotic people. So, for example, we know Matthew Paris writes about Mongol envoys as well coming from Mongolia. So it is entirely possible that you'll meet Chinese people and Mongol people, but they're very rare. They're very rare, very notable. But you might be rare and notable for other people too. So if you're not from England, there's no reason why you can't claim to be a Mongol, claim to be from China, anything like that, especially if you're being friendly and maybe bringing trade or the possibility of trade. What about your arrival strategy? Where should you turn up? Well, it's probably best not to turn up at dawn in a village somewhere. They're going to get really worried about that, because where have you come from, all that kind of stuff. You could sort of emerge in areas of wilderness or areas of forest. Those are much more like wilderness, but again, why wander from a place like that where you don't need to? I would suggest you turn up in a busy port. They're going to have foreigners all the time. They're going to have strangers coming and going. There's all sorts of things going on. There are accommodations for foreigners. People saying, how do I get to London from Bristol? People point you in the right direction. None of that will be unusual. So if you turn up in a port as a stranger who doesn't understand the customs properly, is a bit sort of nervous about where they are, that's completely acceptable in places like London, Bristol, any of the Sank ports, the trade ports on the south coast and the south and east coast in particular. Even places on the west coast of England, you would be expected to have foreigners. So coastal positions are probably the ideal place to emerge, especially if you're not quite polished or you're not quite sure what your story is. But get your story sorted out. People are used to tall tales, of course, but I would suggest you keep your story fairly grounded, at least initially, until you get the flow of talking. And then maybe you want to exaggerate the stories and tell tales, but be a little cautious, don't get carried away. Lastly, my advice for you as a time traveller is to immerse yourself in medieval England. It's not that dangerous. There are not that many people around. If you are friendly, people will be friendly back. Be cautious of local customs, but you're not going to get yourself into big trouble if you're just decent and behave reasonably well. People accommodate strangers. That's part of society. So enjoy yourself and come back and tell us all about it. Most of us would have been peasants in the medieval period. What was an ordinary day's work like for an ordinary peasant? Let's find out. About 90 to 95% of the population of medieval England were peasants. Now, peasant really just means somebody that works the land, small-scale farmers, mid-scale farmers, that kind of thing. But basically the bulk of us were ordinary working small-time farmers, in effect. and the whole bunch of different levels of status within that broad category. I know today peasant tends to mean somebody who's uneducated, unsophisticated, and perhaps that was the case then, but broadly speaking, everybody was fairly unsophisticated and fairly uneducated, unless you were the small minority of nobility or specialist jobs like monk, scrivener, whatever it might be, magistrate, whatever it might be. There were specialist jobs, but they were a tiny minority of the population. So chances are you lived in a small village with 100, 150 friends, relations, extended family members, and your ordinary day was not that dissimilar to the days of an ordinary worker in many ways. The word peasant encompasses a vast group of people. Some were serfs, indentured servants in many ways. They had rights, they had land, but they owned the land they worked the land that they lived on behalf of the Lord of the Manor. Now the Lord of the Manor also had obligations to them, so it's quite complex. It's the feudal system, but there were different levels. So some peasants were quite poor, genuinely quite poor by the standards of the day. There weren't technically slaves at this stage as such, so the lowest of the low were serfs, and they had to work roughly 3 days a week for the Lord of the Manor, more during the harvest and specific times of the day when the Lord of the Manor needed things to be done. As you go up the social hierarchy, you still remain within the broad category of peasant, but you have villeins, cotters, soakmen, who are on relatively increasing levels of freedom, to the point where you get free men who genuinely are individuals that do not owe allegiance to a Lord of the Manor. They may pay rent. They may pay rent in terms of actual money instead of service. It depends on the time of history, depends on the geographical location, of course. But there were people who were what we might determine as sort of individual citizens as such. Again, though the concept of being a citizen was not something that would have been familiar to the medieval person, you owed allegiance to the king, effectively. And that king might be king of England and parts of France and Normandy. And it got complicated, basically, but most people knew they had to pay taxes, they had to work for the Lord of the Manor, and that's what they did in an average day. Most people lived in medieval villages, and a medieval village was a cluster of housing. We would think of them as a little bit like huts in a way. They would vary from very modest one-room shelters with a central hearth to slightly bigger places, but not much more than that. It's unlikely they would be more than 1 story high. There's just no reason you could go backwards into your strip of land behind your property if you needed more space. And most people were outside all the time, and there wasn't much to do when you were inside because it was dark. So it was really for keeping hold of things, keeping it relatively safe, a place to shelter from the bad weather, keep warm, and a place to sleep. Most people worked outside. They would be outside from dawn to dusk. The village itself would be clustered around maybe a crossroads, maybe a stream or river. Decent water source was very important. You would probably drink water, but not perhaps from the river, because rivers are often quite polluted, but from a well or from a spring, where you could be fairly confident that no animal had died in it, nobody was dropping their waste, and it wasn't contaminated. People were well aware that bad water would make you ill. You would have a cluster of 30, 40 houses, and on the outside of that, there'd possibly be a church as well, a church or a chapel of various different sizes, depending on the exact time period. And on the outside of that, you'd have the roads out. The roads would go out to what were called great fields. These would be big areas of fields divided into long strips, and each person worked a strip of land. I'll go into the actual dimensions and sizes of that later, but the landscape, unlike modern England, the landscape was probably fairly open. There wouldn't have been hedges as such as the way we understand them today. There would have been coppices and spinneys. There would have been, the woodland, because that was an important resource as well. But these great fields were quite big. They would encompass hundreds of acres sometimes, and there were usually 3 of them, and they were managed in rotation. That's the idealized situation. Sometimes there were more. There were areas of common ground as well. There were even areas of what's known as waste. Now, wasteland conjures up images of destroyed landscapes, but that's not the case. Waste in the medieval period just means not down to agriculture and not really used. So it was a term used in the Domesday Book to describe land that possibly could be brought into cultivation, but actually isn't at the moment. It's just slightly wild, I suppose, possibly overgrown with brambles or whatever it might be, or gorse, whatever the local vegetation was. Quite a useful resource, though, for wildlife, potentially. Most of a peasant's life revolved around working the land and perhaps one day a week going to the local markets to stock up on essential goods they couldn't make for themselves. It was a fairly quiet and gentle life most of the time. So when did the day begin? Well, usually it began with people waking up roughly around sunrise. The medieval lifestyle revolved around daylight. You would get up early in the morning, I suppose. Naturally, you don't have alarm clocks, but the light is coming in through windows with no glass in them, and the landscape is starting to wake up as well. People lived with a lot more animals than we do today. I've got 17 horses, and in the morning I can hear them getting ready for their morning food, turn out, their exercise and that kind of thing. Medieval people would have been the same. There would have been a lot of animals. Everybody, well, most people kept pigs, kept 1 or 2 domestic pigs. There would be cows, there would be the odd horse, there'd be mules, there'd be cockerels, there'd be chickens, all sorts of things in the landscape. Those animals tend to wake up at dawn and start to make a noise. So if you are used to the sound of your environment and attuned to it, your body is going to wake you up at roughly that time. So everybody's going to start getting up, yawning, rubbing the sleep from their eyes first thing in the morning, flinging clothes off. People tended to sleep in linen underclothes, but now they wash. Most people feel that medieval people didn't wash. They did. They didn't have showers, obviously. They didn't have warm baths, obviously. It's expensive to heat water. But you can heat a bowl of water, or you can just rinse with a cloth in a jug, bowl of water. You rinse your face, you take the cloth, dampen it down, wipe your armpits and your nethers, freshen yourself up for the day. You don't have a shower as such, you don't have a bath, but you do wash. You wash all the important places with that cloth, bring that cloth out, put the water on the little herb garden outside your house, a bit of watering. Don't want to waste that because water's heavy, takes a lot of time to carry it around, a very big part of the day. Don't waste it, put it on the plants, but it's cleaned you. You've got a cleaner face for the morning. Brushing teeth, well, possibly. Toothbrushes, probably not. You'd use a twig, possibly your finger, swill your mouth out, spit, blow your nose, do all those things we do in private, though, that you don't talk about, just to get yourself ready for the day, really. And put your clothes on and go through the door to greet the morning light, and all your fellow peasants also getting up, moaning, groaning, grumbling that they've got to go and do a day's work perhaps, and then head off into the fields to your designated task of the day. Given the prevalence of the church as well, and the awareness of gentle religiousness, I think, at this period, I think it's possible that people said a quick morning prayer, partly reflexively, partly genuinely out of piety. Probably something just quick, hoping for a good harvest or great weather or whatever it might be, or good health. Much like people do today in some parts of the world and in some cultures. They say a prayer in the morning or say thank you over breakfast. Now, breakfast is an interesting one. It's unlikely that ordinary people baked bread every day, in my opinion. Some types of peasant bread, very heavy. They're rye, mostly a rye bread, so a bit like the German black bread that you can buy today, artisan. They're very heavy. They do last longer than the more expensive wheat breads that we're used to today. So it's possible you just have a slice of your 2-day-old bread and a mug of ale or fresh water as your breakfast, maybe some cheese, apple, all the things that are available. Possibly you won't cook, although it is possible you might quickly stir the fire, get it going and vaguely heat up some pottage left over, maybe put some more ingredients in it. I think it would depend on, you know, how much time and effort you wanted to put into your breakfast. Typically breakfast was the bigger meal of the day though, and the midday meal was smaller and then the evening meal even smaller. So they ate in a slightly different way to much of the Western world, where breakfast tends to be smaller and then the evening meal is the biggest. The peasants typically had a bigger breakfast. Now that might eat into some of the very early morning components. So some people have suggested they got up in the dark to cook breakfast, but I think ordinary people probably wouldn't do that. We all need our sleep. So I guess the average person would get up at around dawn, sort their own breakfast out, their household would sort their breakfast out. Most people were in a partnership, maybe with children as well, and get ready for the day ahead. So how would you go to the toilet? Well, most people had a chamber pot under their bed. Even in medieval times, you would have that chamber pot, so your fluids would go into that. You might carry that out to a barrel, pour that in. It would mix with the rest of the urine that was aging, because that could be used for washing. And you're not going to throw away that kind of resource, so you'd tip the fluids in there. If you needed to do solids, well, there were privies. They were typically holes in the ground, a long drop potentially with a bench seat over the top of it. Solids would go into that, maybe some sawdust sprinkled over the top, some hay. That was also a valuable resource. That would have been dug out regularly and spread on the landscape, as it is in much of the world today. You can't afford to waste any kind of nutrient when you're living off the land like this. So solids and liquids collected, not flushed away, as we do today. Now, one of the other things that might be part of the morning ritual is you get up, brush your teeth, wash a little bit, put your clothes on, stagger outside to do those little tasks that you've got to do. Check the animals are all secured, maybe pull up some food for breakfast. But you do a few, like modern farmers do today, like I do today, before breakfast. I go out to do the first tasks of a busy day, your local tasks. You do those, check the chickens, feed them, check the pigs okay, give the pigs some food. Just have a quick look around, check everything's all right and verify nothing bad has happened over the night. And then you go back in for your breakfast. So I think you'd probably pop out, do a few little tasks, come back in, have breakfast, get yourself ready for the big day's work. After breakfast, take a packed lunch. That's a possibility, wrapped up in some wax cloth that you take with you, depending on the seasons. And off you go, leaving the house, trudging up the road for 5-10 minutes, walking, commuting to your designated field of work. So the main work begins. Men would have travelled out to the particular part of the landscape that they were working in. Now, the medieval system, the feudal system, revolved around these three great fields. So every village of any significance would have three great fields. You would work a piece of that field. It wouldn't be the whole field. It would be what's called a strip, an agricultural strip of land. These were a very important component of the medieval sort of working structure, if you like. You had a strip of land to work, and that was the bit that was yours and very clearly delineated. These were 22 yards a chain by a furlong, 220 yards. So roughly 1 by 10 strip of land. Now, the land shape comes from, in particular, the difficulty of turning around things like medieval ploughs. It's much easier once you're going to keep going in a straight line for a long time than travel a bit, turn around, come back again. So the concept of an acre, which is a strip of land 22 yards by 220 yards long, is also the concept of a day's work. So an agricultural labourer would be expected to complete that much work in a working day. Now, I presume there was different types of soil, just as there are today, heavier soil, lighter soil. And so some was difficult to plough, for example, some was relatively easy to plough, depends on the weather and the soil and all that kind of stuff. But as a general marker of the amount of work that one agricultural person with a team of oxen is supposed to do is an ox gang can plough an acre in a day. And that was a strip, and that was a structural piece of the landscape that everybody would understand. Now, interestingly, those dimensions tie in with other things in an interesting way potentially as well. So, for example, longbow practice would take place over about 220 yards. And I think that's potentially linked to the fact that you'd be at one end of the strip, you put the target at the other end of the strip, and 220 yards is a fairly long shot for a longbow, but, you know, it's doable. And that was convenient, and it sort of fitted in with everything else. Not sure whether that's true or not, but it does strike me as a bit of a coincidence. You'll see in the landscape that these still exist. Some of these strips of land, these open field systems still exist. There's a wonderful place in England called Laxton, and that still has this three great field structure. Now, these fields would not be enclosed like you would see today, for example. So the hedgerows that we all love, are a relatively modern invention, part of the enclosures, much after the medieval period. So the medieval landscape would have been much more open, and you would be able to see your fellows working in the fields as well. They're plodding up and down, you're plodding up and down. A lot of the strips took on this lazy S, this very long S. And the reason for that is you're ploughing in one direction, you then got the struggle to get the ruddy oxen turned around, and they're not the easiest of animals to manage. They're sort of fairly stubborn and just do their job. You've got to lift the plough out of the ground, manhandle it around, get it back in and plough back the other way. So you're going to leave lots of bits of earth up on the headland, and we see that in the record. You can see it in Google Maps sometimes. You can see extra lumps of land and soil where over the decades bits of soil falling off the plough have increased the height of one particular area. And then you see this long S in the landscape. Not far from where I live, there are things that you can still see. They're protected by law as well. They're protected by various rules, because they are not historical monuments in a way, but they are historical. They should be. They're monuments to the ordinary agricultural life of our ancestors. Now, what were women doing? Well, women would be doing largely household jobs outside of harvest time. In harvest time, they also got involved. They got involved in tying the sheaves together and carrying and fetching and all sorts of things like that. Wouldn't necessarily do as many of the headline, whatever you want to call it, the headline jobs like the actual scything or the actual ploughing, although I'm pretty sure some of them did, or they had to. But of course they would run the household, so they would be fetching and carrying water. That is hard work. They would be attending the little garden just outside their home, because there weren't so much spices, but there were flavourings. So you can grow onions, you can grow sage and thyme, mint. Mint grows on its own, actually, as every gardener knows. It's pretty much hard to get rid of, but still quite tasty. It makes a really nice tisane, a nice tea. And so does pine, actually. Pine needles, nettle and mint tea is actually really nice, and you can just grab it from the landscape sometimes. Make sure you're getting it from a clean source. You don't want anything that the dog's peed on, of course. So just be a bit careful. But broadly speaking, women were just as busy, if not more busy, than men, and children. So you had a lot of children in the landscape too. Most people had 2, 3, 4 children. They wouldn't be going to school in the same way that people might in the West. They would be at foot. As soon as they're capable of doing small jobs like feeding the chickens or gathering this or that, they would probably be expected, well, not probably, they were expected to chip in. There wasn't this concept of children being allowed to get away with it. They'd obviously go and play, but they would have jobs to do. And there wasn't really the concept of teenagerness. You were either a child or you were a young adult. And you would be expected to do what adults do, expected to behave like an adult as well, perhaps. Seems a bit harsh, but that's what everybody would have expected. So women were doing just as much physical work as the men, slightly different, but it would depend on the time of year. One of the key jobs done by women was washing. That was always on a set day. The community would wash on the same day, usually a Monday, the day after going to church, and usually in some kind of communal situation. So I imagine it was a bit of a get-together, really. Everybody could have a natter and a chat about things. You needed running water. You could use a little bit of lye from ash, perhaps. One of the likely washing ingredients, though, was aged urine. Remember that pot of wee you put aside? Well, you'd save that up for the week, you'd take that down, you'd soak your clothes in it because the ammonia would have a bleaching effect. You'd rinse them thoroughly, you'd bash them against rocks or whatever it was doing. You'd use quite a lot of physical strength, so it was a physically demanding job to wash everything. Rinse it all out, spread it out on the ground. There's nothing wrong with putting linen directly on the clean ground. You don't put it on mud, obviously. You drape it over bushes, you put it on foliage to dry, and it will dry quite quickly depending on the time of the year. Of course, if it's raining you don't have much luck there, but if it's during the summer it's going to dry very quickly. It's also going to bleach slightly in the sunlight, and that's going to help whiten the linen. Linen often wasn't bleached itself, so it has a slightly darker natural colour, but it's likely that as it was washed and as it was repeatedly cleaned in ammonia and bleached in the sun, it would actually start to take on a brighter white look. And I imagine there was a certain amount of pride in how white you could get your linens, just as there is today, perhaps. I think it's likely that around midday everybody would break. They would break for the midday meal, which was called dinner at that time. Where I come from, dinner is the evening meal, but that's because language has changed and meanings have changed. In a lot of other places, as you go further north in England, in particular, dinner is the midday, the designation, the name of the midday meal. In the medieval period, dinner was midday, and this would be taken in the field if it was harvest time. The women and children would bring out food for people working. Of course, there were women working as well, so whoever wasn't working would bring the food out, and drink as well. Drink was really important, so there'd be lots of ale flowing and lots of water during the harvest. But in an ordinary day, you might just walk back home because you weren't walking very far. You're probably walking a few hundred yards, 300 yards to get back home. So you'd sit down, chill out for a bit, and have a meal, and the meals were likely very similar to what people had for lunch. It might be bread and possibly some pottage had been prepared. It's more likely heated food was available at the midday meal because there's time for the fire, and the fire is needed for other things as well. So pottage made of mostly peas, barley, fluids, a little bit of meat juice if you had any, but possibly not. Pork. People had pork in certain seasons, usually in the winter. But, you had a reasonable meal and rested for a little bit, got your energy back, and then after that, you would go back out to the fields. Is it possible people did foraging as well? Did people forage for wild foods? Well, the Trotula texts in the 12th century talk about people using wild herbs like fennel and plantain and yarrow for healing. Now, whether that was widely known by ordinary people, I don't know, but I have a suspicion that people would know what you could eat from the wild landscape. So nettles, for example, and mint, as I've said before. These were all well known and probably not talked about very much. You just go out and get them from the local area. Mushrooms, of course, in the right season, they wouldn't keep necessarily. But I think there was a certain amount of foraging. Sloe berries, for example, or wild damsons would have existed and would have supplemented the meal. They probably weren't very sweet, though. But because sugar was pretty much reserved for the very wealthy or for very special occasions, everybody was used to a more savoury diet. So anything vaguely sweet would probably feel like it was very sweet. To their sort of taste buds, if you like. And honey was available, but again, expensive, probably not for the ordinary person. But it could have been used if you were one of the wealthier peasantry. Maybe you had honey on your bread, possibly butter as well, local butter made locally. And yes, it was a fairly varied diet, but it would depend on the season as well, because food was seasonal. Today we're spoilt by international imports and exports from around the world. So you can get strawberries more or less whenever you want to, because they're grown somewhere now. and you can get them. They're probably vary in price because they come from further away, but of course, if you wanted strawberries back in the medieval period, they're only available for a few weeks if you were lucky. But then they become special because having something once a year makes it a special event, and you would look forward to strawberry season perhaps, I don't know. Yes, so the midday meal is very much a break, sitting down somewhere, maybe on a rock like this, pondering and resting, and looking forward to what you had to do for the afternoon. I had a thought the other day about peasants eating meat, and I realised that poaching went on quite a lot because there were laws against it. So if you got caught, you got into trouble, but maybe people didn't get caught that much. And I suddenly thought most of the people writing these records down were from the clergy, and if you asked a peasant what he was eating, because you wanted to write it down, the peasant might be canny enough to go, oh, peas and turnips, just like always, and barley. Okay, but in hiding, he's got a haunch of venison or a brace of rabbits or whatever it might be. But he's not going to tell the people writing it down because A, they're from the church, and B, he doesn't want to get into trouble. So I'm a bit suspicious that in certain places anyway, certainly places further afield, perhaps away from the main centres, there was probably a little bit more wild game eaten than might be talked about in the records. It's not that difficult, after all, to go out and put snares out for rabbits or to catch duck on the local field with a sling, especially if you've trained with a sling from being a small boy. You'd probably be very accurate with it, so you could get that. So I have a suspicion, and it's completely unfounded in the written record, but I have a suspicion that peasants probably snuck in a bit more meat than you might think. Anyway, that's what I like to imagine. Who knows? If you've got any evidence of that, let me know. But I think people are people, aren't they? They do quite like their meat sometimes, and if you could go poaching, maybe you would. The food you got was important though, and after the Black Death in around 1351, there was a statute put out that said no labourer shall be given better food than before, which was an attempt to control the quality of food given to somebody who was working for the Lord of the Manor. I mean, it seemed weird to me to do that, but obviously people were persuading labourers who are now in short supply because everybody had died in the Black Death. They were paying them better wages and they were offering them better food, which I think is an interesting observation. Those laws were widely ignored for obvious reasons. You know, if somebody can get better food, well, they're going to wander over there and get better food. And what's anybody going to do about it? There aren't that many people left alive, so you need your work done. So it's interesting that statutory labour has tried to control the quality of food and the quality and the amount of pay for peasant labourers. Yeah, so that was really the beginning of, I guess, people realising their value and realising they could get better conditions and a little bit more pay. So the Black Death, if you survived it, probably brought around a lot of societal changes, a lot of changes in what you expected as a peasant too. So you've finished your dinner break and you wander back out to the fields, or if you're in harvest time, you get up again and you go back to work. But mostly you'd go back from your village, back out into the strip that you're going to be ploughing or working in general, weeding. Weeding was a big thing as well at certain times of the year, and finish your day's labour. You would typically finish around sunset-ish. Now, I'd be told, and all the research indicates that people work from dawn to dusk. I suspect there was a certain amount of flexibility there. You know, you'd see that the sun was falling, you've done your work, on the home. Why not? You haven't got anything else to do. You're not going to hang around. You don't have clocking in or clocking out. There's probably nobody supervising you as such. So as long as you get the work done, and you know it's close enough to sunset for you to wander back as the sun is falling back to the village, it must have been quite a nice time. You feel physically, you've done a physical day's work. You're probably quite tired, looking forward to the rest, and off you wander with your tools on your back. That short walk all the way back to your village, where you're looking forward to the evening's entertainment, because there would have been a bit of entertainment, maybe a little bit of a social gathering as the night falls and before everybody wants to go to bed. It's a good time of the day, actually, the early evening, and people socialised a lot more than you might think. It's the evening, and of course in towns and cities there were inns and taverns and various places where you could go and socialise. In villages, which is where most of us live, of course there weren't often inns or taverns. There might have been an alehouse. There's also a possibility of people meeting in churchyards, gambling and playing dice and getting rowdy. We know that after Sunday Mass, people sometimes got into trouble by the raucous behaviour in the churchyard. So Ely, for example, in the 13th century, men were punished for unseemly and unruly behaviour in the churchyard after service. So people were aware of rowdy behaviour. However, I think it's likely that most of the time people were tired after the day's work. They wanted to chat, they wanted to maybe share gossip. If somebody's been to the market, maybe they picked up some information and want to spread that information around and share a confidence perhaps. Or really talk about speculation. Who's the new king? What's going on here? Is there an invasion in the south? Probably not. But I imagine rumours flew around much like social media does today. People would have been quietly drinking ale. Ale was a very important kind of food substance as well. It's people talk about it being liquid bread. Had a lot of calories in it, and it wasn't particularly alcoholic. There were no spirits that were drunk of an evening either. So you had water, you had ale. You just sat and chilled out really around a fire, around the natural forms of artificial light, if you like. Not electricity, not anything like that, but rushlights in particular, candles, which were a little more expensive. They were manageable if you were reasonably wealthy. You could have a candle or two, and obviously the upper echelons had plenty of beeswax candles, so did the church. But ordinary people probably made do with rushlights, just to light their way. In towns and cities, of course, there were taverns and inns which people might frequent and go for an evening's entertainment. In villages, where most of us would have lived, of course, there wasn't usually an inn or a tavern or even any kind of establishment, apart from perhaps an alehouse where you might go after dark. It seems that they used the local facilities though. So for example, we know from manorial rolls at Ely in the 13th century, a certain group of men were admonished and punished for unseemly and rowdy behaviour in the churchyard after service. So they were using the facilities they had, which was the churchyard. Obviously people met there on Sunday, so people would have been very familiar with that area. Apparently they were gambling and playing dice and generally getting drunk. So there you go, we know that that sort of thing happened. And I think it's likely most people wound down fairly quickly after a long day's physical labour. They had ale to drink, which is a form of liquid bread, is a form of extra sustenance, of course, and water. I just sat and chatted. Maybe somebody came back from the local market and had some news to share, maybe a rumour about the local lord or something going on, maybe even something big, something almost national news, the equivalent today. Maybe there was an invasion rumoured, maybe some kind of story was woven around that particular incident. Maybe it's completely untrue. In effect, it was like a form of social media. Gossiping was frowned upon, but widely pursued. So people would be exchanging stories. They might be wondering about the weather. They might be talking about how they're going to grow more herbs or what they're going to do. People speculate and people come up with stories all the time. And this is exactly what they did in medieval times. There were games you could play, Nine Man's Morris, there were dice games. Wasn't really any kind of entertainment though in peasant villages, to say. Towns and cities, of course, had inns and taverns and establishments you could actually visit. Now, there is some evidence that there was this double sleeping, that you would fall asleep fairly early for a few hours, then you would wake up at night and have an hour or two's sort of awake time in the middle of the night and then go back to sleep again. The evidence for that is fairly good, but I don't know how widespread it was. I think it's more likely that after a hard day's physical labour in the fields with all that fresh air and all that sunshine, you'd probably crash out for the whole of the night. You need to sleep after all. You're going to be getting up fairly early, especially in the summer. So you just want to go to sleep. Perhaps in the winter, when you're going to bed really early and not getting up till later. Maybe the winter was a time when people woke up in the middle of the night, maybe tended to the fire, maybe stoked the fire up, warmed themselves up, and then went to sleep again until the dawn. The dawn, of course, in the winter, especially in England, can be 9 o'clock in the morning, so it's quite late. In the summer, though, it can be 5 o'clock in the morning, so there's a big difference there, and your behaviour would adjust itself over the seasons. You would just naturally get used to that kind of rhythm. And then you wake up the next day and do the same thing again. Ordinary people's lives were actually quite varied. There would have been regular things. There was regular work to do. There was a regular wash day on a Monday. There was regular market day to go to. So things did vary a bit, but by and large, much like we do. You've got your job to do. You go to work, you do the job, you come back home and you eat and go to sleep. It was very similar in many ways, but a bit more outdoorsy and an awful lot more physical than most of us in the modern world anyway, in the West. There are plenty of people who labour in the fields today, but in the West, in England these days, that's fairly rare. I think they were probably quite fit and quite healthy. That outdoor work would bronze your skin, it would keep you fit and healthy. You don't go to the gym. You don't need to, quite frankly, because you're doing physical work all the time. Men and women are doing physical work all the time. And they probably don't have as much food as they would ideally like. So they're eating large quantities of carbohydrates. They're eating large quantity of starchy foods and green and things like that. Not too much meat, but they're probably burning a lot of those calories off by just walking around, carrying water and doing all the physical things that a peasant needed to do to survive. It wasn't quite subsistence farming, but it wasn't far off, especially in the bad conditions or in famine. You were very susceptible to weather and bad diseases and crop failure. That was always on the back of your mind, I would imagine, as well, because a bad harvest would mean a hungry winter. Were medieval peasants slaves, and was medieval serfdom effectively the same as slavery? The population of medieval England is actually quite hard to estimate. The Domesday Book, that fantastic document written by our Norman conquerors, Duke William of Normandy in 1086, catalogued a huge amount of the country in a vast amount of detail. It actually only mentions about 283,000 people, and it misses out some very big categories: women, children, the clergy. It doesn't talk about London in particular, and it misses out some parts of England as well, because it wasn't fully completed. So of that 283,000 men that are mentioned in the Domesday Book, we projected up to be something of the order of 2 million, 2.5 million people living in England in the medieval time. In the 11th century, most of the population lived in villages, in rural communities, and by most of the population I mean estimates vary between 90 to 95% of the population, leaving 5% of the population to live in the growing towns and cities. London was quite big, but by comparison to today, absolutely minuscule. What that means then is that the vast majority of the medieval population were peasants. Typically, peasants were divided into two broad categories. They were serfs or servile, or they were freemen or free. Well, what's the difference between a serf and a slave? Well, actually, quite a lot. A serf could be bought and sold, but as part of a piece of land. So the lord of the manor could buy and sell a parcel of land that would have you attached to it. But you had certain rights to that land, to farm and live there, and those couldn't be removed by the lord of the manor, which is a kind of form of buying and selling tenancies. Landlords today will buy a tenement building with a lot of people that have rights, that are living in it, and they get the rent. Same thing, really. So arguably, nothing much has changed there. Slaves, on the other hand, could be bought and sold as individual human beings for money. with no reference to a piece of land, nothing at all. Now, interestingly, in the Norman period, slavery seems to have been massively in decline. In fact, various bishops preached against it, and Bishop Anselm said in particular, it should be wrong to sell a man like a brute beast. So it appears that the Normans made significant efforts to actually destroy the trade in slavery that happened in the earlier medieval period. There was a slave trade between Bristol and Dublin. Dublin was actually set up by the Vikings specifically as a slave trading port. And Bristol, which became famous for the slave trade later on in history, was also partly responsible for dispatching slaves to various parts of the world back then in the medieval period. There were slaves mentioned in the Domesday Book. These are Englishmen whose social status is slave, but they're few and far between. The vast majority of farm workers are peasants, and they have rights. So it appears that the whole concept of slavery was dispatched and got rid of by the Normans. Admittedly, it was commuted to bondage servitude, if you like. Basically, it was Norman policy to free slaves, turn them into bondage servants, people who actually had to work the land for themselves, but give them rights. It's really fascinating to think that the Norman conquest brought with it one of the first emancipations of slaves in the Western world. A lord was not allowed to kill or maim his serf. He would get into trouble for that, but he was allowed to tax him in lots of different ways. So, for example, when a serf died, the lord got to choose his best animal as a death duty. We still have death duties today in much of the Western world. He could tax him if he wanted to get married, and perhaps partly control who he married and where he was going to live afterwards. And one of the ways that was particularly contentious was he could force him to use the lord's mill to mill his grain. Now, it's perfectly possible if you're a peasant to mill grain at home, but the lord could force you to mill the grain at his miller's mill, and the miller would often be a bit corrupt, would charge you 10%, and it would also charge you much more money than it would have cost you to do it yourself. So milling grain at the lord's mill was a source of revenue for the lord, but it was also a source of severe discontent amongst the peasantry. We do have a record of a lord being fined for thrashing. We don't know what thrashing means, but he was fined for thrashing his serf. He was fined 40 shillings, which is actually quite a large sum of money. Now, money's value is actually quite hard to determine by today's standards, but people were paid a penny or so for a day's work. So therefore, a shilling is many, many days' work. It's probably the equivalent to tens of thousands of pounds or dollars in today's currencies. Magna Carta, the Great Charter, specifically says that a lord is not allowed to bring a villain to ruin. So he is specifically not allowed to confiscate his land or the tools of his trade, which is interesting because that's very similar to modern day Western bankruptcy laws. You can take a lot of goods, you can't take usually the tools of somebody's trade. The typical medieval peasant lived as part of a manor, and that manor would compose of 2 or 3 villages. They'd live there with their family on their, effectively their small holding, and they'd report to one lord. So one lord would have 2 or 3 villages to his name. That would obviously change. Some had fewer, some had many, many more. And if you were servile, you had to work 2 or 3 days a week for the lord of the manor on boon work. If you were free, you usually had to pay rent in terms of money, but sometimes you could do physical work for the lord. Of course, not everybody lived in the manorial system. There are big religious communities, and those are worked by people called lay brothers, who are not specifically clergy, but they were the ones doing all the physical labour in the religious institution. There's a theoretical diagonal line that runs very roughly from northwest to southeast that divides England. The upper right bit was the Danelaw and was settled by waves of immigrants from Northern Europe, who were then called Danes, who were likely various different people. They had their own laws and customs, just to confuse things. In the area known as Danelaw, there are actually relatively few serfs recorded in the Domesday Book, which is interesting. And mostly free men, they mostly pay rent. And in some areas, particularly in Northumberland, for example, in the very north of England, there was a curious thing about thanes and drengs, and they actually paid tax based on the number of horned beasts they kept, which is a complete hangover from the very earliest days of the medieval period. In the far south, in Kent, Edward Longshanks, Edward I, Malleus Scotorum, the hammer of the Scots, specifically declared all Kentishmen be free. So there's a totally different organisation in the south of England and in the north of England, just to confuse things. We do have records of some of the highly detailed jobs that the medieval peasant was expected to do. The Black Book of Peterborough, which was made between 1125 and 1128, specifies each man must plough 4 acres for the spring sowing, must work 3 days in each week, and must supply 60 hens and 640 eggs a year. Very specific. The Knights Templar, yes, real Knights Templars did exist, and they ran religious institutions in medieval England. I'm not sure whether they were hiding the Holy Grail or having all these sort of legendary adventures that later stories were to embellish, but they genuinely did exist, and they genuinely wrote down rules for what people had to do on their land and when. There are specific phrases like, must mow 4 days a week until the meadows are cleared and the hay is carried in. It was also specified that they would have to carry loads to Gloucester, which was 20 miles away from the religious establishment, or wherever the master wills it. And they also needed to move the sheepfold twice a year. So the rules were written down in very, very specific detail, and woe betide anybody that didn't actually follow them. Now, of particular interest, I think, is that as the medieval period goes on, a lot of the religious orders started to change the willingness to accept cash. And I think this is really because money is a bit more reusable than 4 days a week mowing and so. The actual cash could then be transported and moved abroad or moved to different parts of the world where it was specifically needed. Whereas having a bunch of blokes who have to specifically mow this specific field at this time of year is not as flexible as give me the money and I can do what I like with it. So as the medieval period goes on, we see a lot of transition from boon work, having to do certain things at certain times of the year, to paying money instead, even if you're servile. Here's another interesting little nugget in the records. We see some families that start out as free become servile. So it's possible to go the other way, and some people who started out servile become free. And it does appear that certain land came with servility. So it was possible, in some cases, to get more and better land if you were servile and sort of go down the social ladder, if you like, but have more land and better land and give up your freedom, and vice versa. So the situation, as always, is actually quite a lot more complex. We know that some people went to court to prove that they were servile or free, and often they were talking about whether their father was servile or free or not. And in some cases, the whole situation is muddied because free men married servile women and servile men married free women, and the courts had to determine what happens to that union, to that family group. Were they now servile or were they now free? As you can imagine, with human beings, the situation is quite complicated, but just like today, status matters for some people, but not everybody. From the 10th century to the 12th century, the courts seem very keen to determine who is a serf or is servile and who's actually free. So how do you prove that you're free, or how does your Lord of the Manor prove that you're servile? Well, one of the definitions is terra ad furcum et flagellum, which is Latin for do you hold by fork and flail, which we think, and we're not sure, we think this means do you hold the land because of tasks you have to do for the Lord of the Manor, or do you actually pay him rent? Because the idea is, if you broadly have to do work for the Lord of the Manor, you are servile, and if you pay money rent, then you're free. But of course, in life, it is never that simple, because most of the records indicate that people had a bit of both. They paid some money and they did some tasks. So the courts had to work out how servile or how free you might or might not be. Then, of course, as now, going to court was expensive. So it must have been a really important thing for people to have decided for them, or they must have wanted to prove that they were free as opposed to servile. We don't quite know why. Maybe it was a social thing. Maybe it was just a personal, I am free and I want to prove it and have the courts prove it. Maybe the Lords of the Manor didn't want too many free people on their land. And maybe because you had a broadly less literate society, people didn't have the paperwork to prove what their status was. So forks and flails are important deciders as far as the court is concerned. If you are a villain, a serf, you're servile, how do you win your freedom? Well, there are several ways that can happen, actually. The first one, and you might have guessed, you pay money to your lord in what's called quit rent. You pay him money and he declares you free. Now, technically, all the money you owed had to be paid by a third person, because as a serf, you didn't actually own any of your own money, technically, although it's a bit more complex than that. Basically, you had to get a third person to pay the money to your lord. But the lord was probably quite happy to receive the money, declared you free. Sometimes there'd be a big ceremony associated with it, and we have records of the mayor of the town celebrating your freedom. So it was a big social event in some cases, and who knows why people wanted to become free. Maybe it was just a social status, maybe it saved them taxes, we don't really know. But that's the main way people became free. There's another one. If you didn't have any money, you could run away. Yes, you could actually run away to the town. There's an expression in medieval England which is town air sets men free. And that's exactly what you had to do. You had to run away, live in the town undetected for a year and a day. Now, Lords of the Manor were often not very keen for this to happen, so they would send people in to capture you. But the towns were actually expanding rapidly at this time in history. They were quite keen to make sure you became free, because then you become a townsman and you would add to their power. So the towns usually turned either a blind eye to you being a runaway serf, or slightly helped you, kind of gave you nudges in the right direction, or certainly wouldn't have turned you in, because it's to their advantage if you become free. Thirdly, you take holy orders, because if you are a member of the clergy, you are exempt from ordinary rules. You have to follow church rules, and you would be tried in church courts, for example. And often the churches didn't have the death penalty. They sent you to some far away monastery to live the rest of your life if you were particularly bad. But basically the clergy were outside the serf-free kind of spectrum, if you like. So you could become a man of the cloth, follow God, and become free that way. And lastly, it is possible, but it's not really recorded very much in medieval manuscripts, but it is possible that good military service might have enabled you to win your freedom, if you like. And some of the evidence we have from that is William Shakespeare, post-medieval, but quite close to the medieval period. In Henry V, he says, "He who sheds his blood with me shall be my brother, be he ne'er so vile," i.e. he's a villain, he's servile. "Today shall gentle his condition. Today he shall become free." So in that statement, Henry V is specifically saying to the villains or the servile people in his army that if you fight for me, you shed your blood and we win, I will give you your freedom. You'll become a free man. Whether that happened in history or not, we don't actually know, but I think it's quite likely. So if you fought for your country and did so well, there's a fair chance, if you did it well enough, you might become free. But it is an interesting representation of what Shakespeare, who was closer to the medieval period, thought might be the case. He could be making it up, but I think it's quite likely that if you gave good military service and you were a villain, Why wouldn't your lords and masters make you free? Was it possible for a peasant to become a king? The story of King Arthur was a medieval tale. In fact, it goes back way beyond the medieval, probably to around the 6th century. But it involves the bastard child of Uther Pendragon and Igraine growing up in a modest household, modest knightly household, and then finally inheriting the throne of all England, the High King of England. And you could argue that it's a tale of rags to riches, except not really rags, is it, being the prince, literally the son of the High King himself, Uther Pendragon. So he certainly wasn't a peasant. He may have been brought up in a modest noble background, but he would have been in the top 5% of the population, at least in terms of wealth and opportunities. Do we have any factual examples of somebody rising from relatively low status to very high status? Well, yes, we do. We have quite a few of them, actually. William Marshall himself, he was born into a relatively poor noble household, still noble though, and rose to become Marshal of England, and effectively king for a while. He acted as the regent to the king when the king himself was too young to make big decisions. So for a long time, in fact for a lifetime, he rose from minor nobility to tops of the nobility. So that's an impressive feat. You also have to remember though that there were many lifetimes lived where we don't actually have records of what happened at all. History, the written record of the past, is sometimes quite biased. It is written by people who need to be literate, obviously, and in the medieval period those were often monks. Not always, there were scriveners, there were secular writers, but they were paid more to do letters to court and deeds of land and things. The people recording the history were often religious people, and sometimes they were paid by wealthy people to write stories about them. In fact, we know about William Marshall in particular because he commissioned, rather his family commissioned a biography about him a few years after his death. So it's bound to be slightly biased in his favour. I think it's unlikely, given that somebody was being paid to write about him, that it would be a warts and all story. Maybe he was a perfect knight, and maybe he was as brilliant as the biography says. I think it's quite likely that things were glossed over to a certain extent, because if somebody's paying you, you want to do, well, they might just say, take that bit out, quite frankly. I don't want that bit about my dad being written down, thank you very much. And also sometimes monks were writing with a view to spreading religious stories, or their supporter, somebody who's paying for the monastery, for example, or paying for a church to be built. They want to praise their patron as well. So it's not always completely straightforward how the written word comes across. But then again, we do have other tales too. There were, of course, no paternity tests, so you can't absolutely guarantee that your child is your child. You could imagine situations where by accident babies are swapped over. I think that would be fairly rare in noble households, and because people weren't in hospitals or the equivalent, it's unlikely that there would be another child to be swapped with. You could imagine a situation though where foul play was afoot and that somebody did a deal with the nurse, the midwife, and swapped a child over to get their son or perhaps daughter into a position of power. We don't really know, and we will never know. I don't think there's much likelihood of that, but I'm sure in the rich tapestry of history that's almost certainly happened one or two times. How do you show that you are powerful? How do you show that you're the king? Well, I suppose everybody says you're the king. We have examples, for example, when Richard III died at Bosworth and Henry Tudor took over. He was king. He had a very weak claim to the bloodline, but he did have a claim. But also, he beat the other king in battle, and all of his mates said, "You're the king now." And he went, "Yes, I'm the king now." And everybody went, "Okay, fair enough. We're not going to be able to do anything about it. So you become king by your actions." I think it was Machiavelli that said it is as much a man acts as a prince that he is a prince, or something similar to that. So you would have to, if you were from modest stock and you wanted to better yourself, you would have to dress the part, you would have to act the part, you would potentially have to speak the part as well, because accents varied widely across England, medieval England, and there would probably be some quite extreme accents. So if you wanted to be perceived to be noble by those around you, you might need to speak a bit of Latin, you might need to speak and behave in a certain way, you might need to wear the right clothes with the right cloth, and have people around you saying who you were. Was it entirely possible to fake being noble? I think quite possibly yes. There weren't computer databases to check things out. There wasn't the same way of keeping records, and especially if you went somewhere further away from where you were born, perhaps, or travelled long distances, and then had the money and had the supporters to say who you were. Why would anybody disagree? Did anybody say, "I don't think you're a lord from up north because you're now down south"? I don't think anybody would question that if you behaved the right way, and if you had the money and all the supporting evidence, the accoutrements, the right war horse, the right equipment, then maybe you could pretend to be a lord and in fact become a lord as a direct result of that. That of course would not be written down by anybody. Nobody would actually admit to that. So there is absolutely no record, and I am entirely speculating. But it's nice to think that there may have been people born to humble origins who elevated themselves through being clever, being sophisticated, and just fooling other people. And then they were convincing. Let's go back a bit though, because the medieval period is vast. It's 1,000 years. So obviously it changed wildly depending on the specific time and the geography as well. But if we just talk about the high medieval period, roughly the middle bit in England, and the feudal system, the system that was introduced by the Normans, basically you were born to your estate. If you were, like most of us would have been, 90% of the population that lived a fairly agrarian life, you would be a peasant. Now, peasant doesn't mean poor necessarily, although most peasants were relatively poor by modern standards, but it means that you were a farmer. You worked the land. That was your job. You grew food for yourself, and you grew food to pay your taxes, and you grew food for other people too. It varied hugely. Most peasants were bonded to the land, i.e. you had an obligation to work the land, and in return you got given the land by your lord, but you also had to pay, sometimes you had to pay money in rent, but often it was in terms of work and time, in particular on the lord's land. It gets very complicated, and this is not what this video is about, but you were very likely to have been born to your status, and it's almost certain that the majority of us stayed in that status. There is some record of people marrying a free man, for example, to become free, or in some cases deciding to go down the social ladder potentially to avoid some of the obligations that free men had to do. Now don't forget, being free is very different in a concept to the modern, especially the modern North American concept of what freedom means. You did have more literal freedom. You could do more with your life if you chose to do so, but you also lost the security net of being part of a household, if you like, being part of a system with obligations, noble obligations to you, form of justice, a form of location and land and security that way. So it's not just why would somebody want to be free or not. That's a misunderstanding. It's a very complicated subject. Chances are you would be a peasant. If you were a peasant, you would be noble. Nobility was a tiny fraction of the population, or you'd be somebody in the church, the clergy. Again, a relatively small fraction of the population. At the time, it was
dogs now, baby? Get it over with. Yes, I'm coming. Okay, you can be quiet. No, you can be quiet. not to drink? Okay. Not a bad idea. You want me to drink that cool?
I love both, man. If you can do both, here, choose that and that. I try to sit down the back of the back of the seat. And change into the dirty shorts. Fucking leaking everywhere. Fucking pleasant.
Oh, wow. No. Hold on. Oh yeah, because then you can fill it up again anyway. Seriously? Shit. You stay there. I gotta go down and build a bed anyways. I don't know build three. Always something. Oh. So, okay, gotcha. Wonder if I got enough. Nope. Alright, outside ones. Right. Damn it. There should have been signs up there, though. Ah. There are. Oh, shit. Oh, that's what I get. Now, oh, I gotta go all the way back down for gate. Well, no. Well, no. There we go.